I was reincarnated into a merciless evil noble and stand at the pinnacle of the magical world, wielding control over magic. Just when I had given up on having a heroine, she came to me on her own accord. Volume 2. By Hakushi, translated by Harry at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 53, Zenhood Imperial Magic Academy. While there are many schools in the world where magic is studied, when people refer to a magic academy in the Luendor Empire, they are usually referring to this prestigious institution in the imperial capital, Reincarnated. It is the pinnacle of education in the empire. With talented individuals from all over the empire competing to gain admission, it is an extremely selective institution, and merely being enrolled here is a testament to one's excellence. Therefore, graduates of this academy rarely face difficulties with their future careers. It is certain that they will be in high demand by the Magic Ministry, the Imperial Knights, and the court magicians. However, although the Academy claims to promote equality between nobles and commoners, the reality is somewhat different. The presence of someone like Vanitas, who lacks the necessary talent, proves this. This is a world where noble power prevails. While the Academy provides a protective facade during their time here, once they leave, commoners rarely have the means to oppose nobles. A hidden layer of conflict between nobles and commoners. This academy, a swirling vortex of emotions and a den of magic, is where I will begin attending from today. So this is the grand gate of the Magic Academy. I looked up at the massive gate, far surpassing my height. On either side stood towering trees, their ages unknown but seemingly ancient. The gate, with its strict and majestic presence, embodied the dignity befitting the Empire's top educational institution. For Vanitas, this place didn't leave much of an impression in his memory. He probably didn't have the leisure to take a good look at it. Indeed, seeing it in person is different from just remembering it. As I immersed myself in the overwhelming presence of the Academy's entrance, I was approached from behind by a familiar voice. It was a voice I had started to get used to during the long vacation. Honestly, Vanitas-san, please don't stop abruptly like that. It's the first day after the long vacation, so the area in front of the gate is crowded. Sorry. Especially since you're already short, what would you do if someone pushed you over? Standing next to me was my temporary fiancée, Mayurika. She wore an expression of concern and slight exasperation. There's no need to worry. No one is going to come near us. That may be true, but still, the stairs are quite unpleasant. I can feel the rude and uncomfortable glances from a distance. It seems like they're gossiping about us. If they have something to say, they should say it to our faces. They can't do anything. Cowards like them are best ignored. That may be the case. Mayurika furrowed her brow as she observed the students keeping their distance. Her slightly regretful gaze shifted towards me. Still, these are the kinds of gazes Vanitas-san has been subjected to, aren't they? The looks directed at a kidnapped count's daughter by bandits. Even if there's no malice, they're like the stares one would give to filth. Although the circumstances are different for us. I brought this upon myself, but you are a victim of circumstances. Even so, Vanitas-san, these are the looks you've received as a result of your reincarnation, and they're still unsettling. As expected, or rather as anticipated, the Noble's network of communication is swift. Many of the students who keep their distance from us already know about Mayurika's kidnapping. They direct their cold stares towards Mayurika, who stands next to a troublemaker of the academy, without hiding their disdain. So, are you really sure about this? About not breaking off the engagement with me? Mayurika, my temporary fiancée, had asked me during the long vacation whether we should end our engagement. I had refused to consider it. I've told you before, haven't I? It's better to have you, Mayurika, than to suddenly break off the engagement and have some strange woman come along. That does kind of hurt my pride, you know. But it's true. What I hold dear are my family and the 3 slave girls, not some random strange individuals. I care about those I like, those I find interesting, or those who left an impression from the novel. I might concern myself with such people, but the rest are irrelevant. After all, worrying about engagement issues is a waste of time. It's better not to think about it too much. And, Mayurika, you say the looks are unpleasant, but you probably don't really care much about them, do you? Well, you must not care about them. The days you spent kidnapped by the Bloodshard have changed you significantly. Those weak-willed people, who don't even have the courage to face you directly, are insignificant compared to what you've been through. Indeed, there is that aspect, but I still have a desire to knock them down. That's why I don't mind you being my fiancé. I find it interesting that you can stand firmly and act boldly even in this situation. So, don't belittle yourself. Vanitas-san. And besides, the role of the temporary fiancé has just been reversed a bit. Instead of you using it to ward off men, I'm using it to ward off women. It's not much different from before. It's probably better for you too, since it keeps strange men away. Although, there might be some gentlemen who actually prefer a kidnapped daughter. That's just silly. Well, aren't there plenty of eccentric nobles with strange tastes? Don't ask me about that. I don't know anything about such niche male preferences. Mayurika responded with an exasperated breath. Why is she so worked up? Her uniform is going to get wrinkled. All right, enough of the nonsense. Let's move on. What's this, Mayurika? Why have you stopped? You're in the way of other students. GRRR. It's Vanitas-san suddenly saying such weird things that made me freeze with unpleasant thoughts. It's not my fault. After teasing Mayurika a bit, I passed through the grand gate and continued into the academy. Along the way, since slaves and servants can enter the academy but not the classrooms, Christina and the other two were separated from me. I also parted ways with Mayurika, who is in a different class, and headed towards my own classroom. Here. I opened the door without hesitation. The piercing stares hit me like arrows. The types of stares were varied. There were looks of fear at my arrival. There were also looks of disgust, looks mixed with anger, and indifferent gazes pretending to be merely observant. None of them were friendly. I took my seat. After a while, a woman entered the classroom. She briefly greeted us nervously before getting straight to the point as the homeroom teacher of this class. Everyone, today is the first day of the new term after the long vacation, and I'd like to introduce a new student to you all. Please come in. With a clatter, a male student dressed in the Magic Academy's uniform entered. The homeroom teacher introduced him as a transfer student. This is Anhul. It's my first time in the Imperial capital. I am still unfamiliar with the Magic Academy, but I'd be happy if you could get along with me. Nice to meet you. For a moment, I felt like our eyes briefly met, his blue eyes like the azure sky. Chapter 54. Memory Organization and Questions. Let's tidy the somewhat vague story information here. Especially, let's organize the beginning of the story. Although I have some memories compared to right after reincarnation, my recollections are extremely limited. First of all, this is the world of the novel X. I still can't remember the title, but it's certain that I was living in a different world from this one. The beginning of the story, or rather the start of the plot, is when the protagonist transfers into a magic academy. From there, the protagonist challenges the villainous noble Vanitas to a duel to free Christina from slavery. I don't remember the exact reason, but it was because she was simply pitiful. Christina, being a slave, was constantly subjected to Vanitas's violence and verbal abuse even at the academy. Unaware of this, the protagonist gradually gets to know her and eventually witnesses Christina being mistreated directly by Vanitas. Moved by her circumstances, the protagonist, despite being a commoner, challenges the Marquis's heir to a duel. The outcome is obvious to anyone. Vanitas is the loser. After being defeated by the protagonist, Vanitas, in his rage, loses his most beloved one, Christina, and goes mad. Subsequently, Vanitas harbors a grudge and frequently confronts the protagonist, losing his slaves each time. I don't remember much about the process of these losses. I think they all occurred through duels. Sinclair Urbanbright is the replacement for Christina. To fill the void left by Christina, the protagonist purchases her as a slave. Although I don't remember exactly when she joins, she is a character who wields a special magic known as the Harem magic, and I remember her well due to her distinct character setting. Well, that's fine. The question is whether the transfer student, Anhul, who is standing at the podium and continuing his self-introduction, is the protagonist. From what I remember about the protagonist, his name starts with A. He has the innate attribute of enhancement. He is from a commoner background and is indeed an orphan. there was someone who supported him to get into the Magic Academy. He entered the academy through that person's connections. However, I don't remember his appearance, especially the illustrations from the novel. I observe Anhul once more. He clearly looks like the protagonist, with black hair and blue eyes reminiscent of the azure sky. He has a refined appearance but exudes a pleasant demeanor. The issue is whether, assuming he is the protagonist, he has an attribute different from enhancement. He probably has that cheat-like attribute. If so, he's a bomb. You never know when he might explode if pushed to the edge. That acquired attribute is indeed a cheat in itself. Vanitas-kun, we're having everyone introduce themselves for Anhul-kun, so, Vanitas-kun, you too. A hesitant question. As I come to myself, I realize that all eyes in the classroom are focused on me. The homeroom teacher, Floro Kate, with green hair and brown eyes, her gestures and speech reveal an introverted personality. She was, if I recall correctly, the second daughter of the Kate Viscount family. In Vanitas's memories, she was always timid and struggled to properly reprimand Vanitas, who was a problematic student. Now she was asking me with a troubled face, looking as if she might start crying at any moment. You, if you don't want to, it's fine. No, introductions are important. It's no trouble. Floro-sensei. Who? The classroom suddenly buzzes with activity. Considering Vanitas before the long vacation, it's hard to believe he's speaking to Floro-sensei with such politeness. He didn't even address her as sensei before. Whispers can be heard from various corners of the classroom. Vanitas Lindblum using honorifics? That's absurd. No way. Is it going to rain spears tomorrow? Incomprehensible. Every classmate was wide-eyed in surprise. They were taken aback by the reality before them. Despite being under the scrutinizing gazes of my classmates, I stood up from my seat and faced Anhul, the supposed protagonist. He did not avert his gaze. No preconceived notions, then. His azure eyes were particularly untroubled. I'm Vanitas Lindblum, the heir of the Lindblum Marquis family. My innate attribute is void. Although it's outside my aptitude, I can also use light attribute general magic. Currently, I am training in grasp magic. Grasp magic? I don't really understand, but, well, nice to meet you, Vanitas-kun. Rather than hesitating, let's go straight to the point. One question that's been troubling me since Reincarnation. If I've reincarnated into this novel, what about the others? Protagonist-looking guy, are you a reincarnator? Protagonist-looking guy. It doesn't matter if he has a cheat attribute. Will you become my enemy? Chapter 55. Magical Knowledge and Questions. At Zenhood Magic Academy, classes are divided into required and elective categories. Classes cover a wide range of subjects, including not only magic, but also combat techniques such as martial arts and swordsmanship, general knowledge, the history of the empire and neighboring nations, mathematics, the handling of magical tools, and manners. Required classes must be attended by all students, while elective classes allow students to choose subjects they are interested in, focusing on their strengths or improving their weaknesses. Elective classes significantly change starting in the second year of the 3-year program, though first-year students don't experience major changes. Today's class was a required lesson on the basics of magic knowledge. Today we'll be reviewing the basic knowledge of magic, said the teacher, Floro-sensei, who was as nervous as ever, standing at the front of our class. She prompted the students to open their textbooks on magic knowledge and awkwardly wrote magic in large letters on the blackboard with chalk. So slow? Well, Floro-sensei was always like this according to Vanitas's memories. I couldn't just lay my head on the desk and fall asleep like Vanitas. I guess I'll have to accept this. Still, it's a bit precarious. Magic involves manipulating the magical power within oneself and chanting the magic name to activate it. This is something you all have likely experienced when using magic, she continued. This is already known information. The important aspect is the power of imagination. Magic is a versatile force that can change in countless ways depending on the user's imagination. While imagination is crucial for magic, it is also possible to cast magic without chanting the magic name, relying only on one's ability to manipulate internal magic and imagination. This technique is, recto-kun. The boy pointed out by Floro-sensei is recto. He has a cheerful personality, always acting bright and interacting with other students, and his yellow hair stands out. His face is well-formed, but leans more towards the funny side rather than handsome, and he tends to laugh off and make light of his occasional verbal slip-ups, as Vanitas's memories recall. However, Recto evidently avoided approaching Vanitas, who would lash out at anyone indiscriminately. Even when they accidentally interacted, Recto seemed to handle it with a dry smile, as remembered. His innate attribute is thunder, if I recall correctly. I think, it's non-incantation. Yes, that's right. Non-incantation is the technique of casting magic without chanting the magic name. A skilled magician can activate magic without saying the magic name. Excited, Fluorescence quickly elaborated on non-incantation. This is a high-level technique possible through repeatedly practicing the same magic and thoroughly visualizing the complete form of the magic in your mind, along with enhancing the precision of magical power manipulation. The activation speed of non-incantation magic is extremely fast compared to normal magic. It can also catch opponents off guard. Since there's no need to vocalize the magic name, it is useful in various situations such as silent ambushes, being restrained, difficult to cast scenarios, or environments lacking oxygen. However, non-incantation is a quite challenging technique. I haven't mastered it myself. Even if the visualization is perfect, if magical power manipulation is not precise, non-incantation isn't possible, and vice versa. The fact that even Ashburn Sensei, an authority on transformation magic, can only use non-incantation for some spells demonstrates its difficulty. Well, non-incantation has its downsides too. If not sufficiently practiced, its effectiveness decreases and the magical power consumption increases, according to the magic books. For now, it's a useful skill if you can master it. Well, magic is broadly categorized into two types. Can anyone tell me what they are? Let's see, Angel Kun. General magic and unique magic, right? Yes, that's correct. General magic refers to systematized spells that are relatively easy to learn and are commonly visualized by many people, such as spheres, arrows, or barriers. On the other hand, unique magic refers to spells that are influenced by the caster's innate attributes and include personal modifications unique to the caster. For example, Christina's water ball falls under general magic. It involves transforming magical power into water and shaping it into a sphere. General magic is well explained in magic books, detailing the nuances of magical power manipulation and visualization, so with proper training, most people have the potential to learn it. Of course, it is also influenced by innate attributes and personal aptitude, so not everyone can master it. Christina's unique magic is Aqua Eagle. This is an original spell that combines her innate attributes, Suarui, water elegance, and eagle. The elegant eagle made of water tracks and moves towards the intended target. Though this is one of the simpler forms of Christina's unique magic, it is still a spell that others cannot replicate. Fluorescence continued to call on students to demonstrate their basic knowledge of magic. A lethargic girl who looked uninterested, a Far Eastern-style girl, and a beastman boy. And there was that commoner boy whom Vanitas frequently interacted with. However, the class was quite boring. It mostly covered information I already understood. Nevertheless, knowledge that differs from my own interpretations and understanding is valuable. I made sure to absorb everything, even the parts I was already familiar with. But in the midst of this, I couldn't shake off thoughts about the previous day. I was particularly curious about the part where I asked Angel if he was a reincarnator. Hero, reincarnator? Sorry, Vanitas-kun. I don't really understand what you mean. Hero candidate Angel tilted his head, not grasping the meaning of my question at all, which suggested he wasn't lying to cover something up. Not a reincarnator. I thought Angel was the most likely candidate for the protagonist right now, but is that not the case? Given that face. He looks like a womanizer. Yes, reincarnation means being reborn into another person while retaining memories from a different world. That's what I mean by reincarnator. Do you not have any recollection of such a thing? No, not really, reborn. I don't have any recollection of that. Do you have any knowledge from another world? Or did any sudden, unfamiliar knowledge come to you? I haven't had any such experiences. Sorry, I can't be of help. I see. No, it's fine. Forget I asked. Given that I, a villainous noble Vanitas, have reincarnated, it wouldn't be strange for anyone to be a reincarnator. If there are reincarnators in this world, I thought the protagonist would be the most likely candidate, but is that not the case? My sudden question left Fluorescence and all my classmates puzzled, but when Anhel apologized with a troubled expression, the classroom's atmosphere only became slightly awkward. After that, it was a question time for Anhel. Classmates asked him about his place of origin, innate attributes, favorite weapons, and reasons for coming to the Magic Academy. However, it seemed that most of the class was more interested in me than usual, given my normally aloof attitude. After the questions, I occasionally received curious glances from my classmates as I silently sat at my desk. Despite this, Anhel answered several questions earnestly, and he came across as a kind and innocent boy. By the way, Anhel's innate attribute was self-reported as enhancement, so he's definitely a protagonist candidate. As I was reflecting on the rather unfruitful conversation, the class ended. Fluoro-sensei's lesson, though shaky at first, was generally coherent in the latter half. If only she could get rid of that hurried demeanor, she might be a capable teacher. But as it stands, she still has room for improvement. The next class was a practical session. This too is a required subject, and it would likely involve mock battles. However, I was about to receive an unexpected shock. Specifically, something occurred at the end of the practical class that I could not have predicted. Chapter 56. Lunch and Curious Gazes. After lunch, the afternoon will consist of practical lessons. The Magic Academy has a cafeteria for students and staff, but today we'll be having lunch prepared by the mansion's chefs. When I say mansion, I'm referring not to the main residence of Harsomnia, but to the mansion of the Lindblum Marquis family in the noble district of the imperial capital, Reincarnated. Though smaller than Harsomnia, the Lindblum estate is a powerful Marquis family with facilities like a training ground, a library, and a workshop, all practical and well-equipped despite their small size. Come on, master, the meal is ready, so let's eat. Food. As instructed, I met up with Christina and the other two and spread a thick picnic blanket on the academy's lawn, where we sat down. The mansion's chefs were eager to prepare this lunch for us. Here you go, master. Thanks, a hamburger who? Looking at the hamburger handed to me by Christina, with its tomato, lettuce, cheese, and beef patty, I reflected on how even the food in this world aligns with the novel's setting. The cuisine in this world is quite eclectic. Although it has a medieval European feel, the history and the depiction of various cuisines from different countries in the pre-transmigration world are present. Spicy Chinese dishes, ethnic foods with unique spices, and delicately seasoned Japanese cuisine are all part of the culinary landscape here. Thanks to magical items similar to refrigerators, seafood is available even inland, and it is sometimes eaten fresh as sashimi. It was surprising to find rice, a staple of Japanese food, here as well. Apparently, this rice originated from the far eastern country where Shuko was born, but I recall being confused when the mansion's chefs mentioned it wasn't the typical indica rice. As I squeezed the hamburger a bit and ate it, I noticed Lapana, who was nervously looking around and not making much progress with her meal. Come on, Lapana, don't be shy. You can eat more. But, what's wrong? I'm worried about the stairs. Lapana keeps glancing at the other students who are gathered in the academy's courtyard for lunch and then quickly looking away. Oh, those. But they're just people who can only observe us from a distance. It's a waste to worry about them. The people observing from a distance are those who know about Vanitas's bad reputation, but still can't tear their curious eyes away from the scene. They are not scared, but rather intrigued. Even though they don't know I've reincarnated, they probably can't believe Vanitas, who usually eats in the cafeteria, is now having lunch with a slave. They murmur loudly enough to be heard while observing us, using uncouth language. Hey, isn't that Vanitas Lindblum over there? He even brought a slave to the Magic Academy. And now he's eating with them. Nobles usually don't share meals with slaves, right? Yeah, nobles tend to care about that sort of thing. They say things like, I can't believe they're sharing a table with such lowly slaves. Well, it seems different for each noble family, but with other nobles watching, it's not going to be seen in a good light. Still, it's strange for a noble to bring a slave like this. But all the girls are cute, right? I'd love to get one, even just one. Idiot, if Vanitas hears that, we don't know what might happen. Don't worry, he can't hear us from this distance. Besides, rank doesn't matter in the academy. If it comes down to it, he'll protect us. At my father's estate in Hersomnia, we followed his rules and ways. But this is the distant imperial capital's magic academy. The weather has been nice these past few days, so I decided we should have a picnic lunch today. But it seems that having nobles and slaves at the same table still attracts attention. What bothers me more is the person who expressed a desire to have my slaves. I remember their face. They must have known I could hear them with how loudly they were speaking. When I glared at them, they hurriedly left. I can't believe there are people who genuinely think the Magic Academy will protect them. Well, it's publicly stated, so maybe it's expected. The Academy might offer protection within its grounds, but beyond that, it's not guaranteed. Anyway, as Christina gently wipes the food from my mouth with a handkerchief, I turn my attention back to Lapana. Lapana, you don't need to worry about such insignificant voices. But you should know by now that I'm not the kind of person to be swayed by such comments. Yes. However, if you're still troubled by the stares, look at me. What? Just look at me. I don't mean to say you shouldn't think at all. If you're feeling anxious, remember that I'm your master. I'm not going anywhere, and I won't let anyone harm the bond we share through this collar. So please, stay by my side with peace of mind. Lapana, who is sensitive, seems particularly troubled by the curious gazes of others. Yet, I wanted her to change just a little. I didn't want her to be bothered by the looks around her. Perhaps my words reached her, as Lapana's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded. Yes, master. That's right, Lapana, common sense doesn't apply to me. We'll have to get used to it. Christine, get used to it and do your best. Christina and Hildegard are encouraging Lapana. They've already become accustomed to me. Even when I invited them to have lunch together, they accepted without hesitation, though Lapana looked a bit troubled. Lapana, you're overly worried about what others think. As master's slave, you should be more confident. Otherwise, even master might be looked down upon. Yes, Christine. Lapana, possibly hurt by Christina's reprimand, gives her a sullen glare. Her eyes seem to accuse Christina of causing this situation. Christine has become more and more unreliable. In practical lessons, it is possible for servants and subordinates to be present. Of course, they cannot interfere with the lesson content and can only offer support from outside the training grounds, but it is allowed. After lunch, the four of us, still surrounded by curious gazes, head towards the outdoor training grounds. Waiting for us there is a gray-haired man in his 30s with a casual attitude. Hey, everyone, long time no see. You haven't gotten rusty during the long vacation, have you? Chapter 57. Practical Class. The teacher in charge of the practical classes is Claude Bufty. He has drooping eyes that look sleepy and a scruffy beard that seems to have been minimally groomed. Instead of a cigarette, he has a thin stick in his mouth, perhaps out of habit or boredom. Although he is not a noble but a commoner, he doesn't try to hide his annoyed attitude even in front of the predominantly noble students. After surveying us, he pauses his gaze briefly at the transfer student, Anhul. You're the rumored transfer student, right? Why, yes. Enhancement, innate attribute, right? It's been the talk among the teachers. I hear it was pushed through by someone powerful. I am sorry about that. No, it's fine, don't apologize. It's true that you passed that tough transfer exam. Well, good luck. Claude offers Anhul an encouraging look, with a touch of sympathy. Perhaps predicting the difficulties he would face in school as a fellow commoner, Claude, usually known for his indifferent demeanor, spoke with unusual seriousness. Still, pushed through. Is he referring to some influential person behind the scenes? My memory is a bit vague. Today's practical class was supposed to be a mock battle, but since we have a new transfer student, let's start with some warm-up exercises instead. Claude instructs the students to form pairs. The total number of students in the Floro-sensei class is 15, and with the addition of the transfer student Anhul, there are 16 in total. Anhul, looking troubled, is being approached by Recto. It seems they are going to pair up. Now I need to choose a partner as well. However, I was a step behind, and all my classmates quickly decided on their partners. Yet, there was one student left, just like me. Ralph. Oh no, Vanitas-sama. Ralph addresses me with Lord. As Vanitas must have insisted, Ralph DiMaggio. His innate attribute is earthquake, and there was one more, but I've forgotten. Born to commoner parents who run a farm, he is a typical commoner. From my memory, he was often teased and harassed by Vanitas, who used his noble status to subject him to excessive bullying. In other words, he was someone Vanitas bullied. Noticing my gaze, Ralph instinctively takes a step back, sensing something unpleasant. Ralph, if you're alone, why don't you pair up with me? Why yes. His fearful attitude suggests that after being subjected to Vanitas's unreasonable demands multiple times, he has probably given up. There is no vitality in his resigned gaze. To him, I say, Vanitas-sama, from now on, you can just call me Vanitas. Who, what? I wasn't expecting that. Ralph vigorously shakes his head and denies, I can't act that way towards a noble. However, his exaggerated reaction, despite being inappropriate given his fear, makes me smile a little. I'm saying it's fine to call me without honorifics. What's wrong? Don't like it. No, it's not that, but... Ralph, from now on, treat me normally. We're classmates in the fluorescent class, right? No need for formality. Him. Oh, is it the difference in status that bothers you? Then I promise I won't use my noble status to demand anything from you as long as you don't treat me arrogantly. Why all of a sudden? It's just that I don't quite like your terrified attitude. His eyes were dead. He had a lifeless face, and his attitude seemed to suggest that even being in this prestigious magic academy was a pain for him. Ralph, forget about me as I was until now. Look at me from now on. Forget. Yes, but given how I've made you suffer until now, it might not be easy for you to forget. Right, I'll help you become stronger than you are now. Ralph, you're living in the dorms, right? Yes. Family. Are they in a far-off hometown? Yes, in the Autumn Leaf territory. Autumn Leaf, one of the 4 great dukes of the empire, one rank higher than the Lindblum Marquisate. Well, that's fine. I'm currently looking for someone to spar with. Ralph, how about it? Even after school, you could practice mock battles with me or my servants. What who? You're quite surprised. Ralph, don't you want to become stronger? Stronger, but I seek power. The power to protect what's important, the power to live freely. Will you help me with that? Power? I won't do anything bad. I'm just suggesting occasional sparring sessions. I believe you could become stronger with me. Is that not acceptable? Well, let me think about it. It's no surprise that Ralph looks skeptical. It's clear that he doesn't trust me. But Ralph is a capable young man who managed to enroll in this magic academy despite being a farmer's son. Although he's always been scared of the class differences with the unremarkable nobles in Vanitas's memory, he might turn out to be interesting if trained. Of course, I was genuinely looking for a new sparring partner, but it's also troublesome to be approached every time by someone with a completely terrified attitude. It's difficult to have a classmate who constantly looks dead-eyed. Vanitas had no friends, and there should be a network of information unique to commoners in the academy. If Ralph could become a sort of cough, a healthy friend, it would be helpful to hear different perspectives. Vanitas, don't cause too much trouble for Ralph. Of course, Claude-sensei, I have no intention of doing that. I was just discussing some future matters with Ralph. Claude-sensei. What's going on? Claude, with his sleepy eyes wide open, seemed frozen in time. After a moment, he cleared his throat and, perhaps regaining his composure, cautiously muttered. You used to address me without honorifics. What's this? Is it a noble's whim? It's normal to show a certain level of respect to teachers. Gross who? Gross. What's going on? Are you really Vanitas Lindblum? Well, who knows? Don't dodge the question. It's even scarier that way. Don't not scared. I'm just an ordinary boy. You, what's this? You used to be a mischievous kid who didn't listen to anything I said before the long break. What kind of change of heart did you have? It seems like the direction of your mischief has changed. Claude keeps his distance, as if handling a delicate item. While being overtly repelled is uncomfortable, it seems to be a reaction to the gap between me now and Vanitas before. Well, whatever. I'm done with this. As long as Vanitas doesn't disrupt the class, that's fine with me. Claude, taking a deep breath to reset, returns to his sleepy-eyed demeanor. He claps his hands to get the students' attention. Pair up and do some target practice. You can use either general or unique magic. If you have a spell you want to try out, shoot it at the target with full force. As you know, the target is specially made and won't break easily. Claude advises the students not to use too much magic since there will be a mock battle later. Angel, with an embarrassed expression, raises his voice towards Claude. Claude-sensei, I don't know any long-range magic. Oh, your partner is Recto. Then, have him teach you various things about the magic he uses. Also, observe the magic used by your classmates closely. Knowing how your opponent's magic works, its trajectory, power, and speed, is key to becoming stronger. Yes, sir. While having an innate attribute isn't strictly necessary to learn general magic, there are issues of aptitude for different attributes. Individual aptitudes vary. However, knowing something versus not knowing it makes a huge difference. Not just you, Angel, but everyone should ask questions if they're curious about their partner's magic. If you have doubts, think them through together. This could open up paths to developing new unique magic. Claude claps his hands again, signaling the students to get moving. Despite his attitude, he's quite attentive. Chapter 58. Long-Distance Magic Training. The training grounds for outdoor magic. In a place surrounded by thick walls to ensure that any stray magic won't cause issues, targets lined up in a row are set up. The arrangement varies. Targets of different sizes and heights are set at various distances, making it a perfect setup for training. This is a space solely for long-distance magic training. It's a luxurious use of the extensive grounds available at the Zenhood Imperial Magic Academy. The students of the Fluorescence class line up in pairs in front of the targets. Vanitas Sama, how should we take turns? I told you to just call me by my name. If it's easier for you to start with San or Kun, that's fine until you get used to it. But. And you don't need to use honorifics either. While I'm fumbling with my stance, the students are already starting to cast their spells one after another. Fire, lightning, paper, bubbles, a vivid variety of spells. I'm falling behind again. I urge Ralph, who is still hesitating, to go ahead. Ralph, I'd like to see your magic. Go ahead first. Why, yes. Understood. His response is enthusiastic, but his eyes still seem somewhat lifeless. Well, with Ralph's earnest personality, it's probably not easy for him to adapt to my way of doing things quickly. But he'll get used to it eventually. I'll go. Earth shot. A fist-sized clump of earth flies toward a target 5 meters away. This is a generic earth magic spell. It's the earth version of the mud shot that Hildegard has mastered. Like the water magic that Christina handles, it's a spell with mass. The clump of earth hits the target perfectly, but as per Claude's comment, it doesn't budge. Well, Earth Shot is one of the simpler spells among general-purpose magic. Its power is to be expected. Next, Ralph continues casting spells in quick succession. Though they are all general-purpose spells, his ability to cast them smoothly, even though they are relatively easy to master, shows a glimpse of Ralph's excellence. Earth Ball. A sphere of earth. More perfectly shaped into a sphere compared to Earth Shot, this is a basic spell that most people learn first due to its easy visualization. Sand Edge. A blade of sand. Next is sand magic. Although it is a beginner-level spell, thanks to Ralph's innate attribute of earth and sand, he seems to handle sand magic fairly well. With just a bit of concentration, he casts it naturally without much effort. Earth Pillar. A pillar of earth, an intermediate-level spell. He shoots a nearly 2-meter-long pillar of earth toward the target. Ralph creates it above his head and fires it at the target. Upon impact, a crushing sound echoes throughout the training grounds. The target remains unharmed, but the power is quite substantial. It wouldn't be fatal if it hit a person, but it would certainly cause light injury. The speed, however, is a bit slow. After that, Ralph continues practicing long-distance magic within the limits that won't affect the next mock battle. However, to be this proficient with general-purpose magic, it seems Vanitas hadn't had much opportunity to observe him before the long vacation, so it's understandable that he wouldn't know much. Ralph has mastered both earth and sand magic as general-purpose spells. Well done. Really? No need for honorifics. Really, Vanitas-san? Thank you. Yes, it's somewhat awkward, but that's to be expected. Even among general-purpose spells, intermediate-level ones take time to master. To be able to use them as a first-year student is quite promising for your future. Hihi, is that so? By the way, how about your unique magic? Well, I haven't mastered any yet. I see. Even though Ralph is capable with general-purpose magic, it seems he's struggled with unique spells. However, it might be related to his personality. Magic relies not only on magical power control, but also on imagination. For someone like Ralph, who is earnest and serious, it might be more efficient to learn existing spells rather than creating new ones. Well then, I'll demonstrate my magic next. Switching places with Ralph, I step forward. First, a simple spell, Light Arrow. A general-purpose light magic spell. It's the only spell I've mastered. Its power isn't very high, but it's quite fast. Next, Light Ball. The light magic shaped into a sphere. This is a new spell I've learned, and mastering it was quite challenging. It's a good example of how innate attributes affect the speed of skill acquisition. Alternating between Light Arrow and Light Ball, I gauge the distance to the target. Ralph. Oh yes. I turn Ralph, who had been watching the light magic being absorbed by the target next to me. Watch, this is what I can do now. Ralph probably declined my earlier suggestion, partly because he knew I could only use Light Arrow. He might not have felt the need to improve further when I spoke from a higher position, so I'll show him, from the best seat. Grip. I clench my right hand into a fist, concentrating the magical energy in the air. Up until now, long-distance attacks using my previously mastered grip magic were difficult. This was partly due to my magical control abilities, but more importantly, I struggled with handling concentrated magical energy. Controlling magical energy from the air, which isn't my own, was particularly challenging. However, I've overcome that and learned a new spell. I point my hand straight at the target, opening my fingers. Grip Shot. A single projectile formed by concentrating magical energy from the air heads towards the target. The next moment, a particularly loud explosion reverberates throughout the training grounds. Ehoo! A heavy sound echoes in my ears. Even from a distance of 5 meters, there is a faint vibration traveling through the ground. Looks like it didn't break. As the dust from the impact settles, the target remains unharmed. It's quite resilient. The grip shot should have enough power to break a large rock. Though I wasn't trying to test it, would the ultimate grip have shattered it? What was that? Hey, what happened? What a noise, what was that? Classmates start to stir and talk loudly, distracted from their own training. It seems the resounding blast made everyone unable to stay calm. All attention is drawn to the scene, but that was of no concern. Ralph, what do you think of that magic? This is my magic, grasp magic. It's a power I've honed to protect what's important and to live as I wish. So this is power. Ralph simply stared at the target hit by the grip shot. His eyes, tinged with a hint of admiration, showed a slight pulse of vitality and inspiration. Chapter 59. A girl with a fighting spirit. Ralph, who had shown strength, stared ahead and seemed to have regained a little bit of his life force. However, the emotions instilled in him by the tormentor Vanitas were deep-rooted. His eyes, once mixed with admiration, quickly became shadowed, and the earlier outburst of feelings was soon subdued. But that's fine. I don't expect to rid Ralph of the fear instilled by Vanitas in such a short time. For now, if only a shock remains in his heart like a nail driven in, that will be enough. As I was slightly satisfied with Ralph's dazed expression, Claude Sensei approached with a look of annoyance. Vanitas, right. What did you just do? That was the grasp magic. Is there a problem? Well, it's not that there's a problem with the type of magic you used, but could you use such a high power spell? And grasp magic, what's that? I've never heard of it. It's a spell learned by the legendary magician, Vanitas Armatail. Yes, grasp magic is a spell said to have been used by Vanitas Armatail. It is an unusual magic that collects and utilizes the magic power in the air, following a different process from existing spells. Out of all the magic, I alone chose this one. I told you not to do anything that would disrupt the class, didn't I? Yes, you did say something to that effect, that if I didn't disrupt the class, it would be fine. So what's going on? Why did you cause such a commotion? Nothing much, I just aimed at the target. Why are you so twisted about this? There's no way that was normal. The target is unharmed, but the vibrations reached me. That spell would have made a huge crater if it had hit the ground. Claude-sensei, who had initially looked annoyed, now became excited to the point of spitting as he rapidly scolded me. But that didn't last long. Seeing me standing there with a cheerful demeanor, unmoved, Claude-sensei scratched his head in frustration and then adopted a resigned expression. Ah, forget it. Let's move on. Next, we'll have mock battles. Each of you will fight in front of everyone in turn. Understand? Observing is also an important part of the lesson. We might not have time for everyone to fight today, but there is a lot to learn just by watching how to handle combat and magic. Pay close attention. For some reason, under Claude-sensei's increasingly desperate command, we moved again to the center of the training field for the combat training. Ah, we've had some unexpected events, but we're done with warm-ups. Next is the mock battles. As for the pairings, what should I do? Maybe we'll just continue with the previous pairs, but then again, maybe I should just choose randomly, though we do have new transfer students today. Claude-sensei, who was giving off an air of resignation, started to deliberate over the matchups for the mock battles. Just then, a student raised her hand. She was a dignified girl with long, reddish hair tied back. Claude-sensei, I'll go first. Lisa, huh? Yes, and since my partner, Yuri, isn't motivated, I'd like to face a different opponent. Lisa, with her hand raised straight up, suggested this to Claude-sensei while casting a cold glance at her partner, Yuri. That's harsh. But isn't it true? Yuri has no motivation, perseverance, or seriousness about anything. It would be boring to fight her as it is. That's true. Lisa's words easily convinced Yuri Sturm, the daughter of the Sturm Viscount family, who is known among the class as the most unmotivated student. Her lack of enthusiasm extends beyond classes to daily life, and Vanitas recalls seeing her, too indifferent to eat lunch on her own, being fed by other students like a chick being fed. And it was Lisa Sidonia who skillfully persuaded her. Lisa Sidonia, daughter of the Sidonia Baron family. Although her family's title is different from Yuri's, it seems she takes care of her and the two are close friends. According to Vanitas's memory, unlike Ralph, Lisa was a spirited girl who never backed down when faced with unreasonable demands from Vanitas, using her title as a shield. All right, then it's settled. Lisa will go first. Who would you like as your opponent? Come on, volunteers. Claude-sensei encouraged the students to raise their hands. Yes, that's right. To show the class that Vanitas has changed, it's best to actually fight. Just as I was about to step forward to volunteer before my classmates. Vanitas Lindblum, would you fight me? It was an unexpected proposal. Yet, the eyes of Lisa, who appeared calm, hid a burning intensity. Chapter 60. Mock Battle and Raging Emotions. The weapons for the mock battle were prepared in abundance. Even though they were blunted, they were still dangerous, and handling them required great care, as Claude-sensei emphasized. I picked one of them up. The weapon I chose was a dagger. It was heavier than the one Durak had, but it was not so heavy that it was unwieldy. Well, this will do. Thank you for accepting my suggestion. No, not at all. I also wanted to demonstrate my current abilities in front of everyone, so it's fine. On the other hand, Lisa was holding a spear for the mock battle. She spun the plain, undecorated spear around in her hand to familiarize herself with it, then assumed a stance with it, facing me at the center of the training ground. She gave me a slight smile and thanked me. However, despite the smile, I couldn't read the emotions hidden behind it, other than a faint warmth. Recalling Vanitas's memories, she shouldn't have had any interest in him. Why did you suddenly choose me? You used to avoid me, not actively engaging despite your disdain for me. It's true that I avoided you. You flaunted your noble privileges and barked loudly despite having no real combat skills. You weren't cute except for your appearance. That's quite harsh. I only answered the question. Lisa spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, disparaging the old Vanitas. From her perspective, Vanitas was probably just that. Still, her attitude was as if she didn't have a title. She didn't seem like the type to rely on the academy for protection. Perhaps that strong core is what sets her apart from Ralph. But it seems that you are no longer the person I knew after a long vacation. That magic you used against the target, what is it? It's grasp magic. I heard about that from Claude-sensei. What I'm asking is why you're able to do such things. You could only use light arrow before, so why have you become so dramatically stronger in just about 3 weeks? Well, why do you think? So you're going to dodge the question now. I'm not dodging. We'll get to know each other through the mock battle. I just think it would be a bit of a waste to reveal everything before that. You speak so nonchalantly. The old you would have boasted and used your newfound power to your heart's content. Are you saying even those petty aspects have changed? Lisa looked at me with suspicion. She swung the mock battle spear through the air and then struck the ground forcefully with the butt of it. I'm not interested in whether your personality has changed. What concerns me is only your strength. Vanitas Lindblum, show me your unknown power. Very well, enjoy experiencing my power. Lisa lightly brushed aside my fierce smile. However, the intensity in her eyes had certainly grown stronger. At that moment, Claude-sensei, who had shifted from a bored to a more exasperated expression, approached to signal the start of the match. He had overheard our conversation and was now intervening. You guys, I can tolerate being aggressive to a degree, but be careful not to injure each other. Even though the Academy has skilled healers on standby, avoid causing any fatal wounds. This is a promise. Especially you, Vanitas. The magic you used on the target earlier is forbidden. Remember, it's banned. Don't make me deal with extra trouble. Of course. But I don't particularly recall causing Claude-sense any extra trouble. Damn, you're so calm about it. I'm already tired from being surprised. Just conduct the mock battle normally. Understood? Normal. Both Vanitas and Lisa, don't forget this is a class. Yes, fine. Both Lisa and I nodded in response to Claude-sensei's firm warning. However, it's unlikely that a test of strength like this will end so easily. I feel a bit sorry for Claude-sensei, whose face had definitely paled since the start of the class, but I hope to surprise him a bit more. Begin. Then, let's start with a preliminary test. Fire arrow. Lisa took the first move. In response to Claude-sensei's nonchalant signal, she acted. It was a simple, generic fire magic spell, shaped like an arrow but not very refined. The first shot, possibly intended as a mere distraction, was poorly aimed. With a slight sidestep, I avoided the fire arrow, which then struck the ground, making a light impact sound behind me. Fire arrow. A grip. I deflected the next spell, also a fire arrow, with one hand. Though the speed was quick, I was accustomed to such maneuvers from training with Christina and the others. The fire arrow flew off in an unintended direction. Fireball. Lisa showed no sign of disturbance, despite the missed fire arrows. The next spell was a fire magic shaped into a spherical ball. A fire magic with a diameter of about 30 centimeters that would burn me if it hit directly. However, its speed was slower compared to fire arrow. Unlike water or earth magic, fire magic has no mass, making it manageable. Grip pressure. I manipulated the atmospheric magic to crush the fireball approaching halfway between us and compressed it into my hand. What's that? Are you an idiot? Amidst the screams of the spectators, especially Claude-sensei, I quickly threw the fireball I had compressed into my hand in a direction away from my classmates. The red ball struck the ground, splitting open and spewing flames. What was that? You're saying that's grasp magic? Yes, I manipulated the magic in the air and crushed your spell from around it. From around it? You mean you adjusted to the movement of my magic? Yes. Then are you saying you cast magic from a position far away from yourself? Yes. You speak so casually about something terrifying. Magic has distance attenuation. It's difficult to extend magic to a far-off location, let alone activate it. But that's what grasp magic allows. Lisa's face twisted in disbelief at what she had just witnessed, but I affirmed it to her. That's what grasp magic enables. I see, you have become a completely different person, so that power serves as proof. Lisa nodded to herself. However, rather than diminishing, her fighting spirit seemed to grow stronger, as if the raging fire burned even higher into the sky. I'll also get serious from here on, and following your introduction as a transfer student, I'll reveal my innate attributes as well, Inferno and Hairbinding. Let me show you which is stronger. Your power or mine. Chapter 61. Lisa Sidonia and the Bonds. Vanitas Lindblum, a troublemaker at the Magic Academy. As the heir to a marquis family, he wields his power with arrogance, not only within the academy but also in the imperial capital, with persistent bad rumors about him. Unlike most nobles who would be accompanied by servants or attendants, he parades around the academy with 3 slaves, showing no regard for anyone. Among his classmates, there were those who could not endure his tyranny and submitted, those who chose to remain indifferent, those who avoided any interaction, and those who dodged or ignored him. However, to me, he was an insignificant opponent, a puppy barking only because of his parents' title. Even when he tried to use his power to command me, I brushed him off. This was because I am the only daughter of the Sidonia baronial family. The Sidonia baronial family was established in 1 generation by my father, who succeeded as an adventurer. My father, Fraga, was a humble commoner who was recognized for his martial prowess by the emperor and was elevated to the lowly rank of baron. We do not have a territory. We were only given the title. Of course, as a noble, there are certain privileges, but with the lowest rank of baron, there is always someone above you. My father initially refused the title, according to what I heard from his former adventuring companions. He repeatedly turned it down, saying he had no interest in power. However, I heard that my father sought the title for my mother's sake, though I was never given details. But my father's disregard for titles is etched into my memory. Whether a commoner or a noble, regardless of rank, my father never bowed unnecessarily. I do not have a mother. She was gone before I could even remember. In her absence, my father showered me with affection, but also demanded that I become strong, to hone my strength without being bound by titles, to have the power to protect myself and achieve what I desire. To me, who admired my father's way of life, his teachings were a crucial guide. Strangely, this was somewhat similar to what the insignificant boy had conveyed to Ralph DiMaggio. Are you just going to stand there with a dumb look on your face? I'm not letting my guard down grip. I used body enhancement magic and charged at Vanitas with my spear in front. Though he seemed wide open, he was actually tracking my movements carefully. He's indeed not someone to be underestimated. Fire arrow. I knew that the fire magic used for suppression wouldn't have much effect, but I cast it anyway. I was resigned to the fact that even a small obstruction to his vision would be beneficial. Concentrated magic enhancement. I swung my spear in a horizontal arc. However, it was narrowly dodged. His movements were as swift as mine, seemingly enhanced by body magic, but he was a step ahead. I swung my spear at close range. Yet, he dodged all of them and deflected them with his dagger. Moreover, light arrow. Occasionally, he mixed in light magic. The power wasn't much, but it was certainly annoying. Suddenly, his movements slowed down. He struggled to block a vertically swung strike with his dagger. The moment he tried to press on and push me back. Grip. That movement again, the opening and closing of fingers with the right hand. I had a bad feeling and decided to take some distance. This is problematic. The basic movement of grasp magic can indeed become a weakness. If you show the grasping movement so many times, it's easy to recognize that it's dangerous. And just now, you tried to do something with your right hand over the spear. You observe well. I was going to shatter the spear. It seems pulling back was the right choice. Vanitas shrugged with a troubled look. However, it was clear he still had some leeway. To him, the recent exchange wasn't particularly challenging. In that case, another charge. I thought you might change your approach, Lisa. What about your innate attributes? You, who use a magic called grasp magic that I don't really understand, are you the one who pointed that out? I'll show you from here. Hair binding thread. From the hand holding the spear, I extended long, slender, crimson-colored hair from my left index and middle fingers. These 2 strands of hair, created with magic, twisted together under my magical control to form a single thread. The range of the hair binding thread is about 4 to 5 meters. Moreover, since the hair is made of magic, it is strong enough not to be cut by a weapon used in mock battles. In fact, it can even be tightened at my will, and if it catches around the wrist or ankle, it can lift someone as light as Vanitas. Grip pressure. A punch with impact aimed at the swaying hair thread, but it cuts through the air. This precise attack won't catch this. Soon, I entangled his dagger with the thread. I pulled it in quickly and seized the weapon. At that moment, I thrust at his torso. Concentrated magic enhancement. That's troublesome. It seems there's also a time limit. But for you to be faster than me, who has body enhancement magic, your keen observation and the freely moving crimson hair are troublesome for me. If I were to get entangled, who knows what would happen? To speak such things with just words, you are a liar. Is that so? It's the truth. Why, I had seized his weapon. I had dodged most of his attacks. I was in a favorable position. If I continued to maintain distance and attack steadily, I should win. And yet, I was still overwhelmed by his mysterious confidence. It's about time I made my move as well. This mock battle is like another introduction for both of us. Not only should you see your own power, but also mine. Otherwise, how would everyone know which of us is superior? Grip. An audacious smile. The confident smile, as if there were no enemies here, intimidated me. A momentary delay in my step, but it was fatal. Grapple attack. The moment he raised his hand towards the ground, a tremendous quake occurred. The training ground's surface cracked and fissures spread. The screams of the students and the voiceless cries of Claude-sensei echoed. I was also internally shocked. To think he could do this, I should have realized this from the long-range magic training. The unexpected tremor was enough to disrupt my stance. This is bad. Grip. Could it be alternating hands? The tremor that shook the ground and his mysterious body enhancement closing in on me happened almost simultaneously. He continued his assault. Grip pressure. The spear's tip shattered. Not yet. I thrust without hesitation. Small grip. The remaining fragments of the spear shattered further. Then Inferno. I discarded the fragments and used my other innate attribute, Inferno. The flames were meant to incinerate him at close range. But, small grip. He extinguished the flames, and this too doesn't work. A fireball. A desperate fire magic spell. The distance created by the Inferno allowed me to cast it. Uncontrolled fumble. What? The moment I heard a snapping sound, the fireball flying toward him exploded in midair before hitting its target. What just happened? Well, what do you think? It wasn't something that crushed during the mock battle. What is that? But there's no time to think. He walked slowly toward me. An indescribable fear was there. Yet, even so, I stop hair-binding thread. I raised both hands toward him, extending the crimson hair from each finger with force. The threads were meant to entangle him. The crimson hair wrapped around his limbs, binding him, but he remained completely unperturbed. Concentrated magic enhancement. Another round of body enhancement. But, Inferno. I released fire through the hair. The hair that had wrapped around his limbs was supposed to act as a fuse, burning him. This, too, doesn't work. From within the flames, he emerged. Without flinching or looking away, he advanced directly toward me. His jet-black eyes reflected my unconscious retreat. Grip. He gently placed his hand on my stomach. However, there was no shock. Ha, I suppose this means I've won, Lisa. The audacious smile seen up close was dazzling. In his appearance, I felt a sense of connection, almost like fate. Not as strong as destiny, but a faint and gentle link. Yet it was undeniably there. Through this mock battle, I felt something connecting him and me. Lisa Sidonia is the heroine who becomes interested in the protagonist after he engages in a duel with Vanitas and demonstrates his power. She, having entered the duel determined to assert her own desires regardless of her title, finds a kind of empathy with the protagonist after his victory, leading to a connection between them. However, Vanitas demonstrated his power to her before the protagonist did. This had a profound impact on her, different from the one she experienced with the protagonist, leaving a distinct impression. Lisa will likely continue to pay attention to Vanitas in the future. Although her interest might not yet be affection, she will be inclined to notice and watch him more closely. Nonetheless, a connection between them has definitely been established. Lisa, having challenged Vanitas to a mock battle out of curiosity, is arguably the first person in this magic academy to take notice of him and keep an eye on him. In that sense, she was a pioneer in recognizing Vanitas, and her observational skills were genuine. But this is just the prologue. Compared to what awaits them, the attention of just one person is a minor detail. The upcoming events, no, rather accidents, are completely unexpected for Vanitas. Chapter 62. Claude Bafty has given up. Claude-sensei. Don't call me that so familiarly. Why does this guy keep bothering me so often? Or am I the one going out of my way to engage with him? I can hardly believe what's happening right before my eyes, and I don't really understand it. But now, I can clearly understand. This guy has changed. He has become a different person. Vanitas Lindblum. To be honest, I didn't like him. He was a student treated like a hot potato among the faculty just because he was the son of a marquis. What stood out most were his abusive comments toward other students and his arrogant behavior, relying on his parents' title. Of course, the school tries to admonish him, but Vanitas barely seemed to care about the warnings. Zenhood Imperial Magic Academy, where nobles and commoners learn together, claims to uphold equality. It's unacceptable for nobles to oppress commoners within the academy, especially among students. But it's not that simple. It's a complicated issue. The principal has been working for years to improve this situation, but so far, no real progress has been made. And it's understandable. Not only among students, but also among the faculty, there are those who blatantly discriminate against students based on their noble or commoner status. The Magic Academy is not a united front. There are even some who exacerbate the discrimination between the two groups. Of course, some see it as deplorable, but there are those who have resigned themselves to the situation as the norm. And I'm one of them. It's not that I flatter noble students, but I also don't preach until they change their ways. It was the same when Ralph was harassed by Vanitas. If it's within my sight, I can offer some criticism and stop it. However, if it's outside the scope of my classes or related to class activities, I can't intervene unless it's really severe. There are also times when I might be scrutinized by teachers who favor nobles or by noisy noble parents. Even if Ralph is badly treated during mock battles or physical training, if it's not excessive, I can't stop it. Really, it's pathetic. I've gradually turned a blind eye. As long as it doesn't interfere with my classes, and there are no unnecessary injuries that deviate from the lesson, there's no problem. I can't protect them once they graduate. Avoiding drawing attention and skillfully managing the situation are also part of survival. If I follow up later with the students who were oppressed, I make excuses to myself and close the lid on everything because it's all too troublesome. Claude Sensei, don't call me that. Leave me alone. And why did you start calling me Sensei anyway? That's right. The discomfort began to intensify from there. The trigger was my interactions with Ralph. I'm not the homeroom teacher, so I don't know what happens in the classroom, but at least in my classes, Vanitas's attitude toward Ralph was terrible. And what's with that? Suddenly asking to be called by name, Ralph has been subjected to unreasonable treatment by you all this time. Of course, he would be on guard. He's probably wondering if you're up to something again. Telling him to hang out after school, are you serious? He's someone who used to bully him. Why are you inviting him so confidently? And then, after a bit of conversation, you start calling me Sensei. There's a new kind of composure or dignity about you that wasn't there before, and I'm utterly confused. So then, while I was watching anxiously during the target practice, this happened. Grip. What the heck is that? A huge, destructive noise. The specially made target is intact, but the shockwave that reached the surroundings was enough to suggest the immense power behind it. Seriously, how did someone who could only use light arrow suddenly become like this after just a long vacation? When questioned, he talks about grasp magic or some nonsense. That had the power equivalent to advanced-level general magic. The same goes for the mock battle with Lisa. I was watching with peace of mind because Lisa is quite strong even among the fluoro class. Grip pressure. Hey, stop surprising me like this. My jaw nearly dropped. Vanitas performed long-distance magic. Typically, those who start training in magic can only cast spells within about 20 centimeters around themselves. This is due to the attenuation of magical power with distance. The range at which one can cast magic, which depends on magical control, can be extended through training, but it requires considerable time. Yet Vanitas performed it effortlessly with a composed face. That hand motion, and this so-called grasp magic, does it have that kind of power? I doubted my own eyes. As the mock battle continued, more surprises followed. Why does removing the dagger weapon make his attacks even more ferocious? And yes, I was surprised by Lisa's innate attribute. I had never seen anyone create and manipulate their hair before. I am aware of the students' innate attributes, but which ones they choose to use is up to the students. I didn't interfere beyond what was necessary. But to use that hidden card and put Lisa at a disadvantage, it's pitiful for her. Grip attack. With both hands free, Vanitas launched a relentless assault on Lisa. Destruction that caused cracks in the ground. Accelerated by what seemed like magical enhancement, he shattered the spear with a shockwave. Lisa's emergency spell was also overwhelmed head-on. The final blow was this. Explosion. Even from my perspective, I couldn't quite understand what was happening. Lisa didn't do that intentionally, did she? General-purpose magic can't be controlled after it's been cast. Yet the fireball in the air exploded on its own after a snapping sound. Was she snapping her fingers? Seriously, what is going on? Claude-sensei. Our mock battle is over, but what are you going to do next? Right, who won again? Sensei, weren't you watching? Are you really in charge of practical classes? Sorry. I was lost in thought. I couldn't retort against Lisa's irritated glare. The series of events had completely stopped my thinking. He won. I was simply overpowered. Yes, I'm the one at a disadvantage. Vanitas won. Yes, I won, but Lisa was strong. It may have looked like I was attacking her unilaterally in the end, but her observational skills are impressive. She quickly identified the weaknesses in my grasp magic. There was no way to defeat her other than attacking relentlessly, without giving her a chance to breathe. You're good with words, and you're a liar. If I could have used the magic I used in the long-distance training, I could have taken you down immediately. Plus, if I had used the magic that caused the ground to crack to break your spear, I would have been blown away just from the impact. There were plenty of ways to win. Right. That's true, that perspective is valid. However, the fact remains that you were stronger than I anticipated. It was fun. Next time I will win. I'll accept your challenge anytime. The two of them seemed to be arguing, as if they were on bad terms. But Lisa's expression seemed to acknowledge Vanitas's strength. And yet, don't create a world just for the two of you, ignoring me right in front of you. Vanitas has changed. There's no doubt that he's a completely different person now. The old Vanitas was never like this. Well, Claude-sensei, please continue with the class. There's still plenty of time, so a few more people can have mock battles, right? Or would you like me to go again? I'm fine with consecutive battles. I'll ask someone else. I see, then I'll just watch from the sidelines. With that, Vanitas walked with a light step toward Ralph, who was still frozen after the mock battle. Damn, that annoying guy. He keeps surprising me over and over. Sure, it's definitely better than having other students bother me, but I'm exhausted from being so constantly surprised. What's going on? What changed that arrogant guy? I continued to ponder this while watching the students' mock battles, but eventually, I stopped thinking about it. Still, I was certain that Vanitas would continue to trouble me in the future. I had come to realize that the disturbances Vanitas caused were beyond my ability to control, whether good or bad. Claude Bufty had met someone. He had encountered Vanitas, who walks his path without hesitation. A carefree boy who cannot be controlled or suppressed by simply closing the lid on the troublesome issues, whether good or bad. What impact this encounter would have on Claude is still unknown. However, Claude accepted, albeit reluctantly. He accepted that he would continue to watch the changed Vanitas. After all, Vanitas Lindblum was undeniably one of his students. Chapter 63. Divergence Point. Master. Claude-sensei's practical class was coming to an end, and after tidying up, we were ready to disperse. As everyone was preparing to head back to the classroom, chatting with whoever they pleased, Christina and Hildegard, who had been watching our battle from outside the training ground, rushed over. Master, that was an incredibly wonderful fight. You demonstrated your current strength not just in the mock battle, but also in long-range magic training. Your classmates must have realized that you are different from the previous master. Good job. Master Strong. 1. Christina and Hildegard took turns praising me. While they seemed genuinely happy for me, their praise felt a bit excessive. After all, I had only used one spell during the long-range magic training and had only one against Lisa. But well, it didn't feel bad. What's wrong, Lapana? Master, did you have fun? Yes. Then that's good. Lapana, blushing slightly and looking down, smiled shyly. Though she sometimes gave me a glare, she seemed to be letting her guard down more and more. Then, so these are the slaves you are so proud of, I see. You haven't properly introduced them yet. Since we're here, Could you introduce them to me as well? Lisa, who had joined our group with an indifferent expression, demanded to be introduced, as if it were only natural. It seems Lisa is bold when it comes to these things, as seen with her earlier choices in the mock battle. But why is she here? Please don't look so surprised. I believe you have a promise to have a mock battle with Ralph after school. Aren't you hoping for an opponent? May I join as well? Ralph has the innate attribute of Earth. He seemed to have potential to become strong with training. More than that, he's the target of my magic. I wanted his help with an experiment on grasp magic. That's why I invited him. Ralph, who had been watching our conversation from a distance, let out a scream as if sensing some ominous foreboding. Well, I didn't mean to scare him. It was just an honest comment. Even so, it's better to have multiple opponents. Or am I not strong enough? Yes, I am of lower rank, so that can't be helped. However, you said you would accept my challenge anytime. Is that also a lie? Despite her enthusiastic approach, Lisa's final expression was slightly forlorn. It seems she was quite bothered by being ranked lower. I didn't mean anything by it. Fine, after school then. I'll invite you when we have the mock battle. You can invite me as well, right? How about starting today? Oh, and may I invite Yudi as well? She's always uninterested in things like mock battles, but if we don't include her, she might get lonely. Do as you like. Yes, I will. Lisa was so pushy. Or is her desire for a rematch that strong? Well, having only Ralph as an opponent is certainly a bit lackluster. Well, it's fine. Thinking about it further seems pointless. Then let me reintroduce myself. I'm Lisa Sidonia, the only daughter of the Sidonia Baron family. These are Vanitas's slaves, right? I haven't talked with them, but I've heard a few rumors. As his proud slaves, you're all quite beautiful and lovely. Why, yes, is that so? I'm Christina, master's slave. I'm honored to be praised by a noble. Hildegard, nice to meet you. I'm Lapana. You're quite good at flattery. At first, Christina was wary of Lisa, who had approached suddenly, but upon being praised, she seemed unexpectedly shy and flustered. There's no need to be modest. I understand why Vanitas is so proud. Your golden hair, shining like a gem, is dazzling, like a goddess in the light. The serene calmness of your water blue eyes, resembling a clear, tranquil stream, reinforces that perception. Furthermore, your impeccable demeanor reflects your strength as a warrior. Please don't flatter me so much. I'm not like that. Christina's face turned bright red as she looked down, overwhelmed by Lisa's excessive praise. Stop with that smug expression. If Christina saw that, she'd be shocked. It's a waste to keep you as slaves. No, I'm a slave. Master's slave, and that makes me proud. Now it was my turn to show a smug face. For some reason, Lisa's expression, as if she had bitten into something bitter, was quite amusing. After the introductions of Lisa, Christina, and the three of them, and also Ralph, it was time to head back to the classroom. That's when it happened. Hey, wait up, Anhul. Was that Recto's voice just now? It sounded unusually frantic. I turned around. At the back of our line was Christina, looking bewildered. Approaching her was a black-haired person. What is it? You're the transfer student, right? See Christina-san. What? Will you please go out with me? Who? Something unexpected happened here. According to the story's original plot, the protagonist, Anhul, is supposed to challenge Vanitas to a duel, risking Christina's freedom and his own expulsion. This would occur about a month after Anhul's transfer to the Magic Academy. During this time, the two would deepen their relationship and learn about each other's positions and circumstances. After building their bond, Anhul would see Christina being abused by Vanitas in the imperial capital, leading to an emotional explosion and culminating in a duel. Now, let me reveal a truth. In the story, Anhul's desire to free Christina from slavery is not solely because she is being unfairly treated and deprived of her freedom. It is also because Anhul wants to be on equal footing with Christina, who is in a position of servitude. He wishes to get close to Christina, who, despite being a former noble, is kind even to commoners. He wants to be liked by Christina, who is beautiful and well-groomed. He wants to be praised by her. The protagonist is not devoid of ordinary feelings. Everyone has a desire in their heart to be liked by someone they have affection for. Furthermore, Anhul, though he stole from Vanitas, is a young man who will eventually build a harem. It would be strange if he didn't have the typical desires of adolescence, even if he doesn't show them outwardly. It would not be surprising at all if Angel fell head over heels for Christina, who, after changing her way of life and becoming even more attractive, captured his heart. So, if I had to sum up the reason for this outcome in one sentence, Christina became too alluring. Chapter 64. Are you my enemy, small grasp cannon? The earth wall. I can barely put cracks in the earthen wall. It's definitely much weaker compared to the grasp cannon. Also, not being able to fire in rapid succession makes it difficult to use in high-speed combat where both sides are moving around. Ralph, this time, you try casting a spell from your side. It's fine to take your time to catch your breath first. Currently, Ralph and I were practicing alternating attacks with magic and defending against or countering them. As expected, Ralph was outstanding. Earth Wall is an intermediate-level, versatile magic that creates an earthen wall approximately 3 meters by 3 meters in size and about 30 centimeters thick. It's very useful for protecting multiple people and can also be used as a blindfold. Even so, it's impressive that Ralph has learned intermediate-level magic beyond just Earth Pillar. He has a surprisingly diverse range of spells. It's a shame he hasn't developed any unique magic of his own. Given his potential, I think he could learn it if he had the right inspiration. He has the talent for it, after all. If only there were some kind of catalyst. Let's take a short break. Why yes, he's back to using polite language. Did I push him too hard on the first day? Leading the tired-looking Ralph, I approached where Lisa and the others were having a fierce mock battle with Hildegard. It seemed they were also on a break. Hildegard was frolicking, Lisa was watching her with a smile, and Lapana, though more reserved, was listening in on their conversation. Speaking of which, Lisa, while not as accepting as Mayurarika, doesn't seem to have much prejudice against slaves. Maybe it's because she's from a baron's family and is closer to commoners. I don't know her family circumstances, but as long as she gets along well with the 3 slaves, I have no complaints. Oh, and Mayurarika isn't here. She left early, saying she had to visit various places in the imperial capital. Her family is in the merchant business. Although I can't quite imagine it, showing a safe appearance seems to be part of her job. Mayurarika herself was pumped up, saying, tears are an effective negotiation tool too, so there's no need to worry too much. So, was everything all right? What do you mean? Don't play dumb. I'm talking about what happened back then. Well, it's true that the transfer student was rude, but even from my perspective, you weren't very calm at that time. It's a weak spot when you bring that up. Even I can lose my temper. Really? For some reason, Lisa looked smug. It was a bit irritating, but her point was valid. I recalled what happened back then. A duel. Who? Angel, stunned by the declaration directed at him, looked around in disbelief. He then pointed at himself, astonished. Who me? Who else could it be? Playing the protagonist right. But I mean, Christina is my slave. My slave. If someone shows up claiming they want to take her from me, it's only natural to demonstrate my strength. It wouldn't be strange to challenge them to a duel, right? But Angel remained frozen, confused, and did not respond. Was he not thinking about this at all? I won't accept excuses like not seeing the crimson collar around her neck. A duel, why? Idiot, you've gotten involved with a slave of a noble, especially the heir of a marquis family. It was obvious this would happen. That's why I tried to stop it. But she's Christina, isn't she? Christina is Christina. She belongs to no one. No, slaves are the property of their master. They are possessions. There is no freedom in that. Recto's somber persuasion didn't seem to be getting through to Angel. It was clear he still hadn't grasped the situation. A duel, you say, so? What about the conditions? A duel is a sacred matter where both sides wager their lives. Even if there's nothing sacred about trading lives, it appears to be so on the surface. Since there will be a winner and a loser, what is important is what each side wagers. Life. That's why I tried to stop this. Lisa, who had been quietly observing, now interjected into the conversation. Was she trying to act as a mediator? Well, if it helps the discussion proceed smoothly, I suppose it's fine. I don't want to see you, the so-called protagonist, in my line of sight. How about this? You should withdraw from the Magic Academy. What, withdraw from school? The moment Anhul confessed his feelings to Christina, what crossed my mind was the possibility of losing her. It's natural for someone to like Christina. She is an incredibly attractive woman who shows various expressions and has a charm in every emotion: joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Moreover, she is a noble woman with a strong sense of responsibility and diligence who doesn't easily give up on what she has decided to do. Even though she is a slave, it's easy to predict that many would want to get close to her. The Empire practices polygamy, but at the same time, it also allows polyandry. Though my father was unusual in being devoted to one wife, many nobles, regardless of their status, have multiple partners. This applies equally to male and female heads of families. Moreover, some adventurers and merchants with wealth and status, even if they are commoners, may have multiple wives. I'm not much different in this regard. In addition to Christina, I have Hildegard and Lapana serving me, and I even have an engagement with Mayurarika. It might be arrogant to demand that Christina not have any other men. It's just jealousy driven by possessiveness. Even if it's arrogant, selfish, and self-centered, I couldn't forgive it. Ah, that's right, I was jealous. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't tolerate a pest approaching Christina. At that moment, I wasn't calm. Looking back, there might have been better ways to handle it. But still, I couldn't forgive Anhul, who, in front of me, was flustered and couldn't even argue back. You want to take Christina from me? Are you my enemy? Chapter 65. The conditions of each other's bet. Expulsion is too drastic. Vanitas-san, let's handle this calmly. Recto, you don't need to use honorifics. Why yeah, then Vanitas. Anhul didn't really understand what it means to be a slave. He probably doesn't know the significance of the crimson collar either. It was a one-time mistake. There won't be another. I'll make sure he understands. So, can you not forgive him? Recto, you're kind. Even as a commoner, you're willing to change the opinion of a noble for a friend you've only just met. Even if this is a magical academy, it takes courage. However, know that persuasion is impossible. He must have realized the firmness of my resolve. Even so, Recto looked like he wanted to say something, but he reluctantly took a step back. Now, I turned to face Anhul, who still seemed preoccupied with the thought of expulsion. I've communicated what I want. Now I need to hear Anhul's response. However, just as I was about to speak, Lisa stepped between us. Her eyes, having briefly met mine, seemed to convey a message to calm down. Perhaps I was too agitated, thinking I would lose Christina. It looks like I owe her a favor. Duels are conducted with mutual consent. If one side desires a fight but the other refuses, it does not take place. And the honor given to the victor, if Vanitas seeks expulsion, the conditions you present must be commensurate. Anhul, do you have any requests for Vanitas? Is there something you want him to do if he wins the fight? Something I want him to do? Yes, since I brought up expulsion. Do you want me to be expelled as well? But if that happens, Christina, who you are so devoted to, will automatically leave the magical academy as well. Anhul's expression suddenly changed, as if realizing something. Then, how about making Christina not a slave? I've heard that slaves are forced to obey their master's commands. If that's the case, what are you talking about? That's not a balanced condition. If you want to separate me from Christina, we don't need a duel. I'll crush you right here and now. I'll use all my strength to obliterate you. What? In reality, the power I can wield is limited. And if I were to rampage in front of the gathered crowd who must have heard this commotion, it's obvious I would be criticized. But still, I made the declaration that I would crush you, to show my resolve. Feeling the killing intent, Anhul, as well as the students observing from around, collectively held their breath. While you are at the Magical Academy, the Academy will protect you, but there is no guarantee beyond that. More importantly, you, playing the protagonist, wish to free Christina from slavery, but what about Christina's wishes? Has she ever said she does not want to be my slave, even once? What? Hadn't he considered that? I might be an arrogant man, but protagonist, you're quite selfish yourself. While Christina and I have a master-slave relationship, I'm not ignoring her wishes. Anhul glanced at Christina's demeanor. Christina, who had been quietly listening to the conversation without intervening. Christina. Oh yes. If you weren't a slave anymore, you'd be happy, wouldn't you? Well, setting aside our relationship, of course, if you were freed from slavery, you would be free. You wouldn't have to be forced to obey Vanitas anymore. So, I refuse. Who? I may have never seen someone look so utterly despairing. Angel, rejected by Christina with a single word, looked like he had the ladder pulled out from under him, struggling and gasping in anguish. I chose to be Master's slave myself. I decided to walk beside him of my own accord. Why would I need to be freed from slavery just because of your suggestion? But there's no freedom in that, right? Even as a slave, Christina shouldn't be owned by anyone, yet Vanitas forces you to obey him. Isn't that different? No freedom, so what? Don't measure our relationship with your standards. Besides, why are you concerned about me? I haven't even heard your name yet. We haven't met. Being suddenly told to accompany you is just bothersome, and to try to separate us are you my enemy. As I watched Christina cut through Angel's desperate gaze with her words, Lisa whispered to me, "She's quite harsh, isn't she?" Is that so? He's trying to interfere in the bond between Christina and me. It's not surprising to hear this kind of thing. Well, seeing Angel's pitiful state did relieve my frustration a bit. I won't show any mercy, though. I see you understand Christina's feelings now. Then, as originally proposed, how about we wager each other's expulsion? But if I'm expelled, Christina would also leave this place. You wouldn't gain any advantage, Then let's do this. If I lose. First, considering the preparations of both sides, the duel will be held 1 week from now. The outcome will be decided when one side loses consciousness and is unable to continue fighting or declares their surrender. The conditions I presented to Angel are as follows. If I lose, Angel will be free to approach Christina without needing my permission. As long as Christina doesn't mind, I will not interfere in any way. Additionally, I will not bring up or protest the commotion caused this time, nor will I put pressure on the Academy to overturn the results. Furthermore, even after graduating from the Academy, I will not use my noble privileges for any form of retaliation. In short, this means that if Angel tries to woo Christina, I will remain silent and won't complain about the results of the duel. What? You're wondering if I'll leave the Academy if I lose. Of course, I'm offering terms that are advantageous to me, especially if the opponent could become a significant enemy. Recto tried to intervene partway through, but I silenced him with a look. However, judging by his reaction, he will likely complain about the terms later. He seemed to be protesting that the terms were too unfavorable to Angel. For the duel, we will use a magical contract, similar to a slave contract, involving a special magic item with the attribute of contract. This will ensure that both parties adhere to the agreed-upon terms. The duel will not be officially conducted until both parties sign the document. The important thing in this discussion is whether we agree to proceed with the duel. Lisa and the students who have gathered as spectators will serve as witnesses, and there is no significant deviation from the conditions presented. Angel, still shaken and unmoving, quietly listened to the conditions I presented. He had no rebuttals. So, what will it be? Will you accept the duel or not? All eyes were focused on the dazed Angel, the pressure of their gaze. You're not going to refuse, are you? What will you do? I'll accept. Though it was a strained and barely audible voice, it was unmistakably a word of agreement. Despite the shock of Christina's harsh rejection, Angel agreed to the duel. Chapter 66. Recto and his depressed friend in training. Well, was it really okay to accept a duel under those conditions? Yeah. It's something I caused in the first place, so there's no helping it. But there could have been another way, right? Taking Vanitas's conditions, as they were as way too risky if you lose. It's expulsion. Expulsion. I know, but it was my fault after all. You just approached a girl you were interested in, right? Well, maybe you went about it the wrong way, but guys have moments like that too, right? It happens, right? And yet, nobles are always like this. To cheer up the dejected Angel, I tried to act unusually bright, but it just wasn't working. Angel was slumped deeply in his chair, utterly downcast. Since the moment he got involved with Vanitas Lindblum's slave, Angel had been in a state of distraction. Oh, to be precise, it was right after he got thoroughly rejected by the slave girl. That must have been tough. It's my fault for saying unnecessary things without knowing Christina's circumstances. Well, that's true. Even people who seem normal have something going on. There are reasons for the master and the slave, too. You shouldn't interfere recklessly. That's why I tried to stop you. Sorry, but I also share some of the responsibility for not stopping Anhul completely. At that time, I didn't expect Anhul to suddenly confess, so I took it lightly. If I had tried harder to stop him, we wouldn't have ended up in this complicated situation. I had a bad feeling about it, you know? My instincts were telling me it was bad, so I tried to grab your arm to stop you, but you shook me off. Even though you look weak, where did you get that strength? Are you doing a lot of weight training? So sorry, when I saw Christina, I just thought, I have to go now. Yeah, and look at the result. Here. I was also present when Anhul signed the magic oath document. I was worried about him being alone. After all, he was in a daze from the shock of unrequited love and had just transferred to the Magic Academy, so he didn't have anyone reliable to turn to. I consulted with Floro-sensei and Claude-sensei, but they said they couldn't intervene since it's a personal matter between individuals. Well, professors have their positions to consider. I can't rely on them when I've caused unnecessary trouble. But you should have at least had the Academy prepare the magic oath document. By refusing there, you made the terms even harder to negotiate. At the signing, the initiative was always with Vanitas. In the Magic Academy, if there's a need for a magic oath document due to such disputes, a neutral third party who isn't affiliated with either side usually drafts the agreement. But Anhul refused. He agreed to let Vanitas's chosen person draft it, because it was a situation he brought upon himself. So the terms remained unchanged. If Anhul loses the duel, he will leave the academy, and even if he wins, the only thing he gains is being able to speak to Christina, the slave girl, without hesitation. There's much to lose and little to gain. If only he could have at least changed the terms of the contract, even if he couldn't get freedom from the slave. But no, that was impossible. That murderous intent, even for a moment, made it hard to breathe. I forgot to breathe. That was Vanitas's forbidden zone. It was a place one should not touch. Well, what's done is done. The problem now is whether Anhul can win against Vanitas Lindblum. Can he win? Lisa was quite a formidable fighter even in Floro-sensei's class. And yet, Vanitas handled her as easily as if twisting a baby's hand. Vanitas, the eldest son of a marquis family and a standout presence in the class, was known for his arrogance both inside and outside the academy. Even though Anhul, as a transfer student, might not have known this, Vanitas's arrogance was famous. I had been involved with him a few times myself, but I always managed to laugh it off. But Vanitas had changed. Aside from his murderous intent, had he always been so rational normally? I had noticed something odd from his attitude toward Ralph, Claude-sensei, and Lisa, but there had never been any sign of him casually chatting and laughing with others before. He was always irritable and lacked composure, but who would have guessed that, after a long break, he would suddenly start exuding the aura of a formidable opponent? He seemed calm throughout the negotiations over the conditions, so what was up with him until now? Damn it, he's like a completely different person. Can I win is a tough question. I thought Lisa had the advantage from a distance, but she was suddenly overwhelmed and lost. That was a relentless attack. This isn't a time to speak as if it's someone else's problem. You're going to fight him. Do you have any chance of winning? Even from my perspective, it seemed difficult for the current Anhul to win against Vanitas, especially while he was so downcast. Still, I had to ask. The duel wouldn't wait. For now, there's that mysterious physical enhancement. That's the one where his movements suddenly became faster, and then suddenly slower, right? I think we can manage with a boost if it's just enhancement. It will put a strain on his body, but there are also higher-level enhancement spells. Vanitas seems to be poor at close combat with weapons. If we just pay attention to that unique hand movement Lisa pointed out, I think it will be a fight. You don't have any long-range attack spells, and those spells that crushed or exploded the fireballs are useless. So the problem is long-range attacks. If you can somehow deal with Vanitas's high-power magic that he showed with the target practice. Yes, it's a slim chance, but I think there's a possibility of winning. I believe Vanitas's other spells were just light arrow and light ball, right? We can manage those. Anhul seemed to regain some of his energy as soon as we started talking about the fight. Damn, he went from being so depressed to suddenly perky. Could it be that he has a side that loves combat? Well, it's much better than him being depressed. So, unless Vanitas has some hidden cards, it seems like we have a decent matchup. If Anhul can handle Vanitas's enhancement magic, then he should be able to manage his supposed grasp magic too. It seems like there might be a chance, as Anhul said. Then it's just a matter of how much we can train before the duel. Yeah, thanks to you, Recto. The period until the duel has been extended to a week to 10 days. I need to train as much as possible during that time. It's like pouring water on a hot stone, though. That's not true. I'm grateful for the extra time you've given me. Thanks, Recto. Why, you can thank me after you win. I was surprised by the sudden thanks. This guy, don't look me straight in the eye and thank me with a serious face. It's embarrassing. Well, as long as you're feeling better, that's good. I've reserved the training ground with Claude Sensei's permission. Let's do some intensive training there. Yeah, thanks. The duel with expulsion on the line. Will Anhel be able to defeat the dramatically changed Vanitas? The outcome will depend on how much stronger he can become from now on. By the way, aren't you going to contact that master you mentioned before? My master, well, he's a rather unpredictable person, and I can't reach him myself. But you had a dispute with a noble. That master is like your guardian, right? And I believe it was that person who forced you into this magic academy in the first place. Yes, but I still don't want to rely on him. Besides, this is something I brought upon myself. But you might lose. You could end up being expelled from the academy. Shouldn't you at least ask him for help now? Even so, Anhel smiled at me with a gentle, yet determined expression. It was a fleeting yet strong-willed smile. I won't rely on my master, but I have no intention of losing the duel. I know Vanitas is strong, and I regret what I did to Christina. But even though I've just started attending this academy, I don't want to leave. I've made an irreplaceable friend like you. What are you saying? I'll win. I'll apologize properly to Christina and Vanitas after the duel. I haven't been able to give a proper apology because I'm being avoided right now. But after the duel, I'm sure I can, and if Vanitas will forgive me, even if it's as a friend, I want to start over from there. No, it seems impossible no matter how you look at it. I'm not talking about winning or losing. I don't think he'll forgive you. Do you think so? I believe Vanitas might understand if we talk. I think he also values Christina greatly. Chapter 67. Christina is secretly happy. Please go out with me. The moment those words were spoken, I couldn't understand what was happening. It was right after the practical class. And as I was heading back to the classroom with my master, a boy with black hair who seemed to be a transfer student suddenly approached us. His face was twisted, possibly from nervousness, and his movements were somehow awkward. But then, out of nowhere, came the unexpected words. Do you want a date? Who is asking this? It took me a moment to process it. After all, he hadn't even introduced himself before making this proposal. I couldn't find my words. Doesn't he see this collar, this symbol of my bond with my master? What? But before I could respond, an intense aura of anger enveloped the area from behind. I realized my master had sensed the disturbance and shielded me from behind. Ah! I felt the strong grip on my arm, which seemed to represent the extent of my master's anger. Let's duel. My master was not calm. Even from behind, I could sense my master's emotions overflowing. I'd never seen my master this angry before. For me, Hess. Lapana looked at me with a suspicious gaze, but it was irrelevant. My master was showing anger solely for my sake, for me alone. That fact alone dominated my thoughts. Before I knew it, the discussion had progressed. For some reason, Lisa-san, who had intervened, was acting as a mediator, and my master proposed the expulsion of the rude boy. The boy with yellow hair, whose name I think was Recto, desperately argued with my master, but my master paid no attention. My master was leading the negotiations. It was reassuring to see them, all to prevent me from being taken away. However, during the discussion, the black-haired transfer student approached again. Christina-san. To my defensive stance, he said something completely unbelievable. You're happy to no longer be a slave, right? Happy, you say. What element of happiness is there? Don't decide my feelings for me. Your thoughts are entirely different from mine. And now you want to free me from slavery. Are you trying to separate me from my master and Vanitas-sama? What such nonsense? No, I refuse. So I expressed my feelings plainly. Rejection. It was a rejection so intense that it bordered on revulsion. Even after that, he continued to spout nonsense, arguing about freedom or whatever, but none of it was worth listening to. Are you my enemy? The intense emotions swirling in my chest were about to overflow. If I had a sword at my waist, it wouldn't have been surprising if I had slashed at him with it. But I held myself back there. Because there is someone who is angrier than I am. There is someone who is willing to crush this insolent scoundrel for my sake. I didn't want to ruin that precious sentiment here. Before I knew it, the date for the formal duel was set, and in the days that followed, my master engaged in excessively intense training at the training grounds. He fought continuously against Ralph, a male student who had recently been targeting him, and Lisa-san, who had never backed down even against my master in mock battles. My master rarely took breaks. It wasn't just mock battles. He practiced manipulating magic, repeated exercises of already learned spells, further refined and explored the possibilities of grasp magic, and even developed new, unique spells. With large beads of sweat on his forehead, covered in dirt and mud, and occasionally injured from the grueling training, one had to wonder if such harsh training was truly necessary. I was confident that my master could defeat the rude boy without much trouble. However, isn't this a bit too much? Could we take a break? Look, even Ralph is lying down after exhausting his magic. I'm at my limit too. Phew, you're right, let's take a break. May I ask why you're training so excessively? You could easily defeat that transfer student, couldn't you? I saw the mock battle between him and Recto, and even I felt that you would win, if not easily, then with relative ease. Lisa-san's question was valid. Even from my perspective, I felt my master had the advantage. But that wasn't the case. There was no trace of complacency in my master's jet black eyes. First of all, there's an issue of compatibility. My grasp magic versus his enhancement magic. From my assessment, I'm at a slight disadvantage. All my long-range attack spells with grasp magic are single shot, and I can't fully capture his quick movements. Even if I use light magic, its power is somewhat unreliable. I see. Your magic is all specialized for close combat, after all. Even in close combat, while my concentration magic enhancement lasts only a single action's worth of time, he can sustain his enhancement for a significantly longer duration. If he exploits the gaps when the enhancement wears off, I could be overwhelmed. The known weaknesses of grasp magic are significant as well. While the hand-gripping action is simple, it's easy to predict. Even if I try to touch him recklessly, he will likely dodge it. He's bound to exploit that. But it's not my fault. No, it's something you discovered in the course of the fight. I don't blame you at all. In fact, it would be exposed eventually anyway. My master's assessment was persuasive. Indeed, there was even a chance that the rude boy could outmaneuver and defeat my master. So why did you initiate the duel yourself? Because I will win. I don't underestimate the growth rate of the protagonist. The protagonist? Yeah, the so-called protagonist. Considering his potential, the outcome of the match is still uncertain. It's not just the visible cards he has. There are likely hidden trump cards and unique magic he will learn in the future. Given that, it's impossible to predict how strong he will become in the 10 days before the duel. You hold him in high regard. Even so, I will win. I will show that I will not forgive anyone who tries to trample on what I hold dear, even if they are stronger than I am. I will not yield. That's frightening. I wouldn't want to make you my enemy. Even so, I have taken precautions. Even if I lose with those conditions, I have nothing to lose. It's a manageable risk. Don't joke. In your eyes, all that's visible is crushing him. Ahem. To Lisa-san, who held her breath, my master smiled. It wasn't a smile of ease. It was a smile born from firm determination. Despite this situation escalating because of me, my master never blamed me. I was the cause of this problem and made my master worry. Yet, my master showed no sign of it and was determined to become stronger for my sake. My master continued to seek new power. Thinking that all of it was for me, it was, albeit inappropriately, a source of happiness. Seeing my master trying his utmost to fulfill the promise made to me, I found it endearing. By the way, Christina has been walking around with a dazed and silly expression for days now. Is that okay? Well, I want Christina to participate in mock battles as well, but she's been like that even at the mansion. It's better than getting injured. Ehahaha, my master is doing this for me, hahaha. Christine is becoming a bit of a klutz again. Lepana, give it up. Chapter 68. Claude Buffy is in distress. The call had summoned me to the office of the headmaster of the Zenhood Imperial Magic Academy. Right now, I was standing in front of the door to that office, unexpectedly running into Fluoro-sensei, who had been summoned along with me. Trying to calm the visibly shaken Fluoro-sensei, I knocked to request permission to enter. Please come in. The voice from inside was a calm female one. Excuse us, I am Claude Buffy. We have come in response to your summons. Fluoro-Kate here. The headmaster's office. It was supposed to be the premier institution for studying magic in the Reincarnated Empire, but the room was surprisingly simple. The space was quite large, but it seemed to lack any sense of luxury. One might think it wouldn't hurt to add a bit more opulence. The room was sparsely furnished with a simple desk, a token potted plant, and even the curtain color was plain. There were hardly any ornaments, and only a single painting hung on the wall. The room was mostly dominated by bookshelves packed with countless volumes. It was a room with only the bare essentials. However, despite its minimalism, the room, which did not give any sense of discomfort, somehow seemed to reflect the headmaster's personality and created a strangely calming atmosphere. But well, it's not like I've had many chances to talk to someone as important as the headmaster. It's just an impression, after all. Yet, for some reason, the flustered Fluoro-sensei seemed to calm down a bit as soon as she entered the room. That was a relief. It would have been difficult to even have a discussion in that state. Even though we were colleagues, she had been trembling at the sight of me. In the unique, calming space of the room, a composed, older woman approached us. Claude-sensei, Fluoro-sensei, thank you very much for taking the trouble to come here. A gentle woman. With light brown hair and fresh green eyes, she appeared to be in her 40s. Her real age was likely much higher. But the presence of a monocle on her left eye and her elegant, unwavering stance made it difficult to sense any signs of aging. This person was Olivia Strone, the headmaster of the Zenhood Imperial Magic Academy. Headmaster, please have a seat over here. Let us discuss things while enjoying some tea. Why yes. Prompted to sit on the sofa, the headmaster personally prepared the tea for us. Though feeling quite overwhelmed, I accepted the kind gesture and took the tea prepared for us. Thank you, headmaster. You're welcome. I hope it suits your taste. Please be careful as it's quite hot. Why yes. I'll be careful. As I watched the flustered Fluoro-sensei exclaim, "It's hot!" while burning her tongue, I couldn't help but think, who exactly is this smiling woman sitting across from us? The headmaster hasn't introduced her, and it seems we're just naturally sitting here, but it's clearly odd. A woman in her 20s with glossy brown hair and sparkling fresh green eyes. Based on her hair and eye color, she somewhat resembles the headmaster, but could she be a relative? I don't know anything about the headmaster's family, so I have no idea who she might be. Wait, who is she, really? But before I could voice my thoughts, someone else moved. Just as Fluoro-sensei, who had been cooling her burned tongue, suddenly wore a troubled expression and started confronting the headmaster. Excuse me. We were called here today about the duel between Angel-kun and Vanitas-kun, right? Because of my incompetence, it developed into a duel, am I going to be fired? I understand that she's anxious, but rushing to conclusions like that is a bit extreme. And before that, Fluoro-sensei should be paying attention to this mysterious woman. Please calm down, Fluoro-sensei. No one is going to be fired. Really? Yes, really. It felt like watching a mother soothing her child. The headmaster gently took Fluoro-sensei's hand and spoke in a reassuring manner. I'm sorry to disturb you while you're so calm, but the reason for today's call was indeed about the duel, right? Yes. I had instructed you both not to intervene during the duel. I'm very sorry for insisting on that. I should have tried to mediate between both parties, considering how both of you might have felt. I wanted to bring both of you together rather than just one. Oh, please don't apologize. It was unfortunate that we couldn't intervene, but the issue was, Angel made a mistake. Considering his noble status, Anhul made a blunder from the very start. A slave is the property of their master. Even if one sees personal value in them, the fact that they serve and are owned by their master remains unchanged. Anhul's confession, regardless of how he felt, was akin to trying to take something away in public. Anhul lacked some knowledge about nobility and slavery. Sai, don't be too downhearted. Vanitas had changed so much compared to before, and if I had been there, it might not have escalated to life or death stakes. But why did the headmaster instruct us not to intervene? Normally, teachers would arrange a discussion between both parties before things got this serious, but we weren't allowed to do that this time. Could it be? I apologize for my rudeness, but who is that woman? I don't recall seeing her around the academy before. Oh, yes, I haven't introduced her yet. She is. Headmaster, this silence is a bit frightening. The headmaster, who had been calm until just a moment ago, suddenly glared sharply at the mysterious woman. Wait, what is their relationship? Who? Oh, me. I'm pleased to meet you, Claude-sensei and Floro-sensei. I am Mint Chocolate. What? Did I hear that right? It sounded like a strange word just now. I am Mint Chocolate, nice to meet you. Claude-sensei, Floro-sensei. Mint Chocolate? Yes, that's my name. Is something wrong? Of course, something is wrong. That has to be a fake name. Wait, what is going on? Headmaster. She is Mint Chocolate. Why are you confirming this, and why with such a bitter expression? Do you like mint chocolate? I dislike it. So why did you choose a fake name? Mint Chocolate answered Floro-sensei's genuine question without hesitation. Why is Mint Chocolate here? Why indeed? Damn, this is troublesome. Who is this woman? I received advice from Mint Chocolate regarding this duel. What? It was also her advice that instructed you both not to intervene. Why her? Because she is someone who knows a lot about Vanitas Lindblum. Who? The mysterious woman named Mint Chocolate. From her smiling face, it was impossible to discern her true intentions. Chapter 69. The difference between spreading rumors and determination. Mint Chocolate, a young woman who goes by an obviously false name, has a presence that makes her seem like a relative of the Academy's principal. She is currently a topic of significant speculation within the Academy, as she is in a position to advise Principal Olivia on the duel between Vanitas and Anhul. Who exactly is she? Her true identity remains a mystery. You are reputed to be excellent teachers, as Principal Olivia has informed me. You prioritize your students and are mindful of the rift between the nobility and commoners. Why, yes, that's right. Principal Olivia has always been concerned about the conflict between the nobility and commoners. Why, then, did she instruct us not to intervene this time? Mint Chocolate spoke calmly, but I couldn't help but raise my voice at the principal. I didn't mean to be confrontational, but the principal sighed deeply, appearing downcast. I wanted to address this matter before it escalated, but I was stopped by her. I advised Principal Olivia that the Academy should refrain from intervening as much as possible because of Vanitas Lindblum. Why would you say that? Because Vanitas Lindblum is a monster. A monster? Yes. Mint Chocolate's smile slightly faded as she spoke with a serious tone. It seemed exaggerated to call him a monster. Vanitas has certainly changed. He is a different person compared to before the long break, but is it really to that extent? He shows no mercy to his enemies. Especially to those who try to take away what is precious to him, he will never forgive. The duel couldn't be stopped anyway. That's why I advised you, as promising teachers, to stay uninvolved. However, I understand Vanitas' feelings to some extent, but expulsion. There's a difference in status between nobility and commoners, but this is a magic academy that claims equality between both. Anhul was at fault this time, but to risk expulsion over a single mistake, doesn't it seem too harsh? Though I suppose I have no right to say this since I couldn't do anything. You are very kind. I understand the position you must take as a teacher, having to be impartial. But this time, that kindness will backfire. Claude-san, you still underestimate the situation. This issue has long since surpassed the bounds of nobility versus commoners. Surpassed? The three individuals involved, Christina-san, or rather his slaves, can be considered Vanitas' forbidden zone. It doesn't matter to Vanitas whether his opponent is noble or commoner. Anhul just touched upon a taboo. That's all there is to it. Vanitas would have demanded the same, even if the opponent were in a higher position. Her words were spoken with conviction. She seemed to know a lot about the changed Vanitas. Despite her suspicious name, was she being truthful? By the way, have you heard that the duel will take place in the Academy's arena with a large audience? Yes, I heard Vanitas himself propose that. And that anyone from inside or outside, the Academy is free to watch. Yes, that's correct. The request came from Vanitas, and as the head of the Magic Academy, I granted permission. This is also advice from Mint Chocolate. What? Whether Claude-san and Floro-san know or not, this duel has already become a hot topic, not only among the Academy and the residents of the imperial capital, but also among the noble heads. The battle between the notorious Vanitas Lindblum and the seasonal transfer student is naturally attracting a lot of attention. Mint Chocolate delivered this matter-of-factly, but the principal's expression remained bitter. It might be unavoidable for the Academy to face this scandal as a significant issue, but the principal's gaze, usually calm, now carried an unusual sense of resentment. What is the relationship between these two? I've already received requests to observe from the heads of the 4 great duchies and members of the imperial family. Who? Why, you mean that even members of the imperial family will be coming to the Academy? Floro-san suddenly raised her voice. I understand her reaction. I knew it was a big topic within the Academy, but the imperial family and the heads of the duchies too? It was mentioned casually, but it's not something that can be taken lightly. Has it really attracted that much attention? Yes, it seems so. I wonder who managed to spread such a trivial matter to the imperial family. It's quite regrettable. Isn't it you? I could see the principal's resentful gaze. This woman must be the one who spread the rumors and applied pressure from the outside. There are many who wish to watch. Among them is even the emperor's daughter, known as the Storm Dragon Princess. That's something. Though she is an alumna of the Academy, I didn't expect her to take an interest in such an event. Given that she's already known as a troublemaker, I wonder why her interest has shifted here at such a time. I wonder why. It's not my fault. Mint Chocolate feigned ignorance with a tilted head, but it's hard not to blame this mysterious woman. So, is it true that even the heads of the duchies are interested? Yes, it appears that particularly Duke Springfield has shown interest, and he himself will be coming to observe. Are you serious? Serious? I accidentally spoke to the principal informally, but it's unprecedented for a duke to visit the Magic Academy in person. Though we were only summoned regarding the duel, I felt as if I had been swept up into something much larger. A great wave centered around Vanitas. It felt like something was slowly beginning to move. Is this the reason Vanitas is called a monster? As if she read my thoughts, Mint Chocolate spoke to me, no longer wearing her usual smile. Claude-san, Floro-san, I apologize, but please avoid interfering with Vanitas. I understand that you are kind and might feel sympathy for Anhul. However, for this one time, please refrain from intervening. Vanitas will not unnecessarily harm everything. Offering some advice to Anhul or providing personal training is acceptable. However, if you obstruct the duel itself, I cannot predict the outcome. Vanitas' anger over having Christina taken from him is immense. I don't want you two to become Vanitas enemies. I somewhat understand what you're saying, Mint Chocolate, but may I ask one question? Yes, of course. Do you have any doubts about Vanitas' victory? I understood to some extent the extent of Vanitas' anger, and why the duel shouldn't be stopped. But it was strange. Mint Chocolate showed no doubt about Vanitas' victory. It was clear from her words and demeanor. Why? Why is she so confident? I understand that Vanitas, despite the mock battle, has dramatically increased his strength. However, Anhul is also a student at this academy. Moreover, he's supported by that well-known, her, in the Empire. Given their potential, it wouldn't be surprising if either of them won. But Mint Chocolate answered my question as if it were obvious. Yes, there is a fundamental difference between Vanitas and Anhul. The gap is insurmountable. That's why I have no doubts about Vanitas' victory. A difference. Determination. The resolve to protect and achieve something, even at the cost of one's own life, is something Anhul lacks. A duel is a matter of life and death, but it seems Anhul still treats it lightly. If Claude-san wants to help him even a little, tell him this. He must approach it with the intent to kill. If he wishes to achieve his own goals, he must be prepared to kill Vanitas. Otherwise, it won't even be a contest. But they are students. I was sweating profusely. The intense killing intent made me forget to breathe. She was smiling. Mint chocolate, that's enough. You're reverting to your old self a little. The principal's rebuke made the killing intent dissipate. Floro-san, who was sitting beside me, had completely lost consciousness. What was that just now? I apologize. I showed an embarrassing side of myself. In any case, now that it's a duel, Vanitas will not hold back or show mercy. He will aim to eliminate Anhul. This won't change even if Anhul becomes stronger. However, if Anhul resolves himself and faces Vanitas, he might. Though he won't avoid expulsion, he might receive some leniency. Of course, this assumes he reflects deeply on this matter. My premonition was correct. Vanitas would continue to trouble and challenge me in the future. I realized once again that I cannot control the commotion caused by Vanitas Lindblum. With this incident, I was reminded of that fact. As someone powerless, all I could do was pray that no one would die in the duel. Chapter 70. A life-threatening duel. Who told them to gather so many? Hey, today's duel, between Vanitas Lindblum and the rumored transfer student, who do you think will win? I remember Vanitas only used light magic. He was the son of a marquis, so even though he acted tyrannical towards other students, he was overlooked. Despite his small stature, his personality was terrible. I've only heard bad rumors about him, both inside and outside the academy. Oh, but duels allow for proxies, right? He might not fight himself. No, for this duel, both will fight personally, not through proxies. It's a life-or-death battle, so it's definitely going to be intense. But you know, Vanitas apparently came back from a long vacation and could use incredibly powerful magic. Oh, I think I heard something about that. Was that about the target for long-distance magic training? Wait, was that about him? Yes, that's right. Actually, that target was made from something incredibly durable. No matter how many people hit it with magic, it wouldn't even budge. But Vanitas managed to crack it with just one spell. Seriously. And then, in Claude Sensei's practical class, he apparently beat Baron Sidonia's Lisa to a pulp. Lisa, isn't she the one who uses both magic and spear techniques, and can even enhance her body with magic? No way. Yeah, it's true. Recently, she's been training with Vanitas after school, but apparently it's because she's been blackmailed. She was forced to become Vanitas's lover after losing a mock battle. Plus, Ralph, a commoner boy who trains with them, is subjected to constant target practice and ends up collapsing on the training field. Vanitas, he's a real tyrant. And then there's the opponent, Anhul. But the rumors have been significantly exaggerated. Well, it's better than being underestimated. Still, there are way too many spectators. Yes, I did request the Academy to allow spectators. To prevent any future characters who act like they're the protagonist, and to serve as a deterrent to students and residents of the capital, I applied for spectators to be allowed. But I didn't say to let in this many. The arena at Zenhood Imperial Magic Academy, with its vast grounds and state-of-the-art facilities. Today is the day of the duel. Though the Magic Academy is closed, a large crowd of spectators has gathered here. Among the crowd are many students, but the problem is the few nobles who seem to be separated from the general students. Their attire, distinguished appearance from a distance, and the wary bodyguards suggest they are high-ranking nobles. In a section of the arena designated as the VIP seats. That is, I believe the academy principal is there, and beside her is someone who looks like her granddaughter. The moment our eyes meet, her mouth moves as if to convey something. That senile old man, I didn't realize he was here. When I saw him at the mansion in the capital recently, his strange attitude of saying, "Sorry, Vanitas, I might have spread the word about you a bit too much. But since we're close, please forgive me, okay?" must have been related to this. He spread the word about me without my knowledge. Even if there's no surveillance, he's moving too freely. For a moment, I felt irritated but took a deep breath to calm myself. There's no helping the situation now that everyone has gathered. It would be unreasonable to tell them to go home now, as they are eagerly waiting for the event. Well, if this reduces the number of half-hearted troublemakers approaching us, I suppose it's fine. With a somewhat heavy step, I gathered my composure and headed toward the center of the arena. Damn it, why do I have to be the referee and witness for this grand stage duel? The stares are piercing. I'm not the main character here. I'm not even the homeroom teacher. Yet, both Vanitas and Angel suddenly said they wanted me to do it at the last minute. Give me a break. With a bitter expression, I walk toward Claude Sensei in the center of the arena. On the way, I encounter Angel, who has taken on a somewhat stern expression. Although he's wearing the academy uniform, noticeable injuries mark his limbs. I've heard rumors that he underwent intense training with Recto's help, and it seems he was still training right up until the duel. It's troublesome to see him injured. He could have easily healed with potions or recovery magic. We face each other. In this silent moment, Angel seems to want to say something. Vanitas-kun, you brought a weapon with no safety measures on it, right? Why, yes. Claude Sensei said you wouldn't be satisfied unless it was a serious fight, so. I glance briefly at Claude Sensei, who is looking away in a dazed manner. So, Vanitas-kun, I was actually hoping to talk after the duel, but I reconsidered after Recto told me to. I really want to apologize properly for avoiding you until today. I wasn't able to apologize properly during the magic oath. Be quiet. I silenced the protagonist who desperately tried to talk. There's no need for a discussion. But I've been rude to both you and Christina. What are you here for? That is, it's a fight to achieve what each of us desires by overcoming the other. What's the point of talking now? Apologies and conversation are unnecessary. But you tried to take Christina away from me. Do you understand how unforgivable that is? I am sorry. What's the point of apologizing now? Even if we were to talk, it wouldn't change the fact that I won't go easy on him. The same goes for him. With expulsion on the line, there's no point in discussing anything now. I had hoped for a little more since he brought a weapon with no safety measures. Claude Sensei, please give the signal to start. Vanitas, I think it's useless to say this, but please don't kill him. I can't make any guarantees. Vanitas-kun. And so, we wait for the signal to start while maintaining our distance. Angel draws a broad, one-handed sword from his waist. It's a heavy sword, quite different from the slender and flexible sword used by Christina. It must be a weapon designed with the assumption of increased strength from enhancement magic. It's about the size of a weapon between a two-handed sword and a one-handed sword. As for me, I don't draw the short sword at my waist yet. I remain relaxed, standing with my hands hanging loosely at my sides and keeping my gaze fixed on Angel. The time for the duel is drawing near. The spectators hold their breath as they sense the change in the charged atmosphere. Are both sides ready? We'll begin. With Claude Sensei's emphatic signal, we both move at the same time. But I move first without hesitation. Double grip. Enhancement boost. You're quite perceptive. Well, it's expected. The weakness of the grasp magic was revealed during the mock battle with Lisa. He must have decided to use enhancement magic as soon as my hands showed suspicious movements. The activation of the magic was incredibly quick. However, extreme grip cannon, full impact buster. What I unleashed was a destructive blast. Moreover, it was a concentrated destructive flow of magic, different from the grip impact cannon. A beam of light streaked directly toward Angel, who was nearly 10 meters away. Already. Angel, delayed in his initial response, managed to evade it skillfully. But the destructive flow didn't stop. It struck directly against the wall of the arena, just below the spectators' seats. Whoa. Hey, is this wall really okay? The deafening roar and the spectators' screams. Ignoring it intentionally, I immediately prepare my next move. Double grapple grip compression. I concentrate the magic from the air with both hands and then direct it towards Angel. I moved my hands as if to trap him. What is this? Angel, who had avoided the destructive flow and created distance, is now being pressured by an invisible force. High enhancement boost. However, the restraint was only temporary. The spell is meant to crush even distant targets. It seems he used a spell to further enhance himself beyond the enhancement boost. Breaking through my magic by sheer force, impressive. What now? Protagonist face. Come at me with the intent to kill, otherwise you'll die. Chapter 71, Winner and Loser. Double grip, ultimate grip cannon impact buster. After a unique motion of gripping with both hands, a destructive beam is fired from the palms of Vanitas Kun's outstretched hands. The speed is just on the edge of being dodged even with enhanced boosting. It also possesses enough power to shake the arena's sturdy walls. Avoiding the first shot was almost a miracle. Though I was wary of his hand movements, I never expected such powerful magic to be unleashed right from the start. If it had hit directly, that alone would have ended the fight. Double grip, ultimate grip cannon impact buster. A weapon boost. Another beam, I use the weapon boost to strengthen my weapon and deflect the magic while blocking it with my shield. My sword is creaking. I barely managed to hold my ground and not be thrown. Double grip, ultimate grip cannon impact buster. How many times is he going to use this spell? Is it really possible to cast such a large spell this many times? But there's no time to be stunned by surprise. Ugh. I twist my body as much as possible to avoid the approaching beam. Barely. I avoided it by the skin of my teeth. The beam that narrowly missed me roars through the arena once more. Can he keep using such powerful magic continuously without running out of mana? It's absurd. Double grip, grip pressure. But those doubts pale in comparison to how dire this magic is. High enhancement, high boost. The invisible force pressing down is so difficult to escape. The pressure is intense enough to feel like my entire body is being crushed. This magic is eerily similar to the spell that crushed the fireball during his mock battle with Ilzasan. But how can it reach a distance of over 5 meters or even close to 10 meters? What about the distance attenuation? What's going on? More than anything, I don't know how to deal with this pressure. For now, I can only try to force my way through using the enhanced physical abilities from High Enhancement, High Boost. High Enhancement, High Boost increases physical abilities more than Enhancement Boost, but it also puts a greater strain on the body. Each time I narrowly avoid the attacks, my stamina is drastically reduced. I don't even have time to wipe away the sweat pouring from me. This unending time feels extremely long. I can't even get close. Grip. Is he really not running out of mana? Impact throw spread. With a wind-up motion for the toss, magic light orbs fired from Vanitas Kun's right hand split in midair and rained down like a horizontal barrage. Yala. Fortunately, the power of the attack wasn't exceptionally high. It only caused minor cracks in the arena's ground, but being hit would undoubtedly result in excruciating pain. A wide area spell designed to catch a quick opponent. Even something like this. I can only deflect the attacks that seem like they might hit with my enhanced sword. Double grip, ultimate grip cannon impact buster. An unrelenting beam launched on top of the attack I'm already struggling to defend against. Death, the murderous intent of Vanitas Kun pierces my skin. Come at me with the intention to kill, otherwise you'll die. The earlier words echo in my mind. High enhancement, high boost. My body creaks. Even so, I must maintain the enhancement. My shoulder. Even though it only grazed me, I'm struck by intense pain. The enhanced state should have increased my defense, but it still pierced through. I'm thrown onto the arena's ground. The bitter taste of dirt and blood spreads in my mouth. But none of that matters. I have to get up quickly, or I'll be hit by a follow-up attack. Limit break. Magic power envelops my entire body. This is my true trump card. A spell that enhances the body beyond its limits at the cost of not being able to move properly for days. There was nothing else left. I didn't even think about the new spell I had finally mastered during the intense training with Recto. I get up and, with trembling hands, ready my sword. Double grip, ultimate grip impact. Vanitas Kun's devastating spell had somehow closed the distance to point-blank range. I'm blasted away and collide with the arena wall. The pain was beyond anything I could describe. Breathing was the only thing I could focus on. I tried to inhale deeply, gasping for breath, and only then realized I wasn't breathing properly. For some reason, my whole body felt cold. Something slimy touched my hand. It's surprising that your abdomen wasn't blown away by that. Limit break. It's indeed a powerful spell. It seemed like Vanitas Kun was saying something above me, but I couldn't make sense of it anymore. As I lay on the ground, my gaze fell upon a shattered sword. The precious sword I had received from my master as a farewell gift when heading to the Magic Academy was lying there in a tragic state. Concentrated magic enhancement. Ugh. With one arm caught and lifted by Vanitas, I looked up at him while kneeling on both knees. Grip. Vanitas, if you go any further, Anhul will die. Avoid contact. Ugh. Despite the desperate plea from Claude-sensei, who was also the referee, Vanitas did not stop. Is my strength fading? Even though I could barely move before, it feels like the very ability to resist is slipping away. My arms, which I could barely move earlier, now have no strength at all. Not even a single finger can move. Vanitas. I still haven't heard it from this guy's mouth. The grip on my neck tightens. Vanitas' eyes, which I could only see moving, were as cold as they were at the beginning of the duel. They were cold. His jet-black eyes were ruthless, yet there was a hint of disappointment in them. I surrender. Winner, Vanitas Lindblum. The cheers that should have celebrated the victor did not rise. The hand gripping my neck loosened, and my consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 72, Complete Defeat and the Off-Board Person. Ugh. Oh, you're awake. Recto. Yeah, you're in the school infirmary. Don't move yet. I've healed your wounds with recovery magic, but you used up most of your magic power, and the damage to your body was severe. You were covered in blood. Covered in blood. I touched my body with my aching arms to check. It didn't hurt, but my school uniform had been replaced with a thin, makeshift outfit. You used limit break to exceed my limits for a short period, so it's better to stay still. Recto stopped me from trying to get up. As I stared at the white ceiling, reality began to sink in. I lost, didn't I? Yeah, but at least you're alive. According to Professor Claude, Vanitas was prepared to kill. He was probably ready to be killed too. Yeah, I realized that from the fight. The numerous spells backed by murderous intent. Vanitas was serious. He was seriously trying to kill me. At the same time, it seemed he was also prepared to be killed. I still remember his cold, penetrating gaze. Those pitch-black eyes that seemed to swallow everything were cold. In contrast, how was I? Weak. Everything was. Though it was said to be a serious fight, I just took an unsharpened weapon. Even though I was prepared to hurt my opponent, I was never ready to kill. Nor was I ready to be killed. I couldn't even counterattack once against Vanitas's relentless offensive. In the end, if Professor Claude hadn't helped, I might have had to surrender. I couldn't do anything. In my deep disappointment, however, the sound of someone knocking on the infirmary door interrupted my thoughts. Before I could respond, the person entered. May I have a moment? Vanitas-san. Recto, I told you no need for honorifics. W, what do you want? Walking in confidently was Vanitas, the victor of the recent duel. My body was shaking slightly. Though he didn't exude the intense, murderous intent from the duel now, my body still remembered that fear. He was accompanied by Lisa-san, but Christina was not here. Neither were the other two slaves. So, what do you want? You won the duel, Vanitas, so Anhul is to be expelled. You have no business here anymore, right? Though Recto's tone sounded arrogant, the emotion behind it seemed closest to resignation. What? I just came out of curiosity. I thought this might be the last time I see you, playing the protagonist role. I didn't feel the need to say goodbye, but it looks like your wounds are healed. Why, yes. From a distance, the wounds looked quite severe, but as expected, the recovery magic users stationed at the Magic Academy are exceptional. It seems like you're not experiencing any issues. Lisa-san observed me intently, examining my body. Ugh. This outfit is thin in places because it's makeshift. Feeling embarrassed, I instinctively tried to cover myself. Lisa, that's enough, let's go. Yes, I've checked the condition of his injuries. Was it really just a whim for him to come here? I was expecting some sort of warning not to linger any longer. However, Vanitas turned and headed towards the infirmary door. As I watched his back, Vanitas. What is it? The intensity of his gaze when he turned around was piercing. The fear from the duel resurfaced. But I'm really sorry. Hey, don't push yourself. You're still. But if I don't apologize here, I thought I'd never get a chance to see Vanitas again. I strained to move my weak body and bowed repeatedly on the bed. Even though I lost the duel and Vanitas probably didn't want to be involved anymore, I thought this was my only chance. This is the only time I can do this. If you could also tell Christina, if Vanitas is okay with it, that Anhul apologized. Ha, you're an idiot. Eh? As soon as I expressed my apology, Vanitas sighed in exasperation. It was the same disappointed look I saw at the end of the duel, a gaze full of disillusionment. Protagonist role, why are you apologizing? Because I was rude to both of you. Rude? In what way? What do you mean? I intruded on the bond between the two of you without knowing anything. Is it necessary to apologize for that? I'm asking if your feelings were so shallow that they can be easily overturned. Can an apology settle things? Is your feeling for Christina like that? If you're going to take Christina from me, then bet everything. Face it with all your heart. Even if she herself rejects you coldly, even if someone of my status stands in your way, don't apologize so easily. If the feelings in your heart are real, never back down. Ugh, why are you crying? If you're going to regret it and cry, you should have come with the intention of killing me from the start. If you had, it wouldn't have been surprising if I had struggled more. I ended up saying more than necessary. Forget it. My attraction to Christina was genuine. I admired her dignified presence the first time I saw her. She was beautiful. I felt I saw her true nature in how devotedly she tried to heal Vanitas. I wanted to be by her side. I wanted her to be by my side. But despite that, I was defeated from the start. Tears streamed uncontrollably. It was a complete defeat, in both skill and heart. As someone who was also attracted to Christina, I was completely defeated. Well then, we'll take our leave. See you. A simple farewell. I had no reason to stop Vanitas Kun now. However, with a loud bang, the infirmary door swung open. Someone stood in front of Vanitas, who was heading towards the door with Lisa-san. That person was the one who saw me off when I transferred to this magic academy. Angel, I came to visit. Master. Chapter 73. Habermesia Sara Tribe, second-class royal court magician. What is a court magician? In the Luendor Empire, it refers to a group of exceptional individuals appointed by the emperor. From the first seat, the chief, to the 12th seat. Among the 12 seats, there are vacant positions, but those who hold these positions are magicians whose abilities overwhelmingly surpass others. The selection for court magician does not depend on social status. Origin and race are irrelevant, and their backgrounds vary widely, from former S-rank adventurers to wandering individuals traveling from various countries, to those who have dedicated their entire lives to magical research. As a result, most of them are individualistic free spirits, and since they are granted privileges equivalent to nobility, they rarely obey orders from anyone other than the emperor unless specifically requested. Moreover, the higher the rank, the greater their prowess as magicians and their contributions to the empire, making them crucial figures with considerable power. The lower 6 ranks are equivalent to counts, while the upper 6 ranks are granted privileges equivalent to marquises or higher, but below dukes. Thus, the court magicians within the top 6 ranks possess power equal to or surpassing that of the Lindblum Marquis house, Vanitas's family. Angel, it's been a while. How have you been? Master, what are you doing here? Both I, Lisa, Rector, and Angel, the person being called out, all had our eyes wide open in surprise. What is this woman? The person who was called Master by the protagonist. Her platinum blonde hair, shining like white gold, extended to her waist, and her eyes were a light purple, like gemstones. She wore a glossy silver robe embroidered with golden thread. She looked to be in her early 20s and was beautiful, but her demeanor towards the protagonist was quite friendly, with her expressions changing frequently as she moved about. This is the Master. Could she be the supporter behind the protagonist Angel? I can't recall. Did such a character appear in the story? The so-called Master, disregarding me, Lisa, and Rector, who was likely taking care of the protagonist, embraced Angel on the bed with an emotional expression. You lost, but you did great. Master, why are you here? It's my disciple's big moment. Of course, I had to come to watch. But, ignoring Angel's confusion, the so-called Master moved about freely. She boldly lifted Angel's makeshift clothes, checking his wounds, and picked up a shattered sword propped up against the wall of the infirmary, laughing and saying, Ahaha, what a restless person, and you are. Who are you? Oh, you're the boy who fought my Angel. That was an amazing fight earlier. Hey, what's that thing where you hold your hand and gather magic power? How can it collect atmospheric magic power like that? Isn't it strange that your magic never runs out? Because the spells you repeatedly cast were mostly beyond your magic capacity. So, how do you do it? She bombarded me with a flurry of questions, just as I thought she had shifted her interest towards me. As I remained silent in front of the suspicious figure, the so-called master seemed to come to her senses and awkwardly adjusted her demeanor. Ahaha, sorry. I got a bit too excited seeing Anhul after such a long time. I hadn't introduced myself yet. I'm Habermesia Saratribe, court magician, second seat. You can call me Harbchan. Nice to meet you. Court magician. The master. Why is the protagonist so surprised? If she's a master, you should at least know her background, right? Apparently not. She seemed to be in shock, her jaw nearly dropping. But a court magician and the second seat. Could it be the infinite boundless Habermesia? Am I famous? You're making me blush. Lisa next to me gasped in shock. Habermesia Saratribe. It might be just that I don't remember her, but her information doesn't appear in my story's recollections. However, the books I read at the mansion had detailed information about her. As far as I recall, she was the only half-elf among the court magicians, possessing 5 innate attributes. The top 6 court magicians have power equivalent to or surpassing that of marquises. I didn't expect the protagonist's master to be such a big deal. So, who are you all? Vanitas Lindblum, the heir of the Lindblum Marquis house. I am Lisa, the only daughter of the Baron Sidonia. Lisa Sidonia. Recto a commoner. Habermesia listened to our names with nods, but her gaze remained fixed on me. Oh, a Marquis house, huh? The words she murmured carried an ominous tone. Hey, Vanitas kun. What? Although the results of the duel are already out, could you invalidate it? Huh? My bad feeling was confirmed. She wants to overturn the results here. So, can you make it invalid, please? This person. The tone is a request, but it's actually an insistence. I didn't expect her to be so forceful. That duel was conducted based on an agreement between me and the protagonist. Moreover, we established conditions for defeat in a magical pact. And now you're coming in afterward and asking to nullify it. The protagonist. Oh, you mean my Anhul? Yes, make it invalid. The magical pact can be annulled if both parties agree. Besides, just being from a marquis house doesn't mean you were directly granted your title by the emperor, right? So doesn't that make me higher? Come on, please, just do it. This person. As I grew irritated with the woman named Habermesia, Anhul, looking flustered, interrupted. Master, please wait. What's the matter? I'm surprised that Master is a court magician, but we can discuss that later. More importantly, nullifying the results of the duel, that's not acceptable. But you just transferred to the Magic Academy, and if you lose, you'd be expelled, right? Plus, I heard Anhul wouldn't gain much even if he won. Isn't it better to get rid of such an unfair contract? Even so, I lost to Vanitas kun. Everything. I don't want to cause any more trouble for him or them. I want to leave the Magic Academy. Nope, I won't let you say any more. This is a direct order from your master. Despite Anhul's attempts to speak, Habermesia forcibly silenced him and turned back to me. But you know, I do feel bad for Vanitas kun. It's true that I'm stepping in after the results were out. Habermesia did seem to have a somewhat apologetic attitude. However, her light purple eyes showed no doubt that her wishes would be fulfilled. An opponent with more power than the Lindblum Marquis house. What should I do? So, is there anything you'd like in exchange for Anhul's expulsion? I'm a court magician, after all. I can do most things. I could show you the secret rooms of the Grand Library in the Imperial Capital, arrange for special seats at the Grand Colosseum, or even arrange an audience with the Emperor. An audience with the Emperor? Yes, exactly. For a noble, it's an honor to have an audience with the Emperor. You might even receive some words of wisdom from His Majesty. Who knows, His Majesty might grant you a wish. Wouldn't that be great? So, an audience with the Emperor, instead of Anhul's expulsion. I've already met the Emperor. What should I do? It's clear. Should I yield just because the opponent is more powerful? Should I meekly agree to their demands? Ridiculous. That's not going to happen. Moreover, this is an opportunity. The duel between me and the protagonist was legitimate. It's a chance to make this person, who is trying to overturn the results with power, pay a price. Then you should become my slave. Hi. You can act as a substitute for the protagonist. Ah, come on, don't joke about slavery. I'm a court magician, you know, and a second seat. Are you serious? I'm serious. You're trying to change my demand, right? Then you'll need to pay a price equivalent to Anhal's expulsion. For your beloved disciple, I won't accept any excuses. Chapter 74, This Can't Happen. What do you mean, become a slave? Are you seriously saying that? I'm always serious. Noticing from my gaze that I was speaking my true feelings, Habermesia gulped nervously. No, that's impossible. I mean, as a slave, I'd have to follow whatever my master says, right? You want me to become one. Are you scared? Ugh. But you see, to overturn the result of a legitimate duel, you'd have to pay a price. It's only reasonable. But it was unfair to Anhal. Not true. Even if it seemed one-sided, the fact is that the protagonist agreed to withdraw from school if defeated. This is a formal agreement based on that contract. MMMs. Habermesia glared at me while mumbling, but it was quite cute. There's no killing intent. Then, sensing a change in the situation, Anhal timidly spoke up to me. It was almost like a plea. But, Vanitas-kun, about this matter my master is. Be quiet. Although this issue is connected to what happened with you, you are no longer a party to it. This is now a matter between this woman and me. I advise you to stay out of it. You understood. Anhal, drenched in my intimidating aura, bowed his head and withdrew. Good, now the negotiation was solely between Habermesia and me. The decision was now in her hands. So, being a slave is out of the question. Can't we settle this with some other condition? Why? Is it really not possible? It's not possible. I looked back at Habermesia with a firm resolve, making it clear that there was no room for argument. Is there nothing else you want? Anything I can provide? No, I want you. Ugh. Hey, why are you blushing? Are you having some strange fantasies? Blushing and looking all flustered, how indecent. But a slave. 1 month, a limited time slave for just 1 month. That should be acceptable. As for the protagonist's expulsion, well, I don't want things to remain as they are now. Transferring schools might be better. Transferring schools is just like expulsion. That's unacceptable. How about a class change? There are 5 classes in each grade. It would be troublesome for the academy if the number of students changed, so an exchange with Mayurarika would be ideal. Yes, that would work. Muttering slave 1 month me? With a troubled expression, Habermesia eventually seemed to have an idea and confronted me. Wait, first of all, I've never heard of a court magician being made a slave. And not just any court magician, but an active one. We're sent on missions by His Majesty the Emperor to battle in foreign wars or to fight monsters threatening the Empire. After retirement maybe, but never. His Majesty would never allow it. Sai, so you tried to make His Majesty the Emperor clean up your mess, and now you want him to protect you as well. Truly, how selfish can you be? But Habermesia does have a point. Court magicians also play a role in binding outstanding individuals to the Empire. No matter the country or the obscurity of the individual, if they are talented, their status and privileges are guaranteed, and they are brought into the fold. Of course, whether they can be managed depends on the emperor. Being able to handle these free-spirited individuals is also a measure of an emperor's competence. Indeed, attempting to gain control over a key national figure like a court magician is presumptuous. It's akin to unlawfully taking one of His Majesty's subordinates, and if they were to defect and become a valuable asset to another country, it would be a major issue. If one were to commit such an act without authorization, any punishment meted out would be justified. However, I did say I am already acquainted with His Majesty the Emperor. Ah, that's why I will get permission from His Majesty myself. After all, it's only for 1 month. It's not like I'm claiming you forever. Besides, I will provide the highest quality slave collar, and when making you a slave, I'll add clauses to the contract to ensure it doesn't offend His Majesty. For instance, preventing you from plotting rebellion or taking certain actions. Alternatively, if I were to act suspiciously, I could even add a condition where you would be allowed to kill me as a slave. There's a good chance we could get His Majesty's permission through negotiation. Are you saying you'd risk your life to get permission from His Majesty? A look of disbelief. Are you finally starting to understand that I was serious from the beginning? Whether or not I can get permission is not the important issue right now. It's whether or not you agree to these terms. Even though you're a court magician, it's not like you're doing anything particularly important. The Empire isn't waging war against other nations at the moment. You must be bored, which is why you visited here, right? Yes, but don't you care about your disciple? This is originally your disciple's mistake. Can't you make a small concession? I have to take various actions to make this exchange possible, even though I'm the winner of the duel. I'm already making concessions by negotiating despite the formal contract terms. Don't you think I'm being considerate enough? A pained expression twisted her refined features. But then, Habermesia said something unexpected. Her face turned bright red, and she covered her face with her hands while shouting. No way. Because if I become a slave, you'll give me lewd orders, won't you? All men are like that. Absolutely, absolutely like that. Habermesia glared at me through the gaps between her hands, covering her face. She's worried about that. Sigh, why are you suddenly shouting about this? What a shameless woman. As I said before, I can add clauses to the slave collar contract. If you wish, we can include a clause to prevent any sexual contact. Just like Christina's contract. However, it seems she, like Angel's disciple, has little knowledge about slavery. Can you really do that? Well, if that's the case. Believing so easily, too naive. But even so, she was hesitating. Well, of course. Becoming a slave, even for the sake of a beloved disciple, is like losing everything. Now, this is the decisive moment. Whether or not I can manipulate her effectively. Well, there's nothing to lose even if I fail. If you're so reluctant, then I suppose there's no choice. How about a mock battle with me? You mean you want to fight me? Yes, continuing this discussion is leading nowhere. Let's settle it with a match. But I'm a court magician. I'm a national treasure, a force of His Majesty the Emperor. Do you think you can win? As expected of a court magician. The weak demeanor she had earlier disappeared the moment battle was mentioned. A murderous aura. I was catching a glimpse of what it means to be a court magician who might be dispatched to the battlefield by the Emperor's command. Then, amid Habermesia's murderous intent enveloping the room, Lisa, with sweat on her forehead, whispered to me. Vanitas, are you serious? She is a mage with infinite magic power, as her title suggests. Do you really think you can win? Infinite, I know. Habermesia Saratribe is said to possess infinite magical power. One of her innate attributes is furnace. Originally, this was just a magic to create a furnace for heating or melting things, but she developed groundbreaking, unique magic from it. Indeed, this is why she is the second seat among the court magicians. The furnace core generates magical power. The furnace created with magic is fueled with magical power to produce more magical power. It's an insane magic. But she realized it through exceptional magical control and creative thinking. With this infinite magical power, she manipulates the 4 other innate attributes: gentle breeze, light, water droplet, and shining rock, with overwhelming quantities, annihilating her enemies. This is the secret to her strength and the foundation of her overwhelming power. But even so, I will fight. Yes, I know, I'm challenging you knowing that. In that case, very well. After being exposed to murderous intent for a long time, Lisa murmured in a particularly quiet voice and stepped back. Seeing this, Habermesia seemed to tone down her murderous intent a little. She took a deep breath, focusing her previously indiscriminate killing intent solely on me. Well, so you're challenging me knowing my abilities. And with that attitude, you're really set on winning, aren't you? Yes, even against a superior opponent, I won't back down. So, what's it going to be? Surely, as a court magician, you won't run away when challenged, right? So, what are the rules? You're getting into it. Is it that your pride was stung when someone you considered inferior challenged you? The murderous intent diminishes. Seems like she's willing to discuss now. This will be a mock battle. Acts of killing or injuring the opponent are prohibited. Well, I understand that. I don't want to change the outcome by killing you. If that happened, the agreement wouldn't be valid and the magical contract would be nullified. Therefore, the victory will go to the one who lands the first effective hit. Whether it's with magic or a dulled weapon, a hit is a hit. The first to land an effective blow will be the winner. Doesn't that put you at a disadvantage? Just so you know, with my furnace magic, I can unleash powerful spells just as effective as, if not more than, those in your duel. My power and numbers are overwhelmingly superior. You have no chance of winning. How kind of you, worrying about your opponent, but it's unnecessary. I'm not the type to back down from such threats. The intensity of my aura surpasses her murderous intent. I simply stare back at her, until her amethyst-like, light purple eyes waver. All right, let's fight. This way we'll both be satisfied. The day of the mock battle arrived quickly. The location was the training grounds of the Lindblum family mansion in the capital, a secluded area, free from unnecessary interference. Habermesia and I faced each other, maintaining a 10-meter distance. But honestly, there's not much to describe about the battle. The reason being, it took less than 3 minutes from the start. The result? Of course, I won. Heavy grip, anti-mana void space. Why can't I cast magic? Well, I wonder why. Wow, to think that an opportunity to make an active court magician, a slave, would come along. What a great benefit for a slave trader. Shuka, hurry up. I'm a slave. This is a lie, this can't be happening. Habermesia, in a state of panic and shouting, now wears a crimson collar around her neck. She has become my slave. Chapter 75, I was too naive. There's no way this is right. Why couldn't I activate my magic? A crimson collar was fastened around her slender, white neck. Habermesia Saratribe. After just a 3-minute mock battle, she had been transformed from a court magician into a 1-month slave, and initially, she was terribly distraught when the collar was put on. Slave me a slave, this is impossible. However, after a night's sleep, she seemed to have somewhat recovered mentally. The next day, which was a holiday at the Magic Academy, she surprisingly regained her composure, and, glaring at me with dissatisfaction, threw questions about the duel at me. It's void magic. I know it's void, but that kind of magic wasn't used in the duel, right? Yes, the anti-mana void space is a magic that pseudo-seals the activation of magic within a certain range, though its essence is somewhat different. Essence? Well, anyway, using that magic against someone with protagonist traits wouldn't have yielded any meaningful results. That person doesn't use generic magic types, and his natural physical abilities exceed mine. Besides, that magic doesn't affect magic that's already been activated, so using it would have been pointless. But I can't help but think, though innate attributes are the most adeptly mastered and naturally progress quickly, the poor compatibility of grasp magic with the protagonist's enhancement magic led me to extend the training time significantly as a countermeasure. I didn't expect that she would be able to master even derivative magics like anti-mana void space so quickly. She had dabbled in it somewhat before, but the growth was astonishing. Well, even so, I won't stop learning the grasp magic, which progresses more slowly. That's unfair. Even if you say that, normal void magic should only be able to cancel out magic by clashing with it, right? It should be able to counter general-purpose magic only with a lot of extra magical power. And yet it affects such a wide area. That's due to the combination with grasp magic. Grasp magic allows me to focus the magical power in the air and make it my own. Therefore, it can significantly enhance the output and scale of other magic I use. Of course, it requires a corresponding level of magical control. Moreover, magic is a matter of creativity, Habermesia. You understand that too, right? I sought a different role for void magic than grasp magic. As a result, I was able to master such magic. And speaking of which, your core magic is also an extreme form of unique magic. But it didn't activate. Habermesia, looking dejected. But upon reflection, it's only natural. I chose to have that mock battle because I had a good chance of winning. The core magic that generates magical power provides infinite magic, but it needs to be activated to gain it. In other words, Habermesia's magic isn't infinite until she creates the core. I exploited that small gap. Although heavy grip takes more time than other methods of concentrating magical power due to the use of both hands, I still won the gamble. Habermesia being off guard was also a significant factor in my victory. It was fortunate that she got overconfident. She must have thought that losing to a kid like me was impossible as a court magician. It's a shame, considering she should have had battlefield experience. As I was patiently explaining this to Habermesia, the door to my private room was knocked on. "Master, excuse me," came Christina's gentle voice as she entered. She greeted me with a smile then, upon seeing Habermesia, who was looking so downcast she seemed about to sink into the floor, she shouted at her. "Habel, you promised to learn how to be a proper slave to Master with everyone in the morning. Why are you in Master's private room?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Christina-chan. It's not just about saying sorry. You are no longer a court magician. You are Master's slave now. You need to be more mindful." "Why, yes. And to think you're interrupting Master's reading time, this shows you're not fully aware of your status as a slave. Is that crimson collar around your neck just for show?" "And no, I'm a slave." "Well, as long as you understand. For this month, you are one of us supporting Master. I don't know why you're so down, but Hilda and Lapana are waiting. Let's go." "Okay. Respond properly." "Yes." Habermesia, who is a half-elf with a longer lifespan than humans and has likely been a court magician for nearly 10 years, is clearly older than she looks. Why did things turn out this way? Has Habermesia's half-hearted resolve as a slave triggered Christina's sense of responsibility? Well, considering that Habermesia doesn't seem too upset despite being scolded, it's not something I need to intervene in. In fact, I should be grateful to Christina for taking on the role of educating Habermesia in my place. Indeed. Christina. "Yes, Master, what is it?" I called Christina over and made a suggestion. Habermesia, who looked back slightly, had a somewhat pained expression. "Well, it was a minor suggestion. Since we're in the capital, we should at least have some fun on our day off." Accompanied by Christina and the other two, along with the newly enslaved Habermesia, we set out for the capital city, Reincarnated. Though nothing particularly eventful happened. I had expected that we might encounter some villainous characters, help a troubled, beautiful girl who turns out to be a princess, or experience some other event, but nothing of the sort occurred. We simply spent the day strolling around the capital, visiting famous spots, buying clothes and accessories, picking up unusual souvenirs, and enjoying various foods. It was a pleasant day overall. Habermesia seemed particularly self-conscious about the crimson collar drawing attention, and she was embarrassed throughout the day, but there was nothing else to be done but for her to get used to it. Fortunately, after seeing a bit more of the city, she seemed to care less about it, which is a good sign. At the end of such a day, as night fell, even though I'm a slave, it's not that bad. I get to eat delicious food and buy pretty clothes. Thinking about it, I won't be given any work from His Majesty the Emperor for this month as a court magician. Well, I rarely get work anyway. Oh, this month is going to be a piece of cake. I was worried that I'd be treated worse, but it turns out it's not like that at all. Perhaps because she had enjoyed the day so much, Habermesia was showing a very relaxed side in my private room. She's gotten quite carried away. But this is just the beginning. I gave a subtle signal to Christina, who nodded as if to say she understood what needed to be done. Christina-chan, wait. Habel, Master wants you to wear the clothes purchased today. Come on, let's go. Wait, hold on. Habermesia was forcibly led out of the room by Christina. A few minutes later, she appeared in a thin silver nightgown. Her platinum blonde hair shimmered in the dim light, and her silver nightgown, along with her light purple eyes that fluttered with anxiety, gave her a mystical, fairy-like appearance. This is really embarrassing. It's strange, right? Why do I have to show myself in such an embarrassing outfit? Why? Christina-chan, why are you leaving the room? Don't leave me alone with Vanitas-kun. By now, do you understand the purpose of this room visit? Habermesia, desperately trying to flee toward the door, found that she couldn't escape. But you can't leave this room. It's an order. Habermesia, stay where you are. What? My body won't move. She truly has little knowledge about being a slave. Absolute authority by the master is a basic aspect of slavery. Well, I rarely give orders, but today is special. This is a lie, because I shouldn't be given lewd orders. You said you'd include conditions. You did say that. However, Habermesia, you were too naive. Naive? What do you mean? You left all negotiations to me. From changing classes of the protagonist to getting permission from His Majesty the Emperor, and even the entire slave contract was entrusted to me. Your oversight was too severe. You can't complain about being deceived. You deceived me. But this is the result of your negligence. Normally, who relies entirely on the negotiating party in an important situation involving themselves? At least you should have attended the negotiations with His Majesty. The Emperor was also concerned. He said, I understand that you find your disciple cute, but what happened this time is unacceptable. Negotiations with His Majesty, the Emperor. I went into them with my life on the line. But His Majesty, being a wise individual, was troubled by Habermesia's actions to overturn the results of the duel after it was over. As a result, the basic contract remained mostly unchanged. None of Habermesia's additional requests were included. Well then, it's time for punishment. You've been quite rude to me. This is a lie. Unfortunately, this is reality. Oh, and His Majesty also sent a message. I have been troubled for years by your choice of spouse. Perhaps it's time for you to understand the subtleties between men and women, he said. Why? Why is this happening? Well, have you resolved yourself? Then, once again, it's an order. Remove the nightgown and come over here. Chapter 76, The Attacker. Why you beast? A beast, me. If anything, you're more like that in the latter part. Hey, don't suddenly shout like that. Because it's not true. It's not, you've been all over me. That's not true. It's not true, Sai Master, you're so mean. Master, you're the fourth, or rather the fifth. A morning with pleasant sunshine. I get ready and head to the academy. Of course, I chose my important slaves to accompany me. Christina, Hildegard, Lapana, and Habermesia, who joined us for a month as a companion. We head to the academy by carriage. Due to the commotion this morning, there wasn't much time to relax. Habermesia, who was the cause of the commotion, was blushing furiously, looking at the floor of the carriage as it traveled through the imperial capital. What's wrong? Is she so displeased that people gathered around the mansion when she suddenly shouted loudly? The maids, led by Christina, barged into the room in a panic, so I can understand to some extent. But is she really so embarrassed about being seen in such a state, even though she's already become mine? The Magic Academy is quite ordinary. If anything, it's that the onlookers are not focusing on me, but rather on the person I've brought with me. Why do I have to come to the Magic Academy too? Because you lost. That's so cruel. The stares were intense, even when we got out of the carriage, at the Academy's main gate. Is it because she stood out too much during the duel? People are pointing and asking who she is. Try to hide it a little more. However, it seems that among the students and the crowd, few have actually seen a court mage directly. It appears they haven't yet realized that the person with the crimson collar is Habermesia. Sometimes lunch in the cafeteria isn't so bad. Yes, master. Oh, you have something on the corner of your mouth, excuse me. The cafeteria is large, and the food is delicious. Who was it that revealed I'm a court mage? Sigh, the stares are intense. At the Magic Academy, students and faculty can eat in the cafeteria for free. While it's a nice arrangement for commoner students who might not have the means, it's expected for noble students. The portions are quite large, presumably because they're meant for young people, so I had them reduce mine a bit. The cafeteria seems to unofficially separate nobles from commoners. I took a seat in what appeared to be the noble section, but I could feel the rude stares. It seems people are concerned about me sitting at the same table as my slaves. However, no one openly complains. I ignore the stares and focus on my meal. By the way, the stares from the students circling us were somewhat different from this morning. It seems that somehow the fact that one of my slaves is the second-ranked court mage, Habermesia, got out. Well, there are many high-ranking noble children at the Magic Academy. They must have seen her at some party or event. It was only a matter of time. Wow, she's incredibly beautiful. If she's serving him, could it be that she's also one of Vanitas's slaves? Unbelievable. Wait, a court mage? That can't be, she's a slave. No way. Is that really Habermesia of Infinite? No, it must just be someone with the same name. Haha, stop joking. Really. Is that Habermesia-sama? No way. The great court mage renowned for her infinite magical power, a slave. My idol is a slave. Despite being subjected to curious stares, the scene in the cafeteria ends. At the edge of the cafeteria, a student with black hair suddenly collapsed and was taken to the infirmary by a student with yellow hair, but I don't know anything about it. Despite some confusion, it was an otherwise ordinary day with just one additional member in our usual group. However, after classes ended, and while we were moving to the training ground, it happened. It was a woman. Standing ahead of us, several dozen meters away, was a woman with short, deep pink hair, striking a bold stance. She wore what appeared to be a combat uniform, predominantly black. Her abundant, strikingly noticeable chest drew attention, and her muscular arms and legs were long, with her height approaching 190 centimeters. She was a very large woman. She wasn't a student. The clearly suspicious person captured me with her golden, shining eyes. The moment our eyes met, she grinned with a smirk at the corner of her mouth. That person is. As soon as Habermesia spotted the woman, she froze. But there was no time to waste with such hesitation. Can't she see? The woman was clearly radiating a fighting spirit directed at us. She was ready to fight, right in the middle of the Magic Academy. Master. Over here. Christina, who instantly judged the woman ahead as a dangerous threat, stepped forward to protect me. Since we were inside the academy, we had no weapons. Despite her forward-leaning stance, Christina was prepared to fight with magic and ready to aim at any moment. She was fast. Even though she was just running towards us, the pressure was immense. Master, I'll protect you. Hilda. Wait. Hildegard made the first move, attacking the incoming assailant who was charging straight at me. Take this. A powerful kick, however it cut through empty air. Ha-ha-hia. Straight punches, roundhouse kicks, uppercuts. Hildegard, skilled in hand-to-hand combat, unleashed her attacks, but every single one was blocked, dodged, or withstood. None of it is effective. Why? Good moves, yup, not bad. There was a clear gap in skill between the mysterious woman and Hildegard, almost giving the impression of an adult versus a child, even though it was a sudden ambush. Look. Ugh. Hilda, damn it, water lily thin blade. Hildegard was blown away in a single strike. Moreover, Christina's magic, which was cast with a hand chop, was easily dodged. This large woman is strong. Wait. That person is. There's no time to wait. Habermesia, if you're not going to help, take Lapana and fall back. This power is, yikes. Christina was grabbed by the arm and thrown. Damn it, Christina and Hildegard. The large woman, having pushed the two aside, closed in on us by several meters. Her smirk, as she looked at me, seemed to be waiting for my next move. Gripped. I gathered magical power into my right hand. In response, the large woman summoned a massive bone spear in her left hand. Piercing dragon bone spear, dragon bone lance. What is that? Several twisted white bones formed into a single spear. It exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Somehow, it felt majestically fitting for the large woman to wield it. It doesn't matter. Grip impact. What? It doesn't break. The large woman used the bone spear as a shield and withstood my magical cannon fire head-on without a scratch. Master. Double grip. Just as I prepared a stronger move, the large woman's fighting spirit quickly faded. You have good slaves, Vanitas. The large woman glanced at Hildegard and the others, who were trying to get up, and then slammed the butt of the bone spear into the ground, shouting loudly to the entire area. As expected of the man I had my eye on, I'm so pleased, Vanitas. Your determination to confront me without flinching, your eyes that never waver and keep their focus. Truly, you are exactly what I've been seeking. That's why you are worthy of becoming my husband. The large woman threw aside the bone spear and approached me. There was no longer any hostility or murderous intent, not even the fighting spirit from before, just a wild impulse. MMPH. Oh, Vanitas, you're such a magnificent man, and yet with such a cute face. You are exactly the kind of man I desire. It's suffocating. Don't press your chest against me with such brute force. I can't breathe. Void touch. Oh, the strength is leaving me. That's the magic you used at the end of the duel. But it's not bad at all. No, wait a minute, the pressure isn't letting up at all. HMPH, I'll stop. Thank you, I'm saved. Thanks, Hildegard. Master, I'll help you, of course. Hildegard forcibly pulled me away from the large woman's long limbs. In the commotion, Habermesia hurried over in a panic. This girl did nothing while we were being attacked. She really is a court mage, isn't she? I can't help but be suspicious due to her constant carelessness. she'll be punished later. So, who the heck are you? The sudden attack within the Magic Academy. However, judging by the way she handled the situation, it seems she didn't intend to kill us. Christina and Hildegard were only lightly brushed aside and were unharmed. But her strength was real. I'll explain. This person is Her Imperial Highness, the fourth princess of the Luendor Empire, also known as the Storm Dragon Princess. Raizelia Luendor, Vanitas, I'm delighted to meet you. The woman who attacked us seemed to embody the very essence of a tyrant. Chapter 77, Princess Raizelia Luendor. Due to the excessive attention focused on the violent events inside the Magic Academy, the location has been moved to the Lindblum family's mansion in the capital's noble district. Seated on a terrace overlooking the meticulously maintained garden, a meeting has been arranged. Of course, the purpose is to question Her Highness Princess Raizelia about her sudden appearance. Her abrupt arrival and the attack within the Magic Academy were incomprehensible. She had also started referring to a husband during the encounter, even though I am technically engaged. Throughout the ordeal, I was bewildered, but for some reason, I found myself being embraced from behind by Princess Raizelia. How did this happen? Vanitas, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your servants. I just wanted to test my strength. Yes, I understand that you were holding back. Is that so? I'm glad you understand. As expected of my Vanitas, oh, you're so cute. Sniff, sniff, you smell nice and are so pleasant to hold. Can I call you Vanny? It's fine, right? Come on. No, you may not. I'm sorry, don't be so angry. I just wanted to use a more affectionate nickname. I'm really sorry. The soft, cat-like voice whispering in my ear is ticklish. And more than that, I'd like her to stop groping me. Every time she moves, her large chest presses against the back of my head. This has gone beyond mere physical contact. It seems she was watching the duel between me and the protagonist, as inferred from her remarks, but why is this happening? Desperately, I try to recall my knowledge about the royal family. Princess Raizelia Luendor, the fourth princess. As her name suggests, she is a member of the Luendor Empire's royal family. The emperor has 6 children, and she is the 4th child, having 3 older brothers. The empire has a history of female emperors, and both princes and princesses are counted together in order of their birth, which is why she is referred to as the 4th princess. At 22 years old, she is 7 years older than me. After graduating from the Magic Academy at 18, she has been known to act on a whim. She has engaged in activities as an adventurer, visited battlefields to inspire the troops as a royal, and destroyed monster nests created throughout the empire with the Night Orders, keeping herself very busy. Her title, Storm Dragon Princess, is said to have been given by the knights who protect the empire. At one point, a large orc settlement was established near the capital. These orcs, with their pig-like faces and standing over 2 meters tall, numbered around 200. Several Night Orders were dispatched to eradicate them, but Princess Raizelia forcibly joined the fight. In a group of orcs including high-ranking individuals, she single-handedly defeated about 40% of them. It was for this feat that she earned the title Storm Dragon Princess. Her unique innate attribute, Dragon Bone, is likely one reason for this title, but the knights who witnessed the battle were awed by her ability to slay orc after orc. They realized that no one could stop her progress. Raizelia Luendor's advance cannot be halted by anyone, like a disaster brought by a dragon. Even so, I hadn't anticipated that dragon bones created by magic would be so incredibly durable. To think they are impervious to impacts from a cannon like the grip impact is astonishing. As I was beginning to get used to being groped despite my attempt to escape reality, Hildegard, with an unusually stern expression, grabbed my hand. Get away from my master. Hildegard was desperately trying to pry Princess Raizelia off me. What's going on? Her usual innocent and carefree demeanor was nowhere to be seen in her scowl. Master, let go. Let go. Oh, my apologies. It seems I've been monopolizing him too much. Hildegard's protest was quite rude, considering the difference in status between a slave and a princess. However, Princess Raizelia didn't seem particularly bothered by her rudeness and soon released her hold. When I offered a brief apology with a look, Princess Raizelia responded with a wink. I'm grateful that she easily forgave Hildegard's rudeness, but I don't understand why she seems so agreeable. Master, over here. But what's up with Hildegard? It's very unusual for her to be so worked up. Could it be, is she jealous? Hildegard? Master, you're not hers. Did she think I was going to be taken by Princess Raizelia? Hildegard's gaze was fixed on Princess Raizelia. While it wasn't outright hostility, there was a clear determination not to let go. But Princess Raizelia, seemingly enjoying the exchange, shifted her gaze to Habermesia, who was huddled at the edge of the terrace. Even so, ha ha ha. Habermesia, I can't believe you've become a slave, even though you climbed up to the second seat as a court mage. What happened to that arrogant demeanor of yours? You seem unusually humble now. That's. Your father had a hard time with you. Although you would sometimes decline your duties as a court mage, you would bully the weaker palace servants. I tried to admonish you a few times, but you would only behave temporarily without changing your ways. Your father worried that you'd eventually face some painful consequences. And despite being a court mage for over 10 years, there hasn't been a trace of a man in your life. When I heard you picked up an orphan on the battlefield, I had some expectations, but it didn't lead to any particular developments. The marriage of a court mage is a major matter, and your father has been troubled for years about finding a suitable partner for you. I'm sorry, but seeing you now, it seems it was a good choice for Vanitas to take you in. It looks like your training, or rather, your discipline is progressing well. Though, to receive Vanitas's favor as a result of your own failings is honestly enviable. Favor, I mean. Ha ha ha. To see Habermesia blush and feel embarrassed is truly a rare sight. I'm delighted to see this unusual side of you, but it seems you're still not enough. Make sure to be well cared for by your master. Why must I be subjected to such humiliation? Even the usually confident Habermesia seems unable to stand up to Princess Raizelia. Or rather, Princess Raizelia is just too powerful. At that moment, Mayurika, who had been watching the scene with fear, whispered to me in a low voice. Vanitas-san, what is going on here? I've never met Her Highness before. I have no idea how I should behave around her. Just act normally, that's probably the best approach. I don't know what normal is. What is normal? I don't know how to act normally around a princess. And I haven't even heard the details about how a current court mage became a slave. Why is Habermesia-sama here? What on earth is happening? Mayurika is quite panicked. I can understand her feelings. For someone from a count's family, especially from a noble family located somewhat far from the capital, encounters with royalty are almost non-existent. Yet here she is, in the presence of a court mage who has become a slave and the fourth princess of the empire. During the commotion with the protagonist, she avoided contact, thinking it was better not to get involved. But now, with the court mage being made a slave, it's no surprise she's anxious. I haven't provided many details about the situation since it was too troublesome. Still, I don't understand why Princess Raizelia came to see me. Could it be she's not really here to make me her husband, is she? But considering her behavior so far, it doesn't seem like there's any hidden agenda. Or is there? Mayurika Lancafield. Why yes. I have researched Vanitas beforehand. I know you are his fiancé. Of course, I am fine with you being his legitimate wife. After all, I found Vanitas afterward. And no, please don't worry about me. That won't do. Order is important. We cannot allow our future children to suffer in succession disputes. We need to settle such matters properly from the beginning. But I am someone who was kidnapped by bandits. What are you saying? From my perspective, you haven't lost your noble spirit. Even having been kidnapped by bandits, your value remains unchanged. Vanitas indeed has an eye for choosing women. Yes, you should be the legitimate wife. So she knew about Mayurika's misfortune as well. Even so, her immediate acceptance is telling. There is something undeniably captivating about royalty. However, the matter of the legitimate wife might only add to the confusion. When the position of wife differs, the choice of successor can be influenced by the opinions of those around. Should it be decided by merit or by bloodline? Among the vassals and subordinates, there will be differing opinions on who to support as the successor. Of course, I could make a firm decision, but lingering dissatisfaction could lead to discord among siblings. It's a complicated issue. Wait, why am I worrying about such distant future concerns? This is bad. I'm completely being led around by Princess Raizelia. As expected of royalty. But even if you concede the position of legitimate wife, I can't just say, oh, I see. Mayurika, though impressed by the princess's insistence, was also intimidated. She's usually strong-willed, but this was clearly Princess Raizelia's domain. Are you dissatisfied? Well, we'll discuss this matter thoroughly later. No one could object to the princess's murmured comment, when will this end? Still, I need to hear the purpose of her visit to move forward. I steeled myself and asked the one person who seemed to be enjoying the situation. So, Princess Raizelia, what is the purpose of your visit? Vanitas, you're being so distant. There's no need for formalities between us. Although we're not there yet, you should start treating me as your future wife. I see, so why have you come to see me, Princess Raizelia? There's no need for honorifics, but, well, we'll wait until you get used to it. Now about that matter, Vanitas you. The reason Princess Raizelia came to see me. What could it be? Would you like to go outside the Magic Academy? Outside. Chapter 78, The Sealed Forest. Outside. Yes, outside. Vanitas, I was electrified by your duel. I was genuinely astonished and deeply attracted by such a fierce and merciless man. That's why I came to see you. But this Magic Academy is too small for you, don't you think? Your power has already surpassed the level of a student. You even completely defeated Habermesia. So, Vanitas, how about stepping out of the Magic Academy and exploring the outside world with me? Even if you say that, are you suggesting going out on a day off from the academy? But it doesn't quite sound like that's what you mean. And it seems you know about the details of the mock battle with Habermesia that took place at my mansion. As expected, royalty must have an extensive network of information. Don't make such a puzzled face. Actually, I was planning to go to a certain place soon for both training and relaxation. A certain place. The Forest of Seals in the Emperor's direct jurisdiction. It's located southwest of the capital, Reincarnated. It's a place where ancient dragons were said to have been sealed, and now only royalty and some selected knights can visit. It's a great place. Untouched nature remains there, and it's perfect for training. For training, you say. Yes, the Forest of Seals is highly valued by royalty and chosen knights as a place to hone their skills. The monsters there are powerful. Moreover, no one else enters the forest, so there's no need to be considerate of others. You can fight to your heart's content. And there's a hot spring nearby. It's an ideal place for relaxation. You can refresh yourself from the usual fatigue. A place requiring royal permission. It seems to serve both as a training ground and a retreat. Is it like a second home? How long do you intend to stay? Well, it's quite a distance from the capital to the Forest of Seals. Even with dragon carriages arranged to shorten the travel time, I'd want at least a week, or maybe 2. That I have the academy. Don't worry. I'll arrange for the academy to treat it as a public holiday. I'll personally speak to the headmaster. Princess Raizelia proudly informs me. I even got permission from the headmaster to enter the Magic Academy today. The headmaster, I haven't spoken to them directly, but I imagine they couldn't refuse the princess's request. Hey, Vanitas, come on, isn't it okay? With your skills, the academy's classes must be boring for you, right? It's just a little outing. Come on, it'll be fine, won't it? Well, it's not that they're boring, but it's true that I've already learned a lot of the content. There aren't any major academy events coming up. Leaving the academy for a while wouldn't be a problem, right? Moreover, with an invitation from a princess, it's hard to refuse. From the way she's acting, it seems she's merely suggesting it and not insisting, and she's being considerate. But still, Vanitas-san, the Forest of Seals, is it really that Forest of Seals? The one where adventurers aren't allowed, and it's said to be full of untouched treasures. I mean, that Forest of Seals. I don't know much about it, but treasures, isn't it just a forest? What are you talking about? It's widely rumored among merchants that the forest holds treasures that could make one a fortune. It's a place only accessible to a select few, and it's said to be a treasure trove of rare materials, magical creatures, and rare plants, as well as ingredients for magic potions and magical tools. If we can hunt and gather freely there, there's no doubt we could make a huge profit. Mayurika's eyes are filled with greed, but as expected from someone from a merchant family. She's clearly expressing that she doesn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Right, I'll get permission from my father to bring back materials. You're free to sell whatever you collect. It would be wasted if I were to go alone and not be able to make use of it. Wow, as expected of Princess Raizelia, you're so generous. Haha, calling a woman generous isn't exactly flattering, but I get what you mean. Mayurika and Princess Raizelia laughed together, sharing a moment. Mayurika, she went from being terrified to suddenly being much more at ease. What an impressive skill in managing people's hearts. In an instant, she won over an ally. Ah, yes. The hot springs there are renowned for their skin-beautifying effects. It's famous among the royalty for making your skin as smooth and radiant as a pearl after just one soak. And also, the Forest of Seals is a habitat for a certain type of rare elixir ingredient. Sometimes knights are sent out specifically to gather it. An elixir ingredient. What kind of elixir is that? Prepare to be surprised. It's a rejuvenation elixir. Huh, what did you say? I want it. This princess, she's hitting the key points for women. Everyone except for Hildegard, who is clearly lost, is suddenly excited. They're all hanging on to every move and word of the princess. Even Lapana, who had kept her distance, seems intrigued, twitching her rabbit ears and paying attention to the princess's words. Haha, women are always women, no matter how old they get. However, even though it's called a rejuvenation elixir, it doesn't actually make you younger. It only makes you look a few years younger at best. It doesn't extend your lifespan, and using it continuously won't yield much effect. Even so, it's something every woman would want. The distribution of rejuvenation elixirs in the Empire is extremely limited. So the rumors about treasures in the Forest of Seals are true after all. Yes, but keep this between us. If it spreads, it might even incite a rebellion. This is quite the bombshell. This kind of frightening information must never leak outside. The pursuit of beauty among women is insatiable. It wouldn't be surprising if someone was tortured just for knowing even a bit of this information. Princess Raizelia, she's a terrifying woman. Well then, Vanitas, what will you do? I'd be happy if you join me, but I don't want to force you. Princess Raizelia's words are gracious, but the pressure from the women behind her is immense. If I refuse, what will happen? But I glance sideways. Hildegard, still tightly gripping my hand and not letting go, considering her feelings. So you won't? If you prefer, we could settle it with a mock battle. Yes, that's a good idea. I also want to experience your skills firsthand. How about this? If you fight and convince me, then I'll come with you. Does that work? A battle, it's not a bad idea, but... Then I have a suggestion. Oh, what is it? Would you fight Hildegard? Hildegard, the one who's one of your favorite 3 slaves. Her reaction to my surprise attack and her instinct to protect you were good. She's a worthy opponent. Master, why? Hildegard looks at me with a puzzled expression at my suggestion. I can feel her grip tightening. Hildegard. Master, you want to fight, don't you? With the princess? Yes. You want to fight to protect me, right? You're jealous of her taking me away, aren't you? Yes, because master, you are our master. Going to the Forest of Seals isn't something I'm really averse to. Considering the circumstances, it's hard to refuse. The proposal is reasonable, and I can see the consideration for me. The benefits are clearly presented, and though I don't fully grasp the affection yet, the offer is thorough. However, if I simply agree to go along, what about her feelings? How will she handle the possibility of losing me, the anxiety that might torment her, and the unresolved emotions she'll have to deal with? So, princess, pour everything into this. Even within the rules of a mock battle, challenge her with all your might. She's strong. Still, show her that there is someone like you in my life. Master, yes, yes. I'll fight. Whether she wins or loses, this battle will surely be a stepping stone for Hildegard's growth. I believe that. Hildegard, come on, give it your all. I won't lose, Master, I won't let her take you. Chapter 79. The Attention Gathered and the Unfortunate Girl. A few days ago, in a duel between first-year students, Vanitas Lindblum, who displayed overwhelming power against his opponent, an exchange student, became the talk of Zenhood Imperial Magic Academy. The match was already highly anticipated. It was a clash between nobility and commoners. While the Magic Academy strives to address the disparity between the two and eliminate discrimination, a resolution to this deeply rooted issue seems elusive. the duel between Vanitas, notorious for his bad reputation, and the commoner, who is also an orphan, Anhulkun, had stirred great interest. The outcome was unpredictable, captivating everyone's attention. The aftermath of the duel extended beyond the academy, reaching even the outer circles of the city. Students from the second and third years, residents of the imperial capital, noble families based in the noble district, and even parents somehow learned about the duel and expressed their desire to witness it. Could it be that the head of the busy Duke family was interested? Even though he happened to be visiting the capital from his estate, it was hard to believe that my father would care about a single student. When I asked for the reason, he only vaguely avoided the question, saying he had heard something intriguing from an old acquaintance. And then, on the day of the duel, the scene was shocking, not just to me but to everyone present. Students, guests, and everyone else watched in fear and awe. We couldn't take our eyes off it, completely mesmerized. I, too, found that scene etched in my mind for quite some time. Vanitas Lindblum. In the duel, he appeared somewhat different from the infamous reputation that had preceded him. In my perception, he was merely a delinquent student, a selfish boy who flaunted the authority of his marquis family indiscriminately. However, he also displayed a cautious side, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with students from higher-ranked families and deftly evading scrutiny from the student council, which had a role in mediating disputes between students and faculty. Yet, from the start to the end of the duel, his relentless and merciless approach seemed to reflect some sort of personal conviction. The series of powerful spells he cast on his opponent, the exchange student, were so overwhelming that it was almost pitiable. Moreover, his magic had such force that it shook even the specially reinforced walls of the arena, which were designed to withstand magical impacts. I cannot even imagine how much magical power would be needed to continuously cast such potent spells. The magic of manipulation. Rumors among students mentioned this supposedly lost magic. Was it truly that magic of manipulation? It was the magic of the ancient sorcerer Vanitas Armatail. Though I only have a superficial knowledge of it, I am aware that it was a type of magic that no one managed to wield despite many attempts. I had thought it was just a fairy tale. It's hard to believe. There's another unbelievable aspect. I heard that the duel was prompted by the exchange student making an advance on one of Vanitas's slaves. For such a reason, but it must have been unacceptable to him. It was well known that he brought a slave to the academy. But I've never heard of anyone valuing their slaves to the point of engaging in a life-risking duel to settle such matters. On the way back to the mansion after the duel, my father, with a satisfied expression, said, "Vanitas Lindblum. As that person said, he is indeed a very interesting young man. Lesline, what do you think? I'm considering him as a potential partner for you." How absurd. Oh, it's not about my father, but for him to become my partner. When I told my father that he already had an engagement, he responded, "Oh, that's nothing. If it comes to that, I'll contact them myself and get their permission. Besides, we have your sister Firel in our family. Ha ha, wouldn't a second wife be fine?" He even asked me in return, "Is he serious? It must be a joke." My father only laughed and brushed it off, so I couldn't discern his true intentions. What's more, not just my father but even my mother said, "I think Liz needs a man who can lead and take charge. He seems to have a bit of a forceful side, so he might be just right." Honestly, I couldn't help but express my dissatisfaction with my parents' unexpected favorable impression. However, it is true that I'm intrigued by him. Moreover, not just my father, but also noble families seem to be widely discussing the duel. According to my father, even families who usually show little interest in such events are now eagerly inquiring about him. And unbelievably, it seems there's a behind-the-scenes competition over who will make contact with him first. I need to assess. I need to evaluate the Vanitas Lindblum, who is different from the bad reputation that spread throughout the academy. So now I was heading towards his class, Floro-sensei class, with a purpose. But of course, it's not just for personal reasons. "Ah, Liz-senpai, what brings you here today? This is the first-year floor, you know." "Yes, I have some business with the students of Floro-sensei class." "Really? I thought it might be something from the student council, but it's different, huh?" Receiving the drawn-out encouragement of good luck as I walked through the school building. Indeed, my purpose for heading to Floro-sensei class where Vanitas Lindblum is related to student council matters. I am Lesline Springfield, the second daughter of the Springfield Duke family and also the secretary of the Student Council Executive Committee. Zenhood Imperial Magic Academy encourages student autonomy, and the Student Council Executive Committee is a key component of this. Their responsibilities include overseeing and managing various events, allocating budgets for club activities, public relations through the school newspaper, and maintaining campus security. My interaction with him was a direct request from the head of the Student Council. Lesline, regarding the rumored Vanitas, what do you think about inviting him to the Student Council? Don't you think it could be interesting? I cannot fathom the Student Council president's thinking. Inviting the delinquent student Vanitas Lindblum to the Student Council? Lesline, you are a Duke's daughter, aren't you? I'm sorry, but could you be the one to convey the Student Council's intentions to him? It might be more amicable that way. It's a secret that I was honestly irritated by the smirking Student Council president, but for some reason, I was assigned to make contact with him. Sigh. I exhaled a sigh so as not to be noticed by those around me. Lost in a gloomy mood, I found myself at Fluoro-sensei class before I realized it. Excuse me, that male student over there. I called out to a boy who was intently murmuring something to himself at his desk. Although there were other students, he was the closest, and since the others seemed wary of the upperclassmen suddenly appearing in their classroom, I had no choice. However, I'm sorry to interrupt your concentration. I heard that Vanitas Lindblum is in this class. With no response, I asked again, but the boy remained focused on his desk, ignoring me. Ah, are you the upperclassman? Sorry, Ralph is currently preoccupied with Vanitas's homework. If you have a message, I can take care of it for you. The boy who volunteered to help me was a student with yellow hair. He gave a wry smile while watching Ralph, who continued to mutter something to himself at his desk, and then spoke to me. Homework, Vanitas? I'm not sure about the homework, but I came to see Vanitas Lindblum. I am Lesline Springfield, a second-year student. Where is he? Springfield the Dukes. I quickly stated my purpose and introduced myself in one breath. It seems I was perhaps too eager to get this over with. The yellow-haired boy, who seemed slightly flustered upon hearing my name, introduced himself as Recto and then looked at me awkwardly. What's going on? I'm sorry. Vanitas is not currently at the academy. What? Later, when I heard that Princess Raizelia had been the first to make contact with Vanitas Lindblum, I couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Given that Princess Raizelia is royalty, it's not surprising that she could bypass the noble families who were hesitating and go directly to meet Vanitas. However, it was also true that I felt a bit, just a little bit, frustrated. To be preempted while I was hesitating. Vanitas Lindblum, when you return, remember this. I will definitely see through the truth about you. With renewed determination to make contact with him, I felt oddly humiliated by the knowing smiles of both my parents and even the student council president, who had received my report of not being able to make contact. I am not obsessed. With him, Vanitas, I will surely clear this humiliation, so come back to the academy soon. Chapter 80, The Temporary Base and the Mock Battle of that Day. Good morning, Vanitas. Did you sleep well last night? The one who I encountered so early in the morning was Princess Raizelia, full of energy and cheer. The moment she spotted me sticking my head out of the tent, she broke into a beaming smile and rushed over. We were at a makeshift camp near the Seal Forest. True to its name, this place had not only our tents and the princess's tent, but also numerous other tents. These were the tents for Princess Raizelia's attendants. Being royalty, she naturally had knights to guard her and dedicated servants to handle her personal affairs. There were around 20 people in total at this makeshift camp. The knights were responsible for monitoring the surrounding area, and the servants supported us with the unfamiliar outdoor living. I had exchanged brief greetings to gauge the mood, but everyone seemed reserved and somewhat distant. What stood out to me was how many looked at us with sympathetic eyes. They must be used to being constantly driven by the princess. The attendants had a certain resignation, as if they accepted that whatever the princess demanded, no matter how unreasonable, was simply the way things were. As for the princess, despite her tendency to disrupt things, she had been diligently training early in the morning. She wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel handed to her by a servant. "Good morning, Princess Raizelia." "Vanitas, that's too formal. I told you there's no need for titles or honorifics, right? Just call me more casually." Even if she said that, it's not easy. Though the princess herself allowed it, there were still many knights and servants around. I didn't want to be too disrespectful, but I reconsidered. The princess had been actively engaging with me on the way to the Seal Forest, and more importantly, she wished things to be that way. It's probably fine if we're alone. Worrying about it is a waste of time. Got it, Raizelia. The princess nodded with satisfaction. Honestly, I can understand how her attendants feel. As I was lost in thought, Raizelia's gaze shifted to a figure hiding behind me. She looked at them with a mischievous grin before speaking in a playful tone. "Ah, by the way, Vanitas, it was quite noisy last night, though I won't specify where. Especially since I was in the tent next to yours. I think I heard some sort of scream. What? This tent should have prevented any sounds from escaping, right?" Ah, that was just the princess's kind of joke. I had chosen a tent with decent soundproofing. There was no way sound would leak outside, really. What are you talking about? I just said the forest was noisy at night. This is what it means to be left speechless. Damn, I've fallen right into Raizelia's trap. But, Vanitas, even in a place like this, you don't slack off on discipline. Truly an admirable master, wouldn't you agree? Right, Habermesia? I can't take it anymore. Habermesia, who had come out of the tent with me, was unlucky to be caught by Raizelia at that moment. Looking increasingly uncomfortable, Habermesia shrank further. Just then, a lively voice rang out, brightening the atmosphere in the makeshift camp. "Master, good morning." "Hildegard, good morning." "Ah, Vanitas. I borrowed Hildegard for a bit of morning training." Princess Raizelia, training together. Hildegard approached, receiving a towel and water from a servant. When she reached Raizelia, she stood close as if they were longtime friends. Raizelia accepted this familiarity as a matter of course and was adjusting Hildegard's hair, which had been messed up from training. The way they had closed the distance between them was almost unbelievable compared to their recent mock battle. "Princess Raizelia is strong. I still can't win, but I will definitely win. Hildegard is a good slave, Vanitas. I don't know of any other slave who would put in such effort for their master. Unlike most slaves who have a sense of inferiority, she is pure and straightforward. Even someone as blunt as me finds her dazzling. And her determination to win against me hasn't faded at all. Most people's spirits break after fighting me. Hildegard hasn't given up even once. The recent mock battle, it was an intense fight. I can still vividly recall the scene. The clash of two powerful forces, neither side willing to give an inch, between Hildegard and Raizelia. Mud Bullet. Hildegard's mud magic. The spiraling mud bullets are a unique spell that evolved from the basic mud shot, with greatly increased speed and accuracy. It's a basic spell she uses most often. But piercing Dragonbone Spear, Dragonbone Lance. Too weak Hildegard, bring a stronger attack. With a light swing of the bone spear, the mud bullets were swept away. Princess Raizelia didn't care at all about the incoming mud magic. She even seemed to have the composure to demand more. "Take this. HMPH. Hildegard closed the distance quickly and swung at Raizelia. She could enhance her body with magic. While not as strong as the protagonist-like Angelo's enhance spell, her magically augmented body allowed her to exceed normal physical abilities and engage in high-speed combat. Her basic combat style was hit and away, focusing on punches and kicks at close to mid-range. She fought by combining unarmed techniques and mud magic, maintaining a balance of approach and retreat. "Take this." However, no matter how many times she attacked with punches or kicks, they were ineffective against the princess. It was likely that Princess Raizelia had also enhanced her body in a similar way. She stood her ground, absorbing Hildegard's attacks without moving an inch. Hildegard, having her close-range attacks repeatedly deflected, retreated to reassess the situation and began to move in a circular pattern around Princess Raizelia. However, it seemed that this maneuver was anticipated as Raizelia launched a follow-up attack. "Well then, can you dodge this? Winged Dragonbone Shard, Dragonbone Feather Dart." A wide-area attack aimed at catching the moving Hildegard. The moment wings made of bone appeared from Raizelia's back, countless shards were launched with a flap. Although the projectiles were small, the dragon bone shards had a toughness that could withstand even my grip impact without damage. Being hit would certainly result in serious injuries. Indeed, the shards that Hildegard managed to dodge had enough power to cause the ground to lightly collapse. Mud hardened repeated strike. Realizing she couldn't evade all the approaching shards, Hildegard wrapped mud around her hands to intercept them. The mud coating her hands was highly durable and could withstand the hard dragon bone. Despite her strained expression, she managed to block the countless bone shards. Mud curtain. Casting magic while keeping her posture as low as possible, Hildegard drew an arc in the ground with one foot, causing mud to erupt upward from that spot. A temporary concealment spell. Now I can't see what's happening on the other side of the mud. However, the mud curtain was only a temporary measure. Hildegard knew that it would only buy her a little time. Nevertheless, hiding herself was the only option she had to steady her turbulent breathing. After a brief moment, Hildegard prepared to launch her counterattack. Mud bullet. The mud bullets pierced through the mud curtain and were easily brushed aside. Oh, coming straight at me, how interesting. Hildegard's choice was to charge directly with a straightforward approach. Her determination was evident in her resolve to stake everything on this one attack. Break, then. Mud spiral triumph erasin. A swirling mass of concentrated mud gathered in her right hand. The focused power was meant to shatter Princess Raiselia's defenses. Hildegard threw her entire body into the punch with the force of her right fist. But, sharp and fast, a good attack. However, sadly, it's insufficient to defeat me. Crushing dragonbone jaw, dragonbone bite. Princess Raiselia summoned a massive dragon skull that seemed large enough to enclose Hildegard's entire body. With towering horns, sharp, thick fangs on the upper and lower jaws, and dark, hollow eye sockets, the skull radiated an ominous aura. The princess used this formidable dragon skull as a shield. It was likely intended to crush enemies and deal fatal wounds, but she merely used it to block Hildegard's attack. While this might have been the princess's way of showing mercy, it also clearly demonstrated the gap in their strength. It's futile. My dragonbone magic is not so easily shattered. Hildegard's full power magic was blocked by the dragonbone and failed to reach its target. Chapter 81, A World Where Monsters Exist. All right, Hildegard, let's kill every last monster we come across. Yeah. Raiselia and Hildegard energetically raised their arms to the sky, cheering in unison. Their actions and expressions were adorable, but what they were shouting was extremely violent. But this was only to be expected. This is a world inhabited by monsters. Whether it's a town, city, or even the imperial capital with the largest population in the empire, everyone in this world is constantly exposed to the threat of monsters. Monsters are creatures that have a magic stone within their bodies. Most of them are harmful to humans, and almost all of them are aggressive, attacking humans whenever they see them. There are many different types, depending on the environment they inhabit, and their strength varies greatly between individuals. While some people occasionally manage to tame these creatures and make them familiars, monsters are generally considered enemies of humanity. For many years, we humans and the monsters have a history of conflict. Humans hunt monsters and use their blood and flesh for daily necessities, while monsters attack humans to defend their territory and use them as a source of sustenance. Except for a few, the two sides are incompatible, which is why these two have no hesitation in killing monsters. They know that if they let their guard down, it will be their lives that are taken. For them, monsters are enemies with whom they must battle for survival in this world. Ha. It's been a while since I've come to the Forest of Seals, but it's the first time I've hunted with companions instead of knights. I'm looking forward to it, Hildegard. Yes, monsters fight. It was clear that Raiselia was excited about what was to come. Her enthusiasm was higher than I had ever seen before. Her preference for battles and her command of the dragonbone. Magic truly lived up to her title of the Raging Dragon Princess. Master, we're going to the forest to defeat monsters. Yes, let's go. Hildegard forcefully pulled on my arm. From her demeanor now, there was no trace of the fragility she had shown after the mock battle. However, even though she didn't show it, I could see in her eyes that a fierce, burning emotion was raging inside her. Since the day she lost in the mock battle against Raiselia, she had been craving and striving for strength. I hope this training journey will be a place for her to grow. The members who embarked on the training journey to the Forest of Seals were, led by the proposer of the journey, Rayzelia, myself, Christina, Hildegard, Lapana, Mayurarika, and Habermesia, 7 in total. Yes, surprisingly, only Mayurarika from the Magic Academy ended up joining this journey. Although initially, Ilza had also wanted to come once she learned the purpose of the journey was training. She declined when she found out that the one inviting me was the princess. Ilza seemed regretful but chose to withdraw. Yudi, Ilza's friend, looked relieved, so it seems Ilza, being considerate, decided to step back with her friend in mind. Ralph, who often trained with us at the academy, did not join the journey. I had invited him as well, but he flatly refused. Well, he did look somewhat troubled when he declined, so he probably had his own reasons. That in itself isn't a problem. However, I did leave him with some assignments to complete while I'm away. Ralph had an expression as if he had received some kind of revelation when we parted, so I look forward to hearing about his progress when we return to the academy. Oh, and I almost forgot. As for Ashburn Sensei, he moved quite freely in the imperial capital. The reason so many people gathered for the duel with the protagonist was that he had been secretly active under the playful pseudonym of Mint Chocolate. He was quite conflicted about whether to join this journey, but it seems he was asked to handle some tasks by His Majesty the Emperor. He was seen off with a mixture of regret and encouragement. However, his usual mental breakdowns continued. "Don't forget about me, you hear? Just because you're surrounded by young ladies doesn't mean you can forget your master. Remember me at least once a day. Absolutely, I mean it, absolutely. So, there's no need to worry about him at all." Remembering once a day is a bit much. In the dense, overgrown forest, we advanced cautiously, forming a line. Rayzelia, who was most familiar with the geography of the Forest of Seals, led the way. Next was Hildegard, ready to respond immediately to any sudden monster attacks. Following her was Habermesia, a court mage with proven skill, and then Mayurarika and Lapana, who had offensive capabilities but were somewhat uncertain in their movements. I positioned myself at the rear to provide support to Mayurarika and the others if needed, while Christina, who could move swiftly, took up the last position. As Rayzelia had informed us, the Forest of Seals is home to powerful monsters. You might wonder why even Mayurarika and Lapana, who have concerns about their combat abilities, are involved. For Mayurarika, Rayzelia had successfully persuaded her. Mayurarika, hesitant, had said, "Me, fighting monsters in the Forest of Seals? That's impossible. My magic is still far from practical combat level. Even though I haven't missed a single day of training since the day I was kidnapped, if the princess is right, the monsters in the forest must be very strong, right? I am lacking in strength." To which Rayzelia had responded, "Mayurarika, don't be so distressed. You are the woman recognized by Vanitas, the very Vanitas who acknowledged you as his fiancée. I heard that you managed to kill bandits and escape by yourself without abandoning your servants. Mayurarika, you are a strong woman, a noble woman. Come, join us in the forest hunt. Waiting at the base is boring. I promise to protect you in the forest. What do you say? I want to see you fight." Though initially hesitant, Mayurarika had agreed to join the exploration. Influenced by Rayzelia's passionate persuasion and the promise of valuable materials to be obtained. Mayurarika had justified her decision by saying, "Well, if I accompany you, I can also identify materials that can be sold at higher prices. Sai, I suppose if it's the princess's request, I have no choice." She seemed slightly pleased, perhaps because Rayzelia's words had genuinely made her happy. Rayzelia truly has a knack for winning people over. As for Lapana, she volunteered to join the journey to the forest. After the kidnapping incident involving Mayurarika, Lapana had been confined to waiting at the mansion, unable to take action. She hadn't forgotten the frustration from that day. Now, Lapana held a short bow adjusted for her slender arms. Although she still had some reservations about close combat, her skill with the bow, honed through training with us, was quite impressive. With her good reaction time, she could hit fast-moving targets with high accuracy. Her quiver, equipped with arrows that have special effects, means she is now a valuable asset to our team, even if not a primary combatant. Thus, after advancing cautiously through the Forest of Seals for several tens of minutes, an encounter with the unknown quickly arose. Something is coming. Hildegard was the first to raise her voice, alerting everyone. Her skill in sensing the presence of nearby creatures allowed her to detect the approaching threat early. From the front of the formation came the sound of grass and foliage being trampled and pushed aside. Gararu Gao. Gao. The creature that appeared was a black giant wolf, the Black Garum, one of the monsters living in this forest as previously described by Razelia. The giant wolf-like monster had a massive body, around 3 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in sleek black fur, and its sharp red eyes glared at us. I had heard that Black Garum did not live in packs, and it seemed that this one was indeed solitary. There were no signs of other companions appearing. Now that I think about it, this will be my first actual combat with a monster. While I had seen monsters from a distance when traveling to the capital by dragon carriage, the speed of the carriage made those encounters effectively non-existent. In my memories as Vanitas, even when encountering monsters by chance, I had always ordered Christina and the others to drive them away. Is Black Garum an adequate opponent? The black giant wolf bared its fangs in a fierce display. The reality of our world, where monsters exist, was now confronting our party directly. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 82, Habermesiah is Envious. I was brought here by Princess Razelia to the royal retreat and training grounds, the Forest of Seals. There are rumors about a sealed evil dragon, but it's a forest where powerful magical beasts roam in the untouched wilderness. Honestly, I never intended to come to such a remote and dangerous place, but I can't defy Princess Razelia's request and my husband's orders. Yes, I am no longer the illustrious court magician I once was. My position as a court magician still barely remains. Although the Emperor did not strip me of the title after my defeat that day, the impression people have of me has surely changed drastically. Now, I am merely a slave. Habermesia Saratribe is just a slave to Vanitas Lindblum. Unfair. Even though a battle is about to begin, my mind was caught up with one thought. It's not enough to slow my movements. But still, there's one thing lingering in the back of my mind. The Black Garum, a magical beast with a strength that gives C-rank adventurer parties a hard time. To me, it's just a large black dog, but the Black Garum is a fierce and aggressive creature. With sharp fangs and claws, as well as the agile movement of its 4 legs, it tracks its prey relentlessly, remembering their scent. Its strength is such that a novice adventurer encountering it might give up hope of survival. Giarul. Drool poured from its mouth like a waterfall as it tried to intimidate us into being eats. Arg. It's me, isn't it? The Black Garum is unlucky to choose to attack Princess Razelia first. No, it must be that it didn't properly assess its opponent. To try to bite someone as powerful as her among this group. It's just like me, I suppose. Yelp. Oh, sorry. The massive sword strapped to Princess Razelia's back was swung in an instant. A sword nearly 2 meters long, as tall as the princess herself, who is much taller than me. There were no elaborate decorations. It was said to be made purely for hardness, a sword simply known for its toughness. What was the name again? I feel like it was bragged about the last time I met at the palace, but I don't remember. Despite its apparent weight, the princess wielded it with one hand. The Black Garum's right front leg was slashed, causing it to bleed and leap back. The princess gave a glance toward my husband. Her eyes held trust. With your abilities, you can handle this kind of beast easily, right? The princess seemed to communicate with my husband through her gaze alone. Unfair. Even with its front leg wounded, the Black Garum's fighting spirit was undiminished. However, it seemed to have decided that targeting the princess was unfavorable. Now, it changed its target, focusing on weaker opponents among our group. Its gaze fell upon Mayurika and Lapana. Black Fly. Don't come here. The fly magic. Before the unfortunate event of being kidnapped by bandits, Mayurika used to dislike this spell. It creates foul and dirty flies using magical power. She told me about it with a resigned, accepting expression. She said that as a comrade fighting together, it's important to be aware of the magic used by others in advance to avoid interfering with coordination. Is it really that dirty? Certainly, creating flies might be distressing for a girl. If I had a similar innate attribute, I might have also disliked my own magic in the same way. But I can't see Mayurika's desperate expression as anything but admirable. She had the courage to expose parts of herself she saw as ugly for the sake of her comrades. Despite that, she had the nobility to step forward for something important. I found her resolve to face her inner self to be something precious. However, even with Mayurika's determined spell, the black garum easily avoided it by slightly bending its body. The slow-moving swarm of flies was dodged by the black garum before it could encircle it. In contrast, Lapana's arrow, which was shot with the anticipation of its movements, struck the black garum's right shoulder. But it wasn't very effective. The black garum flinched as if trying to endure the pain when the arrow struck, but it immediately shook its head to shake off the pain and charged at the two of them. Giarol. Seeing this, I instinctively moved forward to protect them. However, before the black garum could reach us, someone was already there to guard them. Grip impact cannon. A thunderous explosion echoed through the forest of seals. The ground shook violently from the shockwave, and the small birds of the forest all took flight simultaneously. Master. My husband, Vanitas Lindblum, stepped forward, showing his small back. Vanitas Lindblum, who has a doll-like appearance, looked incredibly sturdy and dependable at this moment. He would not let anyone touch what is important to him. He stood as if speaking with his back. Master. Vanitas-san, you saved us. Unfair. My husband's gaze swept over the battlefield. One was toward Princess Raizelia, who was wielding the enormous sword. The other was toward Hildegard, who was rushing over. Then, without any signal, Christina, who had been at the end of the line, leaped out from behind. She glanced back at my husband for a brief moment. My husband nodded in response to her gaze. It was a perfect synchronization. No words needed, no signals or instructions needed. Movements that understood each other's intentions. Unfair. All right, let's press the attack. Yes, we'll take it down. Let's use Mud Hard Punch. To think the black garum would target Mayurika and Lapana. Black garum, your life ends here. The three of them, Princess Raizelia and her companions, surrounded the black garum, which was on the brink of death from my husband's magic, and delivered the finishing blow. The battle was resolved in an instant. I did nothing. Afterward came the dissection of the defeated black garum. However, dissection didn't mean tearing it apart completely to strip it of all its materials. The black garum is a relatively common monster in the Forest of Seals, and this area is still relatively shallow compared to the entire forest. If they disassembled every single one, there would be no time left for training. Princess Raizelia's words made Mayurika frown, but in the end, she accepted it, knowing it was unavoidable. Moreover, the magic bag used for carrying materials has limited capacity. Being smart, Mayurika probably understood that more valuable materials could be obtained during the training. Even so, she looked regretful as they only took the necessary parts from the black garum's corpse. We advanced deeper into the forest. The sand-shave serpent, a giant snake with sand-spewing scales, which causes severe lacerations if touched carelessly. The gigantoboar, a massive wild boar with colossal fangs, charging at any target in sight and possessing seemingly inexhaustible stamina. The purple drop spider, a large purple spider that pulls prey up from the treetops with its sticky, flexible web, which, though non-toxic, has a candy-like consistency. As we progressed deeper into the forest, the monsters grew stronger. But the only thing occupying my mind was one thought: unfair, 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 unfair. When did I become alone? Long before now, before I found Anhil on the battlefield by chance, over 10 years before I became a court magician, before I gained infinite magical power. There was no one by my side. I had no trusted companions like my husband. There was no one who could understand me with just a glance, who could sense even the smallest things, and who could protect me. I was simply alone. Chapter 83. You and I are different, but before being scouted by the court mage, I was just one of many adventurers. They were capable of handling any task, from solving troublesome problems and defeating monsters to gathering rare materials and exploring ruins, sometimes traveling across continents to various lands. I was one of them. But back then, I was truly useless, a burden. I didn't have a fixed party and would adventure with different people every day as a temporary helper, like a wanderer without roots. I have 5 innate attributes. 1 in 10 million, 1 in 100 million. I think that's what they said when I became a court mage, but I don't remember it clearly. Anyway, having 5 innate attributes is rare. In the elven village where I was born and raised, it was the first time anyone had been born with 5 innate attributes, and everyone, including my parents, was overjoyed as if it were their own achievement. Well, that was only a brief moment before the actual nature of my 5 attributes and my incompetence were revealed. Yes, my 5 innate attributes, gentle breeze, light, water drop, shining stone, and furnace, were actually a collection of useless attributes. Gentle breeze, an attribute that creates a soft, gentle breeze. It's not sharp enough to hurt an opponent, nor does it have the power to blow things away. It's just a delicate wind that lightly brushes against the cheeks. Light, an attribute that creates a faint, gentle light. It merely illuminates the surroundings with a softly warm flame. While it provides some warmth, it lacks the intensity and fierceness of a true fire. Water drop, an attribute that causes a single drop of water to fall. The scale and power depend on the amount of magical energy infused into the spell, but with little magic power, its effect becomes insignificant. A single drop of water isn't suitable for combat and is often inadequate even for simply wetting objects. Shining stone, an attribute that creates rocks that can appear greenish depending on the angle and darkness. Among the 5 innate attributes I possess, it was the only one that could be used in combat. Still, without sufficient magical power, it's useless. During my adventurer days, I had little magical power and used this attribute's unique magic only as a last resort. And the 5th, furnace. Through its unique magic, I gained infinite magical power. However, before that, it only allowed me to create a massive furnace with magic power. It was not suitable for quick combat and consumed too much magic power to use as a shield, making it mostly wasteful. Most of my 5 innate attributes were essentially useless. The only advantage was that having a diverse range of attributes allowed me to be somewhat adept at 4 general-purpose magic spells. Childhood in the elven village wasn't bad. I had my parents and a few friends. The elven village, surrounded by nature, was idyllic and peaceful, to the extent that time felt slow. Of course, there were precautions like a defensive network against occasional monster attacks, creating a tense atmosphere, but it didn't concern me as a child. However, it was also true that some people looked down on me due to my innate attributes and lack of magical power. My magical power wasn't very high. As a half-elf, being the child of an elf and a human, I was supposed to have a slightly longer lifespan than humans and more innate magical power than elves, though in practice, my magical power was lacking. However, I was born with low magical power. While everyone around me began learning and mastering general and unique magic spells, I struggled even with basic general magic. The amount of magical power can be improved through daily training, but eventually, there comes a point where progress stalls. With my low magical power and 5 innate attributes that weren't suited for combat, I eventually realized that I was treated like an outcast within the village. I must have disappointed everyone's expectations. Having the first person in the village with 5 innate attributes was meaningless if the person was useless. One day, I left the elven village. No one tried to stop me. I wanted to go to a place where no one knew me. But what awaited me outside the elven village was a harsh reality. I don't remember why I became an adventurer. Maybe deep down, I wanted to prove myself to those who looked down on me. Even as a weak adventurer, I believed that someday I had no other means of living besides being an adventurer. But becoming an adventurer didn't automatically make everything better. On the contrary, despite having 5 innate attributes, my lack of useful abilities and magical power quickly made me infamous in a bad way. I had come to a place where no one knew me. Yet, there was no one to support me. There were more people who tried to deceive me than those who offered support. Even when I found someone I thought I could trust, they would only approach me with the intention of exploiting me. To them, my weakness made me nothing more than prey to be exploited. Unable to trust anyone, I led a lonely existence, moving from place to place like a wanderer. Amidst these hardships, I developed a single spell. A spell to gain infinite magical power. It was a divine revelation. the greatest power I obtained, despite being unable to effectively use unique magic. From then on, things happened quickly. Before I knew it, I was scouted by the court mages and rose to the position of second seat. With the stable income from the Empire, my life was secured, and my status was solidified by the Emperor's guarantee, granting me privileges as well. With my newfound stability, I decided on a whim to adopt and raise a child from the battlefield. Even though I had no idea how to interact with or raise a child, I bought a secluded house away from the city and had Angel live there. I would only visit occasionally. Sometimes, I would provide magical training under the guise of practice, but I think I saw him too infrequently to truly act as a guardian. The presence of the pure and honest Angel alleviated my loneliness somewhat, but the sense of isolation and being alone remained unchanged. Why is it? Why does Master have so many supportive companions, a family? No one ever stayed close to me. No one looked at me until I gained infinite magical power. After I gained infinite magical power, everyone feared my fighting prowess. Was it my fault? Now, I think it must have been my fault. I had simply become arrogant. It's frustrating, but, well, I don't really feel much frustration anymore. Master and I are different. Even though we were both arrogant, he had convictions. He had things he would not compromise on. He was prepared to throw everything away for what was important to him. With that in mind, he was also prepared to risk everything to avoid losing anything. What about me? I lacked everything. What are my important things? Money. Yes, living in poverty was tough. During my adventure days, I was always struggling for money and took on menial jobs that no one else would. But that's not it. The position of court mage. No, initially, I wasn't fixated on that. I became a court mage simply because I was scouted by chance. I was pleased when my unique magic, which I had put my heart and soul into, was recognized, and I ended up accepting the position. But that's not it. My important thing is probably only Angel. But what have I done to protect it? I used my recognized position to cunningly try to overturn the situation. I believed that simply conveying my hopes from a position of superiority would make everything go as I wished. Furthermore, I didn't have the resolve Master had. I lacked the determination to crush opponents without mercy and to endure any retaliation. I am simply envious. Master, who possesses greater power than I do, yet he is not alone. There is always someone by his side, someone who cares for him and whom he trusts. As for me, I only thought about having someone support me, but I didn't know how to be supportive to someone else. But still, I think being lewd is wrong. Such things should be reserved for someone with whom you've promised a future. But I'm sure Master will ignore my slight resistance and humiliate me again today. Because, since earlier, there's been a piercing gaze implying that I'm useless. Master, who defeated me. Master, who shows me a life not filled with loneliness. I still can't fully trust him, but the attraction I feel, I can't deny it. I'm not that easy. In about a month, I'll be freed from being a slave. At that time, I'll make him understand. He's mistaken if he thinks I can be easily swayed. I'll make him regret calling me the fifth. Chapter 84, Laziria Luendor observes. Habermesia puffs out her cheeks and glares at Vanitas. Well, I can pretty much guess why. It's probably because something else has displeased her again. The result of overthinking has led to her dissatisfaction showing on the surface. When Vanitas sees her puffed-up cheeks, he can't help but grin slyly. Sigh, even though I know I'll feel embarrassed like this again, why does she insist on picking fights? Habermesia shudders as she imagines what Vanitas is thinking. It's almost enviable how close their relationship is. Thinking back, the relationship between Vanitas and Habermesia is quite strange. Vanitas had forced her into slavery after a mock battle. Of course, given that she had pushed him to his limits, using her privileges as a court magician, she had to accept it. However, their relationship doesn't seem to be hostile at the moment. I haven't known her for long, but I was still shocked to see her actually wearing a slave collar. Habermesia Saratribe, a woman who keeps everyone at a distance and trusts no one. Whether it's due to her upbringing or her way of life, as far as I know, Habermesia has never shown any sign of trusting anyone. Not the palace servants, other court magicians, or even Emperor Father. I was surprised when I heard she took on a disciple. However, she still hasn't changed significantly. She has always been alone, isolated. Now, despite her dissatisfaction, she is accepting of being a slave to a single man. The same Habermesia who used to repel people with her arrogance even in the palace. According to the agreement with Vanitas, Habermesia will be freed from slavery in about a month. I wonder what actions she will take then. It's both exciting and a little worrisome. But well, with Vanitas, there's probably no need to worry. I will just watch the outcome unfold. Well, Razelia, where are we heading? As Vanitas asks this question, while fending off attacking monsters and walking through the forest, I realize I haven't mentioned our destination. We're going to a settlement of high lizard men. High lizard men, you say? Christina, who is probably Vanitas's favorite, tilts her head slightly at my answer. Christina? She seems to be a fallen noble lady. Vanitas discreetly told me that her nervousness around me is due to that background. There's no need for her to be tense around me, but if she becomes stiff in my presence, I hesitate to interact with her too much. Well, it's a pity because I wanted to ask Vanitas various things. It doesn't particularly affect our coordination in battle, though. Perhaps she's the type who gets nervous when she's aware of it. Not familiar with it. High lizard men are a higher species of lizard men. They're bipedal, lizard-like creatures ranging from 1.5 to 2 meters tall. They have muscular bodies covered in tough, flexible scales, excellent night vision, and surprisingly dexterous hands. They create their own weapons, such as spears, and primarily live in swampy areas, building their settlements. Swampy areas? I heard the Forest of Seals is vast, but does it really have such environments? No, there are no swamps in the Forest of Seals. The settlement of high lizard men we're heading to is near a lake to the east of the forest. They tend to establish their bases near water. It's rare to see high lizard men within the Forest of Seals. They likely came to the lake after being driven out by some powerful monster. And the numbers? There's a fortress near the Forest of Seals, and according to the knights stationed there, they've confirmed roughly 40 or more. 40? Isn't that a bit too many? Mayurika looks startled and surprised. Was that a bit too intense for her, considering her concerns about combat? Don't worry too much, Mayurika. High lizard men are indeed strong, community-oriented monsters, but we should be able to handle them without issue. Lizard men tend to act in groups, and each settlement has a leader. This is also true for the higher species, and within their ranks, various roles are assigned. From the warrior class of lizard men who engage in physical combat to the ritualistic druids who perform essential ceremonies, their society values both individual strength and coordination. However, the actual strength of high lizard men isn't overwhelmingly great. While 40 is a bit numerous, it's possible to annihilate them with a well-prepared strategy by several C-rank adventurer parties. To alleviate Mayurika concerns, I carefully explain without further alarming her. Thanks to my efforts, she reluctantly agrees. Why, yes, I understand. If Her Highness Princess Razelia insists so strongly, I will prepare myself and accompany you. But, Your Highness, the materials for the rejuvenation elixir. Don't rush. If we don't build up our strength first, this training journey will be meaningless. Also, the moon mirror grass, which is a material for the rejuvenation elixir, grows deep in the forest. We can only reach it by advancing step by step. Oh no, my chance for a fortune. Mayurika looks openly disappointed. Sorry about that. I want to let you gather the moon mirror grass, which is part of the reason for this journey, but its natural habitat is still deep in the forest. We can't get there in one leap. As I pat Mayurika on the shoulder to encourage her, I notice Habermesia looking down with a troubled expression. Hi, lizard men? Got it. I'll take them down. I'll defeat every single one of them. I won't let anyone call me useless. No one has called her useless. What's with the sudden outburst? After walking through the forest for several minutes, we reached the lake where the high lizard men settlement was located. The settlement was much larger than initially reported by the knights. From the treetop where we were scouting, we estimated there were over 100 high lizard men. The settlement resembled a fortress, with a huge gate and patrolling high lizard men maintaining a rotating watch. We were hiding in the foliage downwind, observing the situation, but Habermesia, I'll handle this, stay out of it. I didn't use it during the mock battle, but I can do it. I can. Infinite magical furnace, core. Despite the futile attempt to remain calm, Habermesia emerged from the foliage and activated the magic that was a major reason for her being recruited as a court magician. Her unique furnace magic, a spell that grants infinite magical power, embodying the concept of endlessness. Habermesia clasped her hands in front of her chest as if praying. Her fairy-like appearance added a mystical allure, making it almost mesmerizing as if time had stopped. In her hands appeared a miniature floating sphere of the furnace. At its center, a white light flickered. As soon as it materialized, or rather, as soon as Habermesia infused it with her magical power, it pulsed rhythmically. Even without any action taken, there was a sense of pressure that felt almost painful. It's been a while since I last experienced that. That is Habermesia's trump card. And now, an onslaught of merciless attacks would be unleashed upon the enemies. Wind pillar. A column of wind appeared in the air in front of Habermesia. It was merely the signal for what was to come. Fire pillar, water pillar, earth pillar. The 4 elemental spells, wind, fire, water, and earth. A series of 4-element magic. Even with the Empire's abundant resources, recreating this would be possible, but the scale is different. The magic increases exponentially, filling the space with spell after spell. The magic spreads rapidly, painting the sky with its brilliance. The High Lizardmen's Fortress. We witnessed it being crushed by an overwhelming, seemingly infinite barrage of magic. The massive gate, the wooden barriers, the watchtowers, even the large residence of the chieftain, the armed warrior-class High Lizardmen. The High Lizardmen druids carrying ornate staves, the adults, the children, everything, collapsed and vanished without a trace. What remained were the massive crater created by the unleashed magic, a few scattered debris, and the lingering echoes of destruction. No one spoke. A suffocating silence. However, Habermesia, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, turned to us with a beaming smile. A triumphant grin that seemed to say, "See, I can do it too." But upon seeing our speechless reactions, she instantly froze and became still. Fear, she was afraid of us, or rather afraid of Vanitas. To such a Habermesia, Vanitas. Chapter 85, The Master Does Not Fear the Slave. I witnessed the fiercely beautiful display of infinite magic. The overwhelming power that obliterated a settlement of over 100 High Lizardmen without leaving a trace. It was an unimaginable devastation caused by a single delicate woman. The 4 elemental spells that filled the sky were dazzling, almost unreal, and yet they evoked a sense of awe. But the very person who wielded this magic, Habermesia, was terrified. Her refined face twisted in fear. What dominated her was the regret of having shown us a scene she should never have revealed. The moment she saw our faces, she reflexively took a step back. "Sigh, she's a troublesome woman." This is. She stepped forward hesitantly. I approached her without hesitation, despite her fear, her terror, and her defensive posture. Because I wanted to show how I could be useful. Because. Her repetition of a single word made her seem like a child being scolded by a parent. Who was she making excuses for? For herself? Not quite. She didn't want us to fear her. She didn't want us to be afraid of her. To such a Habermesia, it hurts. I had just smacked her buttocks hard. The sound of the smack echoed through the entire forest. Why are you hitting my butt? Habermesia, who had been trembling just moments ago, now looked stunned and jumped up, her eyes wide. Haha, Habermesia, you were too shocked. Phew, I'm sorry. I hit a funny spot, phew. Our companions laughed as Habermesia, deeply embarrassed, desperately rubbed her smacked butt. The heavy atmosphere that had been there just moments ago had vanished instantly. Just stop it already? What was that for? Habermesia glared at me, accusingly. But I deliberately ignored her gaze and asked in a stern tone. Habermesia, do you underestimate me? What? What was that just now? Why did you step back? Did you think I'd be frightened by something like that? Did you think I'd bend before such overwhelming power? If so, you're mistaken. I'm not such a small man. But I don't know what kind of men you've seen before or what life you've led, but you should know what I am. I am your master, your only master. Habermesia remained silent. She tried to respond, but her words failed to come out as she wished. Unconsciously, her delicate fingers touched the crimson collar around her neck. Habermesia, you are my slave, even if only temporarily. But even if it's for a short time, you are unmistakably my slave. Where is the master who fears their slave? I do not fear you. Habermesia, do not fear what I fear. Do not fear rejection. I am your master. I will accept all of you. I gazed into her jewel-like, light purple eyes as I declared this, to reach her heart, to dissolve the fear of others hidden deep within her. Did my words reach her? Habermesia averted her gaze from me and looked up at the sky, turning towards the empty space behind her. That's not it. This is different. It's because of the rain. It was a clear day. From the lakeside that had been partly destroyed by Habermesia's magic, the sky above was perfectly clear, without a single cloud. However, it might be crass to point that out. Anyway, more importantly. What do you mean, more importantly? While we waited for Habermesia to return from her own world, a gentle and calm time flowed. However, the situation was becoming urgent, and we needed to start moving soon. Look, your flashy magic sounds have attracted monsters. That is, grrrr. From the lakeside where we stood, in the opposite direction, a gigantic monster emerged from the forest with its tall trees still intact. The Chimera Treant. The monster, which Raizelia quietly named, was a towering figure made entirely of plant matter, standing around 5 meters tall. We've attracted quite a formidable foe even in the sealed forest. The Chimera Treant is an upper-class treant with the head of a lion, the head of a goat, and a snake's tail. Unlike normal treants, which camouflage themselves among the forest trees to wait for prey, the Chimera Treant actively hunts with its powerful limbs. A 3-headed monster, including the snake head on its tail. The distance was still considerable, but its imposing presence was unmatched compared to creatures like the Garum. I see, that's indeed a formidable opponent. And on top of that, we've also attracted some remaining high lizardmen from a different direction. They are likely warriors who were out securing food around the settlement. They seem to have sensed the disturbance at the settlement and come back. Moreover, judging by their reaction to the destroyed settlement, they are extremely angry. They've clearly made us their target. From a different direction than where the Chimera Treant appeared, armed high lizardmen carrying wooden spears began to emerge one after another. Currently, there are about 5 of them, but it's hard to predict how many more will show up. This is, to put it mildly, a very dangerous situation, isn't it? Haha, I'm well aware of the danger. If it weren't dangerous, it wouldn't be much of a training opportunity. Your Highness, Mayurarika, don't worry. In this situation, we are more than capable of handling it, right, Vanitas? Even if you suddenly ask for my agreement. Well, I certainly don't plan to quietly become monster fodder here. Mayurarika, give up. At this point, there's no way to escape. We have no choice but to carve our own path with our strength. Even you, Vanitas-san. All right, I understand. I'll do my best. I, Mayurarika Lankafield, have no intention of becoming monster food. That's the spirit, Mayurarika. Let's go ahead and turn every single one of them into materials. Now that Mayurarika, who had been losing her fighting spirit, seemed to be motivated, we faced the situation. The Chimera Treant and the group of high lizardmen. They aren't allies, but it's clear they both have us as their targets. The Chimera Treant, while keeping an eye on us as we take a combat stance, slowly approaches. The high lizardmen, while avoiding getting too close to the threatening Chimera Treant, are gradually surrounding us while ensuring we don't escape with the lake at our back. What should we do? However, when I glanced at Raizelia, who is likely much more accustomed to such situations, she responded with a beaming smile and a nod. Is she leaving it up to me? But there's no time to hesitate. Raizelia, Habermesia, and I will deal with the Chimera Treant. We'll try to isolate and remove it from the battlefield as far as possible before taking it down. Is that clear? All right, let's do it, Vanitas. Why, yeah. The Chimera Treant is enormous. If it starts rampaging, the extent of the damage could be extensive. We'll have to deal with it ourselves and keep it away from the rest of the battlefield. Christina, Hildegard, Lapana, Mayurarika handle the high lizardmen emerging from the forest. They are likely to increase in number. Stay vigilant against any surprise attacks. Yes, Master. Understood. I'll stay alert. Okay. Yes, understood. My fly magic is effective against living creatures, but unfortunately less effective against plants. The high lizard men, covered in hard and flexible scales, are likely to be more manageable than the chimera treant. Leave them to us. Mayurarica fly magic, while voracious against living creatures, is not suited for a plant-based creature like the chimera treant. Moreover, Lapana's arrows might struggle to penetrate the treant's massive form, so it's better for them to handle the high lizard men. I shift my gaze to Razelia. She nods in satisfaction. With that, our plan is set. Each of us prepares for our assigned opponents. However, among our group, there was one person who seemed somewhat absent-minded. Habermesia, what are you spacing out for? Sorry. I'm counting on your strength. Show me more of the magical power you've honed. We'll fight together. Yes, yes. A casual exchange before the battle. But Habermesia, with her head down, had her eyes slightly damp and nodded repeatedly. Raar. The chimera treant's roar echoes through the sealed forest. Ja, ja. A group of high lizard men brandishing wooden spears and preparing to surround us. Both are powerful creatures inhabiting the sealed forest. The battle for our survival against them begins now. That aside, we'll deal with the punishment for destroying the village and ruining the high lizard men materials later. What you're kidding? Chapter 86. Lapana ponders. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. The new slave of my master, Habermesia Saratribesama, a current court mage who became our master's possession during a mock battle held at the mansion in the imperial capital. Yes, our master made a present-day court mage, who is still active, into a slave. It's unbelievable. Even I, not to mention anyone in the Empire, know how crucial a court mage is as a strategic asset to the Empire. Each person in this individualistic group is an exceptional spellcaster, and their power is feared not only within the Empire, but also in neighboring nations. On the battlefield, they are ranked among those who are most dreaded, on par with the commanders of knight orders. Yet our master interacts with her as naturally and casually as if she were one of us, without any sense of awe. Habermesia-sama lives in a world far beyond anything I could ever imagine. Despite her usual demeanor, when she remains silent, she possesses a beauty so surreal it seems like she stepped out of a painting, and a delicate grace that makes her appear as though she could shatter at a touch. And yet, someone who should be out of reach had her buttocks slapped hard by our master and jumped with a scream. Ift. Just recalling it makes me laugh. At that moment, Habermesia-sama seemed to regret having made some fatal mistake. Her face, as she looked back, crumbled rapidly, as if she were about to burst into tears. The person who had turned the village of the high lizard men into a massive pit in no time at all didn't look like the same person at all. She was weak, as if she were a different person. Our master scolded her. Without any hesitation, he walked straight, cutting through the heavy atmosphere and slapped her on the buttocks. Wasn't he afraid? Did he not consider that the magic capable of easily destroying everything, even life itself, might turn its fangs on him? I was scared. Habermesia-sama, who suddenly became a fellow slave after the duel. In the duel, our master didn't let her do anything, but she was far stronger than me and could have been harmed by a trivial whim. Of course, after spending a few days together, I understand that she didn't have such intentions, but even so, there was still some fear of her deep inside. But now, things are a little different. Seeing Habermesia-sama protesting after being slapped on the buttocks, I felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, she is just another woman being tossed around by our master, just like me. Like me, Chrisney, and Hildeny. She had met our master, spent time with him, and before she knew it, or rather, was forcefully changed into someone else. There is still fear of her, but now it feels trivial. Looking up at the clear sky, she turned her back on us and tried to act strong. She was just like us, undeniably one of our master's slaves. Still, I wonder why so many high-ranking individuals gather around our master. Habermesia-sama is one example, but even Princess Razelia Luendor of the Empire is the same. Even though royalty were supposed to be above the clouds, she constantly approaches me with, "Oh, Lapana. You can call me sister like Christina and the others do. Come on, just try it. It's fine, do it." When I reluctantly called her Razeliani, just once, she was so delighted that she acted like a child, though I was terrified of the looks from the servants and knights who guarded her. Since the day of the duel, The way people around our master looked at him had completely changed. Previously, perhaps due to his bad reputation at the Magic Academy, he was avoided and only scorned behind his back, but now the perception had undeniably shifted. The way people looked at us had changed. What used to be pitying and contemptuous glances toward our status as slaves were now mixed with looks of awe and envy, though occasionally. It seemed that simply being close to our master drew attention. But strangely, it didn't feel bad. Before, I would have hated the intrusive stares and always wanted to escape, but now, I felt a bit proud that our master's power seemed to be recognized, even just a little. Especially since our master fought for Kristni, he looked, just a little, quite impressive. Geek jag. There was no time to think. I shook my head from side to side, clearing unnecessary thoughts from my mind in the current situation. Right now, I needed to focus entirely on the fight. There are many of them. However, they must not be allowed to reach Lapana and the others. Blast them with mud shot, hit them, blow them away. Kristni and Hildani were holding back the high lizardmen emerging from the forest. I had to provide as much support as possible. The lightweight bow specially prepared for me by our master. Even though I lack strength, I can easily draw this bow, which, though nameless, had already become my trusted companion. Morning, noon, and night, it continues to fight alongside me, giving me strength. But I won't tell anyone because it's embarrassing. The arrows aimed at the joints of the high lizardmen were easily deflected. Their scales, though seemingly thin, stop arrows from penetrating. Then, Jaya. I aimed for the softer parts. Lapana, keep it up, good job. Hildani praised me for the arrow that pierced the single eye of a high lizardman. The battle is frightening, but being left behind is something I can't stand anymore. After all, I am one of our master's slaves. The battle continued. The remnants of the high lizardmen relentlessly attacked us. I had already defeated so many. Though there were fewer of them from the warrior class, occasionally even from the priest class, many high lizardmen appeared from the forest with murderous intent. Their silent corpses lay piled on the ground. As the continuous fighting wore on, even Kristni, Hildani, and Mayurarikasama began to show signs of fatigue. At that moment, out of the bushes, a single high lizardman charged directly at me as if it had been targeting me all along. Lapana, dodge. I couldn't intercept with my bow, it was too late. I desperately tried to veer off course, but my exhausted legs faltered and stumbled. The shouts of Kristni and Hildani seemed distant, and the sharp tip of the high lizardman's spear drew closer and closer. This lizard, I won't let you hurt Lapana, Queen Fly. It was Mayurarikasama who shielded me. She stood directly in front of the charging high lizardman warrior and cast a spell. Jaya. It wasn't the countless small flies Mayurarikasama usually controlled. It was a gigantic fly. A single fly over a meter in size. Yet, the strength and malevolence it exuded were vastly different from Mayurarikasama's usual magic. The high lizardman momentarily hesitated at the sight of the giant fly, then redirected its spear towards the enormous insect. However, it's useless. This fly is a special one, created with a considerable amount of magical power from my spells. A queen fly. Don't think it can be easily defeated. In the blink of an eye, before I could even take a breath, the spear's tip had vanished. Did that fly do something? I could barely see any movement, but I didn't see anything. The scales of the high lizardmen are quite hard. My black fly can only penetrate them from the inside. But this one is different. Well, goodbye. The giant fly devoured the high lizardman's head. It tore through those tough scales as if they were nothing. As fresh blood gushed out like a spring and stained the ground red, Mayurarikasama turned back with a smile that showed she was genuinely delighted that I was unharmed. It was a bit gruesome. Phew, Lapana, are you all right? Are you hurt? Thank you. Even though she was breathless, Mayurarikasama forced herself to use magic to help me. She checked me carefully for injuries, patting over my clothes. Yet, it was rude to call it gruesome. I realized that I am still naive about the bloodshed that comes with battle. But well. Oh, Lapana, you have some minor scratches. Please wait, I'll use a healing potion right away. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. There's no need to pretend to be okay. We've both escaped from the bandits together. You don't need to thank me. Yes, ma'am. I've told you many times not to be so formal with me, haven't I? Lapana, please just treat me normally. We're comrades who fought together, friends. I really wish he'd clear up this misunderstanding. Mayuri-sama still believes that I am Ashburn-sensei, who transformed into me to rescue us. I understand why our master sometimes looks at Ashburn-sensei with exasperation. Why hasn't anyone cleared up the misunderstanding? Not only our master, but also Mayuri-sama should be told the truth. I'm sure they're enjoying this. Ashburn-sense? Well, it's understandable given his age. Our master really can be quite mean about these things. Speaking of which, I wonder how our master and the others are doing. The forest, which had been noisy with the high lizard men attacking me earlier, had become completely silent. Our master and the others, who had been accompanied by the chimera treant, had moved away from the lakeside. They must be safe, right? As Mayuri-sama continued to check for injuries by lifting my clothes, and Chrisney and Hildeny came over to thank me for their support, I prayed for our master's safety. With the three of them, they are far stronger and more terrifying than any high lizardmen, and I believed they could defeat the chimera treant. That was my hope. Chapter 87, Mixed Beast Tree Chimera Treant. Ha ha ha, Chimera Torrent. I'm delighted to meet such a formidable opponent like you. Hey, don't die so easily. Slash of the Dragonbone Deathclaw. The delighted laughter of Rayzelia echoed through the sealed forest. Rayzelia dodged the lion's front paw swung by the chimera torrent and jumped into its embrace. Just as she seemed to pause for a moment, a massive dragon claw composed of dragon bone appeared at the tip of her raised left hand. The tips of the claw were sharply pointed like scythes, and each finger was thick and powerful. The gigantic dragon bone claw moved in sync with her left hand. Indeed, the embodiment of violence attacked the chimera torrent. However, the chimera torrent easily maneuvered its giant frame, which stood 5 meters tall, and effortlessly avoided the attack. Is it possible to dodge that without a scratch? Gra. Ga. Rebounding dragonbone swordtail. Moreover, it even counterattacked. Rayzelia extended the dragonbone tail, resembling a blade, from her waist to block the lion's claw assault. The sharp clang of metal meeting metal rang out around them. The chimera torrent was a mixed beast, a chimera with a plant-like composition. Its body was like a large tree wrapped in vines in places, with youthful green leaves flowing like a mane on the lion's head. On the goat's head, which was adjacent to the lion's, twisted black horns were distorted. The snake tail had a poisonous purple tongue flicking out, covering the blind spots from behind. A plant-like monster with 3 heads. Lion, goat, and snake, its 6 red eyes fixed on us. Growlya. A roar. The chimera torrent, having had its attack blocked by Rayzelia, was showing clear signs of anger. It stomped the ground, creating cracks in the earth with its lion's front paws and goat's hind legs, causing vibrations that rustled the surrounding trees. I managed to separate them from the high lizard men, but this is quite a wild beast. Well, otherwise, Habermesia wouldn't be foolish enough to storm into the high lizard men's village. The separation of the chimera torrent and the high lizard men had gone fairly well. That's because this creature is easily provoked. It was already unusually aggressive from the start, and when Rayzelia's thrown dragonbone spear barely grazed its side, it charged at us with single-minded fury. The force of its charge was tremendous, knocking down countless trees in the sealed forest as it barreled towards us. Something's off. It's about to do something. Grululel gas. Responding to Rayzelia's warning, Habermesia, who was positioned a bit away from me, braced herself. Then, from the lion's mouth, a thin jet of water was expelled. To be careful, it'll cut through. Trees in the forest fell with a thunderous sound. The water jet easily sliced through thick trunks and approached us. A high-pressure water stream? Ha, that's a good attack. You're capable of more than I thought. Is this really the time to be laughing? Wait. After applying concentration, magic enhancement, and lifting Habermesia, I quickly moved out of the range of the water jet. Rayzelia is okay. She had lowered her body, using the massive sword thrust into the ground as a shield to dodge the attack. WW8? What is this? A princess carry. Stop squirming in my arms. When I shot her a sharp look, she seemed to understand and quickly settled down, albeit still embarrassed. Sigh, she really is a troublesome woman. Habermesia. What? It's not a question. Seriously speaking, the chimera torrent is huge but fast. Do you have any effective magic against it? Or could you defeat it with a spell like the Infinite, one you used to destroy the High Lizardmen's village? Yes, with the magical power generated from the Infinite Magical Furnace, Magic Rise Core. I believe I could overpower the Chimera Torrent. But my magic spells are all linear in trajectory. Then it's settled. Razelia and I will draw its attention and create an opening. In the end, Habermesia, you finish it off with your magic. Okay, leave it to me. While still keeping her gaze fixed on the rampaging Chimera Torrent-facing Razelia, Habermesia nodded firmly. Her profile looked dignified and resolute, fitting for a court mage. Now, even though creating an opening is the plan, the Chimera Torrent, which doesn't give an inch against Razelia, is undoubtedly a formidable foe in the sealed forest. But with Razelia and myself, and Habermesia waiting in the rear, there's no way we're losing. Here we go, Dragonbone Lancer. Razelia, wielding a massive sword in her right hand and a Dragonbone spear in her left, engages in a fierce battle with the Chimera Torrent, which is swinging its lion's claws wildly. Haha, this is fun. Chimera Torrent, show me more of your power. She certainly doesn't look like the same person I entrusted Mayurarika to when parting with Christina and the others. But this furious part of her makes me oddly understand why she's called the Raging Dragon Princess. Still, having her by my side is reassuring. I can't let myself fall behind. Take this. Double Grip, Ultimate Grip Cannon Full Impact Buster. A torrent of destruction. A massive beam grazes the right shoulder of the rampaging Chimera Torrent. However, I forgot to mention, but since the Chimera Torrent's body is made of plants, it regenerates quickly. Half-hearted attacks won't do any good. You should have said that earlier. Hahaha, sorry. Well, it's good that she's straightforward, but she must have enjoyed not telling me. Really, she's usually so considerate, but as soon as it comes to combat, this is how it is, troublesome. So, it has regenerative abilities. Habermesia Firepower should handle it, though. When I glanced back at her, she nodded firmly as if to say it was of no concern to her. Hech, I knew about its regenerative abilities, but I didn't know about its other attack methods. I'm not familiar with all the monsters in the sealed forest. Is that so? When I looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze, Razelia quickly averted her eyes, perhaps out of awkwardness. Anyway, let's enjoy this thrilling battle for now. With me, Habermesia, the second seat of the court mages, Vanitas, we're bound to win. It feels like she's slightly evading the issue, but it can't be helped. I take a deep breath and refocus. The real battle starts now. The battle with the Chimera Torrent was extremely fierce. Beyond its aggressive nature, the regenerative ability was particularly troublesome. Minor attacks barely affected it, and it never halted its assault. Additionally, while fighting alongside allies is helpful, the anti-magic void space, which limits spell activation, proved almost ineffective. The Chimera Torrent, with its high innate physical abilities and plant-based body, also had attack methods not reliant on magical power, adding to its challenge. Bah! Isn't that a goat? Isn't the sound supposed to be me? Aside from the bizarre cry, the goat head unleashed some vicious attacks. After a thunderous roar, lightning rain would pour down. Fortunately, the preparatory movements were clear and the attack range was narrow, but dodging it was still quite difficult. In addition, the snake tail would spew venom unexpectedly, pollen causing disorientation would be scattered, and vines would stretch out to attempt to bind us. Yet none of these attacks were effective against us. Razelia and I refined our coordination with each battle, and we were gradually becoming accustomed to the chaotic fight against the Chimera Torrent. Now, it's time to bring it to a close. Razelia. Got it. Vanitas. We exchanged glances, conveying our intentions to each other. Let's go all out. Grip, impact, throw, spread, shot. First, we need to restrict its movements with a range attack. We've already learned from this battle that its regeneration takes some time. We've also observed that this speed is gradually decreasing. Next is my turn, Dragonbone Deathclaw. Taking advantage of the brief moment of stiffness, Razelia leapt into the air and unleashed the Dragonbone Claw from close range. The Chimera Torrent, momentarily stopped, seemed certain to be hit this time, but at that moment, it attempted to intercept the Dragonbone Claw with its snake tail. Shah! It didn't cut through completely, but it's still not enough. My attack isn't over yet. Razelia spun in midair with her momentum. As she finished the swing of the claw with her left hand, the massive sword in her right hand sank into the long body of the snake. Ew. Geez. The spinning consecutive strikes forcefully severed the elongated body of the snake. The glowing red eyes of the snake head lost their light. Next is my turn. Double grip, ultimate grip full impact. A magical shockwave pierced through and blasted away the goat's right hind leg at its base. Gah. With this deep wound, regeneration should be difficult. And one more move. Double grip compress. It's challenging to cover the entire massive body within the effective range, but it's manageable to fixate on a part of it. The focal point of the attack, the heads of the lion and goat, which are central to its actions and thoughts. I compress with maximum output centered on these heads. GRRGG, Gah. Those front paws are mine, dragon bone bite. A final touch from Raiselia's magic. The dragon bone jaws bite down fully on the lion's left front paw. The vicious jaws, which had never been unleashed against Hildegard, now ruthlessly crushed the Chimera Torrent's front paw, which disappeared in an instant without a cry. Habermesia. Got it, infinite magical furnace, magic rise core. With the Chimera Torrent immobilized after losing half its limbs, the infinite magic is activated with full preparation. The life of the Chimera Torrent was extinguished here. We were concerned about the Chimera Torrent's materials, but it seems Habermesia managed to control her strength this time. Though most of its body was blown apart, the crucial parts like the magic stones were intact. Afterward, despite showing signs of exhaustion, we successfully regrouped with Christina and the others, who had defeated the remaining High Lizardmen. We collected only the valuable parts from the defeated monsters and returned to our temporary base. We explored the sealed forest, defeated monsters, and gathered resources. Despite occasional encounters with strong foes, we improved our skills and coordination, managing to overcome them without issues. Life at the temporary base was surprisingly comfortable, thanks to the support provided, and time flew by quickly. And so a week had passed. All right, let's go to the hot springs. Raiselia's unexpected announcement. Our next destination is a place near the sealed forest known for its relaxing and healing properties. Chapter 88. Granif Fort and the Ominous Shadow. The place that Raiselia mentions with the hot springs is located near the sealed forest, just a short distance away. It is only a few hours' travel by carriage, not even requiring the use of a dragon cart. However, before heading to the hot springs, it seems there is a place where they should make a courtesy visit. And so, they are guided to. Ah, Raiselia-sama, it is a pleasure to have you visit my Granif fortress. I, Macarin, have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. A middle-aged knight with a prominent mustache, looking to be in his late 40s or early 50s. With gray hair and kind green eyes, he speaks to Raiselia with a tone full of joy. Ah, Macarin, it's been a while. It seems that Raiselia also trusts this middle-aged knight named Macarin. She approaches him warmly and gives his shoulder a hearty pat. However, Macarin, clad in his knight's armor, doesn't even flinch as if used to it. Vanitas, this is Macarin. He is the capable commander assigned to Granif Fortress, which monitors the sealed forest, a training ground exclusively for the royal family. Oh no, lady. I am merely assigned here because I am good at defense. Even though powerful monsters inhabit the sealed forest, it is usually quite peaceful, with only a few monsters occasionally straying out. My job here is almost unnecessary. Haha, don't joke. In the past, and even now, a skilled knight known as the Knight of the Swift Waterfall would have been required to be entrusted with this place. Father would not have assigned it to anyone less, and I am no princess. Just call me by my name. Ah, I apologize for my rudeness. Macarin bows respectfully, but it seems this kind of exchange is usual for them. Their relationship seems to be quite good. So, what brings you here this time? Is it to use the secret hot springs reserved for royalty? Or, would you like me to introduce your friends to me? Macarin's seemingly gentle eyes. However, the eyes that turned toward us were not smiling. While he trusts Raiselia, he seems concerned about us newcomers. Given that he has a long history with her, it's understandable. But Raiselia, as if indifferent to such subtle concerns, responds, "Oh, this is Vanitas. He is my future husband." Well, that would indeed be confusing. I couldn't help but put my hand to my forehead. It's typical of Razelia to do something unexpected, like attacking us suddenly at the Magic Academy. However, I see, that is indeed very delightful news. Did he handle it himself? Macarin, with a distant look in his eyes, nods. He must have been through a lot with Razelia. Perhaps his defense mechanism kicks in when faced with situations beyond his tolerance. After a brief self-introduction, the conversation proceeded as if the earlier statement had never been made, and it was quite normal. Razelia and Macarin chatted amiably, possibly catching up on old times, when Macarin suddenly became serious at a certain point. So, Razelia-sama, I have a report. Ahem. What is it? Well, it might not be something worth reporting, but I thought I should let you know. A few days ago, while patrolling the area around the forest, one of our knights discovered the corpse of a monster that had been brutally killed. A monster's corpse, what happened? Was there something suspicious about it? Yes. First of all, in a fight between monsters, it is rare for the corpse to be left behind. The usual practice is to consume the defeated foe's blood and flesh. Although there are monsters that kill just for the sake of killing, such creatures are not found in the shallow parts of the sealed forest. However, the monster's corpse was left intact, and the magic stone, which is usually consumed first by the killer, was untouched. Then could it be poachers who entered the forest without permission? We've had trouble with such small-time villains before. This forest is vast. Moreover, it is a treasure trove of rare materials. Even Mayurarika would be astonished. Whether they are poachers or adventurers, it wouldn't be surprising if those tempted by the riches of the forest sneaked in under the night's watch. Yes, it was back then. They were so inept that we captured them immediately. Well, poachers wouldn't just leave a corpse lying around. They would at least strip the magic stone from it. So, does this mean new monsters that weren't in the sealed forest have appeared? Yes, in any case, the sealed forest feels a bit suspicious now, though this is just a knight's intuition. Even as he calls it intuition, Macarin murmurs as if he is convinced of something. After years stationed at this fortress, he must be sensitive to even the slightest anomalies. Indeed, or perhaps someone has entered the forest with a specific goal. Yes. With that in mind, could you take some of my knights for escort duty as well? Of course, this is not to belittle your personal guard, but just as a precaution. But Razelia hesitates, concerned about the precautionary measure. At this stage, it's only suspicion without firm evidence. By the way, is it true about the rumors of the evil dragon? The discussion between the two continued, but I asked about something that had been on my mind. The evil dragon, you say? Actually, Vanitas, I don't know much about the evil dragon myself. According to the Empire's history, it said that an evil dragon is sealed somewhere in this forest, but whether that is true or not, I'm not sure. Macarin, do you know anything? Unfortunately, I don't. It is certain that there are powerful monsters deep in the sealed forest, but I haven't explored every corner, so I'm not sure about the evil dragon. Perhaps there might be something written in the palace's special archives. It seems neither of them has detailed information. An evil dragon. Given its name, it must be a powerful monster, but is it really sealed here? It's been a week since we arrived in the sealed forest, and we haven't seen any suspicious places. Could there be something deeper within the parts of the forest we haven't entered? Well, I understand for now. Macarin, I'll accept your proposal. Please assign some knights from Granif Fortress to the temporary base as well. Yes, thank you. It's fine if it's just me, but with Vanitas and the others here, it would be better to have a liaison at the temporary base to handle any emergencies should they arise. After parting ways with the middle-aged knight Macarin, we traveled for another 30 minutes from Granif Fortress. We were jostled in the carriage, then switched to walking as we climbed the rugged but well-maintained mountain. At the halfway point up the mountain, a faint smell reminiscent of rotten eggs drifted through the air. Hot springs. Hot springs? Ugh, this smells bad. This is the renowned beauty hot spring used by royalty. It's amazing. We had finally arrived at the long-awaited hot spring destination for the women in our group. Oh, Vanitas. This is a place that knights sometimes use as well. Unfortunately, it's not a mixed bath. I see. It's not a mixed bath. What, it's not a mixed bath? Habermesia and Christina react excessively to Razelia's words. What were you two expecting? Chapter 89, Hot Springs. You said it wasn't a mixed bath. Not mixed, you said. The hot spring managed by the Knights of Granite Fortress. Naturally, the Knights of the Fortress also use this bath, and mixed bathing is out of the question here. The baths are divided by gender. Although the ceiling is open and you can view the sky, high walls prevent any peeking, and even though it's a hot spring, the threat of monsters still exists, so the area is constantly monitored by knights. However, at the hot spring located even higher up in the mountains, which is a private bath exclusively for the royal family, things are a bit different. Despite the ongoing supervision, this hot spring is a mixed bath where both men and women can bathe together. Why did Princess Rasilia allow us to use this secret hot spring? And to make matters worse, we can't even bring towels. I didn't hear about that. Habermesia, with her white skin turned a delicate pink, is timidly soaking in the hot spring away from us. She wraps her arms tightly around her body, and out of embarrassment, she occasionally submerges her face halfway into the water, blowing bubbles. Honestly, we've seen each other naked countless times. There's no need to worry about such trivial things now. Why is she so embarrassed? Nonetheless, this hot spring, despite its slightly off-putting smell, has a smooth texture, and the warmth penetrating from deep within is unparalleled. Ah, it's relaxing. The fatigue accumulated from our training journey seems to be melting away. Yes, this is truly wonderful. We should be grateful for Princess Rasilia's consideration. I never expected that royal family members would willingly lend us their private hot spring. Christina, her skin slightly flushed pink like Habermesia, quietly expresses her gratitude towards Rasilia. Her body, hidden by the water, is well-toned and healthy thanks to daily training, adding to her attractive appeal. When I direct my gaze towards her, she blushes and becomes shy, but she only averts her eyes without trying to escape. Ah, by the way, there are only 3 people in this private hot spring: me, Christina, and Habermesia. Other members, especially my Eureka, had refused to bathe with me, saying, even if we're engaged, I can't show my skin before marriage. It's so indecent. So she is likely now bathing in the female-only bath in the middle of the mountain with Hildegard and Lapana. Also, as a member of the royal family, Rasilia cannot bathe with me, her subordinate and a member of the opposite sex. Well, she gets along well with Hildegard and Mayurika, and she has been frequently talking to Lapana recently, so she's probably having a good time over there. Ah, I'm grateful to Rasilia. Even though she could have kept this private hot spring all to herself, she kindly suggested we use it. Yes, I thought Rasilia-sama would be more grand and bold. Oh, not that it's a bad thing. It's just, from interacting with Rasilia-sama during this training journey, I've felt that she is a wonderful woman who, although she has a grand and assertive side, also possesses a delicate side that can consider others. I hope Christina can get rid of her habit of becoming stiff around Rasilia. Christina and I were having such a heartfelt conversation when Habermesia, me, what? We're in a hot spring. Don't stay so far away. Could you help me wash my back? What, me, I have to. Wash your back. What's the matter? Is it so unpleasant to wash my back? It's not that I don't want to, but if I wash your back, it means I have to get out of the water and be completely exposed. We've been in the same bath for quite a while now. Are you still not used to it? Or is it that you dislike being ordered to bathe together, but didn't you expect mixed bathing? Besides, you washed your body before getting into the hot spring. Why do you need to do it again? Rinsing your body lightly before soaking in the hot spring is common sense. What are you talking about? I want you to wash my back. Is that not okay? Atsu. Habermesia, flustered by my direct gaze, quickly averts her eyes. Then, since Habermesia seems unwilling, I'll do it. Christina, stepping in to take Habermesia's place, stands up from the bath. She gently presses a wet towel against my back, which she has soaked in the hot spring, as she sits in the chair provided at the edge of the bath. Well, how does it feel, master? Is the pressure right? Her breath is close. Christina's expertly adjusted pressure with the towel feels pleasant. However, there's an interruption. As expected, it's Habermesia, who was hesitating to take a step forward earlier. Wait, I'll do it, I was asked to. Kyu. It seems you're feeling a bit faint, Christina. Could you take care of her? Yes, master. Leave Habermesia to me. Please continue to enjoy the hot spring. After successfully washing my back, Habermesia, who had her head washed and received a light massage, seemed to have reached her limit. Her previously light pink skin was now completely red, and she had slumped down onto the floor of the bath. Christina gently picked up Habermesia and saying, "Please leave Habermesia to me." Master, continue to enjoy the hot spring, quickly left with her. Did she notice that I was enjoying the hot spring? It seems I can't keep secrets from Christina. After enjoying a few minutes alone, the door to the entrance made a sound. Who could it be? Raizelia, what are you doing here? I was surprised. Why is Raizelia here? I had assumed she was with Mayurarika and the others in the middle hot spring. She wasn't wearing a single towel. Despite that, she stood there boldly. With each step she took, her ample chest swayed, and she unabashedly displayed her well-toned, muscular limbs. I involuntarily averted my gaze. Why is she here? Don't be so tense. I simply wanted to join you, so I came. But you don't need to look away. My naked body isn't of much value anyway. Raizelia's voice, unusually lacking its usual strength, was weak. I am royalty. No matter where I go, I can't escape the bloodline of royalty. She seemed unusually vulnerable. Chapter 90, The Princess Weakness. Raizelia slowly enters the bath, making a soft splash. Even though the steam rising from the water partially conceals her, not wearing even a towel, it's a bit too stimulating. I've told you that my naked body is of no particular value. There's no need to look away. Now face me. But it feels wrong to the Emperor. Hess, I came here of my own volition. Father has nothing to do with it. And it's the same whether you are the Emperor or not. Bathing without wrapping oneself in cloth is just the way of it. Even if Father were to find out, he wouldn't complain. So, Vanitas, don't avert your gaze from me. Raizelia. Vanitas, didn't you notice it partway through, that I was always being watched? That is, you did notice. Rather, you had suspected it for some time. It's inconceivable for a royal princess like Raizelia not to have a guard. The Forest of Seals is dangerous. One wrong step and death is imminent. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising to have someone secretly protecting Raizelia. Among us, only Hildegard had noticed a subtle sense of unease. Though she wasn't certain, perhaps due to her frequent presence with Raizelia, she had displayed signs of curiosity about the hidden presence. The journey to the Forest of Seals for training and rest is nothing but a grand display. No matter where I go, I am always accompanied by guards who also serve as my watchers. Even now, at this very moment, it's the same. Whether it's a bath or anything else, my shadow guards never leave me. With her skin slightly tinged and the steam obscuring her figure, Raizelia seemed to wear a delicate vulnerability, unlike her usual strength. Perhaps it's because of the constant, covert guards due to her royal status. That's why Raizelia says her naked body has no value. No, it's not just that. She mentioned that she cannot escape her royal bloodline. It's not that I dislike it, no, that's not quite right. I accept it as a necessity. It's part of my destiny as royalty. I was born into the royal family. Thanks to the taxes paid by the people, I've lived a luxurious life. I've never had to worry about daily meals, lived in safe housing, had the opportunity to learn, and lived freely, as I wished. Living under the constant watch of shadow guards is like a duty given to me as someone who has been so blessed. I understand this. Raizelia, but if the Emperor were to be petitioned, wouldn't he remove the secret guards? Of course, it would be better for your safety to have guards, but still. Yes, he probably would. I believe Father would certainly listen to the requests of a selfish young daughter. In fact, I've heard that my brothers have already petitioned to remove the shadow guards appointed by Father and received approval. However, I don't want to dismiss it. I see it as a necessary thing. But Vanitas, sometimes I wonder if everyone around me is really seeing me. I end up doubting whether they only see my worth as royalty. I understand in my head that this isn't true, but Raizelia's pained expression spoke volumes about her belief that she herself has no value, and that her worth lies solely in her royal blood. Actually, Vanitas, this journey to the Forest of Seals was just an excuse. I had no real intention of coming here. I made up this story just to invite you, just to be with you. That's news to me. On the day I saw the duel, it was the first time I saw you. I had heard about the monster that appeared from the Lindblum family from Father. I was always intrigued by you. Your strength, decisiveness, and your challenge to the uncharted pinnacle of mastery over magic. Your unyielding will to protect your precious slave. I felt a charm in you as a man. And more than anything, I liked your appearance, a cute and delicate boy, which is just my type. Oops, I probably didn't need to mention that. Rayzelia smiled, trying to lighten the mood, but it was somehow painful. I thought that you would see me not as a princess, but as me. I don't know why, but I had this intuition. And this belief is turning into conviction through our time together on this journey. Vanitas, you are exactly the person I thought you would be. You see me not as a princess, but as an individual. In front of you, I can just be Rayzelia. Unlike everyone else who is bound by my royal status, you alone see me. You accept me as I am. Rayzelia. What am I saying? I'm sorry. I've been rambling about my trivial complaints. I had resolved to accept being a royal. Normally, I don't think about such things and instead use my position to act as I please. But for some reason, in front of you, I end up saying things I don't even understand myself, things that don't need to be said. But I want you to know this. What I told you that day was sincere. My wish to have you as my husband is undeniably my true feelings. You seem to not quite understand how serious I was, so I had to make it clear here. Rayzelia laughed heartily, but it was a forced cheerfulness. It was a gesture to avoid placing unnecessary burdens on me. Despite revealing her inner struggles, she masked them with a smile, showing consideration for me. I was merely avoiding a response. I hadn't truly faced her feelings head-on. Rayzelia, smiling with such bravery, bound and suffering from her royal status, yet having accepted that there is no escape and having no desire to escape. To such a person, then will you become my slave? Vanitas, stop joking. Even if it's you, to think of me, a princess, as a slave. Rayzelia seemed confused, but did she really think I was joking? At such a critical moment when she had opened up to me, did it sound like a joke? I said we were being watched. This conversation is, of course, being overheard. Eventually, it will reach father's ears. Such a proposal will only worsen your position. And yet, it doesn't matter. It's just you and me here, Rayzelia. There's no need to consider the unseen. The will of outsiders is irrelevant. Even if it's the emperor, our will cannot be stopped. I looked into her trembling golden eyes, the eyes shining with the unique golden hue of the royal bloodline that has absorbed many excellent strains. It's not a joke, is it? Vanitas, are you prepared to take on the infamy of debasing royalty, and all the obligations and responsibilities imposed on me as royalty? Rayzelia, please no more, don't say any more. I am terribly tempted to accept your proposal. I want to give up everything and become your possession as just me. But I can't. I can't indulge myself. I can't let you bear it all alone. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Rayzelia fell silent after that. For a while, the room was dominated by silence. The only sound was the heavy sigh of huff as steam rose in the air. Rayzelia turned back to me. Her face no longer had the troubled expression from before. It was simply calm. Vanitas, I know you hold Christina and the others in special regard. Your attitude towards them, treating them as equals rather than despising them, is something I find admirable. Your proposal is appreciated. But I cannot become your slave. I shouldn't, and it's not permissible. However, I increasingly want you as my husband. Though I once relinquished the position to Mayurarika, I even wish to take the place of your legal wife. Even if father were to oppose this marriage, I would force it through. With you, you truly are a sinful man. You make me so serious about this. I can understand why Christina, Hildegard, Lapana, and Mayurarika are all drawn to you. No, I'm convinced now. I've stayed in the bath too long, Rayzelia said as she left, and I too departed from the secret bath. Rayzelia's confession, the struggles of being royalty. Even if Rayzelia were to become my slave, it would not free her from her royal status. In fact, becoming a slave would likely lead to even more suffering and hardship. Being a slave alone means being looked down upon and belittled by others. Although people's treatment of slaves varies, prejudice against them is everywhere. As a former royal turned slave, the scrutiny and harshness would only intensify. It is a proposal with no mutual benefit. I find it a foolish proposal. Even if I were to marry Rayzelia, and even if she were to become a slave, she would still be bound by the obligations of royalty. Yet I still made my declaration to her. The honest conversation in the secret bath was a kind of ritual. Raizelia revealed her true feelings to me, and I showed my resolve to her. It was a ritual of confirming each other's feelings. That's why I showed my resolve. Even if the conversation here was like a fleeting dream that may never come to pass. I wanted to show my readiness to face her as she is. I wanted to demonstrate that I am prepared to bear everything about her. Few, warm baths are so relaxing. After the discussion with Raizelia in the secret bath during the day, we ended up staying overnight at Granif Fortress, thanks to Macarin's consideration. However, I couldn't sleep, so I sneaked out to visit the men's bath on the middle level. I sat alone in the bath, staring blankly at the night sky. Raizelia, after that, she had returned to her usual, normal demeanor. As if the events of that day were just a daydream, she acted as if nothing had happened and was as bright and usual as ever. Marriage to me. At first, I didn't take it seriously, but it was different. She had been serious from the beginning. While lost in thought, I suddenly sensed a presence behind me. What's this? What's this smell? Is this sulfur? It stinks. What's with this high-pitched voice? Is it someone related to the fortress's knights? But this is the men's bath. That was clearly a woman's voice. And then, from behind the white steam appeared. What? There's someone here already. Who's that? Does it matter who? This is the men's bath. Is it? But no one else is using it. So it's okay for me to use it, right? The person who appeared was a woman. She was small in stature with short red hair. However, the tips of her hair were dyed a flashy yellow. She seemed to be looking at me but not really seeing me. She hurriedly entered the bath, making a pleased sound of awe as she relaxed. Who is this woman? They were two people who were never meant to meet. In the story, Elime's Lakorofi and Vanitas Lindblum were never destined to cross paths. Yet, by some twist of fate, they encountered each other here. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate for them, at least at this moment, neither of them seemed to think much of the other. Chapter 91, The Evil Dragon is Born Again. In the Forest of Seal, it is said that an evil dragon is imprisoned. How many people truly know if this fantastical rumor is real? The oldest history of the Luendor Empire. Long ago, there was a dragon feared as an evil dragon and still sealed in this land. A dragon that devoured the earth, cities, and people with its greed. In terms of classification as a monster, it is closer to a ground dragon. It crawls upon the earth, wrapped in a hard shell, and has 4 legs. Indeed, monsters of lower rank than this dragon devour the land and pulverize mountains, being feared by certain tribes as their enemies. There are similar monsters. However, this evil dragon is in a class of its own. It suddenly emerged from underground, rampaging through the empire and causing immense damage like a disaster. The powerful figures of the time all went to defeat it, but everyone was repelled. After much hardship, it was finally sealed by one with the inherent ability of sealing, but otherwise, it would have continued its rampage, devastating the land. The name of this evil dragon is Eclipse Dragon. If this monster had wings strong enough to support its massive body and fly through the sky, it would have swallowed the moon. The Eclipse Dragon still sleeps unchanged in a certain part of the Forest of Seal. But today, there are those who have reached the deepest part of the Forest of Seals. What could their purpose be, disturbing the dragon's slumber? Where did you go yesterday? In the deepest part of the Forest of Seals, a stronghold of powerful and untamed monsters. But only the area around the 3 standing there was unusually quiet. On a small hill, there was a spot devoid of any grass or trees, forming a perfect circle. Strangely, monsters never approached this place. And it was no wonder why. In the center of the hill, a single ancient sword was embedded in the ground. Its surface was covered in rust and moss, yet it remained steadfast, anchoring itself firmly in the earth. This sword was the key to sealing the evil dragon. Among the 3, a man with a particularly bizarre appearance, dressed in flamboyant clothing, questioned a woman who was idly inspecting her manicured nails in the sunlight. The question concerned her mysterious actions the previous night. The 3 had a common purpose in visiting this place. However, the woman, Elime's Lakorofi, had left her sleeping quarters and gone out without informing anyone of her destination. This unauthorized and impulsive behavior was typical of Alimes, but it was clear from the voice of the bizarrely dressed man, covered in a tattered robe and hiding his face with a reddish-brown cloth, that he was not pleased. Huh, what? You usually don't seem to care what I do, so are you suddenly interested in me? No. If you're not interested, then what's the big deal? I don't get it. What's the problem? I just want to check out the condition of the forest. It's not like I caused any trouble. I came back quickly, so what's the issue? I don't understand. Hey, Alimes, it's pointless trying to reason with this grumpy guy. He's like this all year round, Scarecrow the dummy. The one who calmed down Alimes, who was getting defensive about her actions, was a man named Moritz. With a nonchalant and mysterious demeanor, he smiled slyly at Alimes, who was clearly annoyed by the Scarecrow. I've been thinking for a while now, but even though your innate attribute is what it is, calling yourself Scarecrow is a really lazy pseudonym. Just use your real name. Like how Moritz and I use ours. Well, don't push it, Alimes. He has his own reasons for it. Besides, isn't it best if we don't pry into each other's personal matters? As long as we have the same goal, it doesn't matter. Is that so? But I've never seen his real face. Well, he's better than you, who clearly can't be trusted. Still, since you always make things difficult for me, I think I'm entitled to say this much. Oh, so you're calling me untrustworthy again, huh? Well, you're the type of person no one would want to be around, aren't you? You seem to be sneaking around behind the scenes. True, I do operate behind the scenes, but it's part of my job. But about my real face, well, who cares? It's just one face. Haha, even he has the freedom to hide his face. Moritz, you're unusually defensive of Scarecrow. Are you two involved in some way? Me, with him, come on, don't be ridiculous. Moritz's reaction was dramatic. However, what followed was even more extreme. Despite Alimes's suspicious gaze, Moritz began to theatrically explain his preferences as if he were on stage. I like women. Specifically, women who are on the path to ruin and fall deeper and deeper into despair. I love it when a foolish, pitiful woman pulls the trigger of her own misfortune and desperately seeks my help. And what I enjoy most is pushing her further into the abyss. That's a terrible taste. Why, isn't it good? The face of a woman who has fallen to the bottom of despair and realizes she can't fall any further is the most beautiful, isn't it? Gross. Hey, you think so too, don't you? Still silent, unbelievable. Alimes sighed in exasperation at Scarecrow, who refused to participate in the conversation. Although the three had arrived at the deepest part of the Forest of Seals with a common goal, it was evident from their interactions that they did not trust each other. So, more importantly, we've finally found the location where the evil dragon is sealed. Let's get this done and head back. Moritz, clearly taking charge, spoke about the next steps. I'm really sick of camping out. Even though we had a general idea of where to search, spending days in this forest is crazy. By the way, you have the means to remove the seal, right? Of course. What do you think we came all this way for? Moritz then pulled from his magic bag a large number of colorful magic stones. Even though the seal is from hundreds of years ago, there are certainly some flaws and weaknesses. It seems that a person with the sealing, innate attribute sealed it, and I have the means to remove it. The issue is... Oh, I see. Well, forget about the old stories and just get on with it. Don't rush. The procedure isn't too complicated. It'll be over quickly. Also, apparently, removing the seal will remove the barrier that keeps the surrounding monsters at bay. You guys should be fine, but watch out for the monsters. Yeah. Moritz approached the sword that was the key to the seal. As he said, removing the seal was a simple process. Although there were preparations to be made, the final step was merely to pull out the key sword. Moritz worked quietly, while Alimes and Scarecrow silently observed his back. After several minutes or possibly longer, the moment finally arrived. All right, we're going to start. I'm going to pull it out now. Hurry up. Moritz grasped the hilt of the rust-covered, moss-encrusted sword. His expression, perhaps due to anticipation of what was about to happen, was twisted with a hint of malevolence. The sword was pulled out with surprising ease. In the next moment, there was a pulse. The entire earth beneath them, including the three of them, trembled with a massive vibration. Oh no. What's this? The earth shook. No, it wasn't the ground itself. There was grass, trees, and soil. But the hill, the connected mountains, and the place the three had recognized were part of the forest, but not the forest itself. It was the back of a monster. It was the enormous back of the eclipse dragon. Cracks tore through the ground as something emerged from beneath. Come forth, earthquake centipede. A gigantic centipede, created by Moritz's innate attribute centipede, used its countless legs to grasp the shaking earth. Get on. I don't want to ride this thing, it's gross. Shut up, you wrote it here too, hurry up. Reluctantly, Elimes jumped onto the back of the centipede. Despite her flippant demeanor, she felt a slight pang of anxiety inside. A bead of sweat trickled down her cheek. The three of them, now on the centipede's back, avoided the fissures in the ground as the earth exploded in a burst. Roo-woo-roar. A roar that shook the entire forest of seals. The very air seemed to tremble. My ears are going to be ruined. What is this thing? This is the ancient evil dragon, Eclipse Dragon. It's too big. With a somewhat stunned expression, Moritz looked up at the sky. It was gigantic, far beyond the scale of any ordinary monster. A dragon of a size that greatly exceeded his expectations. The roar was like a birth cry. A great disaster had awoken once more. Chapter 92, Macarin Bardner fulfills his mission. Report, a giant earth dragon-like monster has appeared in the northwest of the Forest of Seals. Its estimated size is about 30 meters in height and 40 meters in length. Its height far exceeds the barriers of Granite Fortress. Report, the temporarily named Evil Dragon is gouging the ground and seems to be devouring the earth with single-minded ferocity. Its purpose is unknown. Report, the Evil Dragon appears to be heading straight toward Granite Fortress. It is making its way toward the fortress, disregarding obstacles like the trees of the forest. Report, the appearance of the Evil Dragon has caused the monsters in the Forest of Seals to become active. They are now flocking toward Granite Fortress in a stream, seemingly fleeing from the Evil Dragon. The knights delivering these urgent reports to the command rooms spoke rapidly, out of breath. As I offered words of encouragement to the exhausted knights, my mind raced with concern. The entire upheaval began with a thunderous roar that echoed through the Forest of Seals. There had been a sense of foreboding. However, I never imagined it would escalate to this extent. My predictions were too lenient. Are the princess and the guests safe? Damn it, I should have opposed the princess's decision to head into the depths of the forest yesterday. Though it's too late now, I can't shake my regret. But there is much to be done. Above all, I am here to protect Granite Fortress and the surrounding towns and cities from the monsters of the Forest of Seals, as decreed by His Majesty the Emperor. It is difficult not being able to act freely, as I would rush to the princess's side immediately if I could. The princess, she can be a tomboy, but she is also a delicate and kind-hearted person. Some at Granite Fortress still mistakenly believe she is a rough and reckless individual. However, the real princess possesses a gentle and considerate side as well. I am not overly concerned about her combat abilities, but my concern for her safety remains. The knights assigned to protect the princess are elite warriors from Granite Fortress. For now, all I can do is trust them. Princess, please stay safe. Kefil, how are we managing the monsters pouring into the fortress? Can we handle them? Forcing myself to shake off my doubts, I directed a question to one of the knights assisting with command at Granite Fortress. Kefil, who is my right-hand man? I trust that the knights stationed at Granite Fortress can hold their ground, but I need details. Yes, so far there have been no major issues. Although there was some confusion initially, our knights at Granite Fortress are well-trained through rigorous daily drills. Additionally, the monsters attacking us now are mostly from the surface layer of the Forest of Seals. As of now, I believe there are no problems with the fortress's defense. Well, how about the messenger to the nearest town, Zammer? Have they arrived safely? Yes, we have already received a report that the messenger arrived safely. I expect that the evacuation of the townspeople has begun by now. Then the remaining issues are the movements of the powerful D-player monsters and the evil dragon. Yes, the D-player monsters are incredibly powerful. We are holding them off for now, but it is expected to become a severe battle from here on. There may be instances where we fail to eliminate them. And the evil dragon. I never imagined it would really exist. I did not expect the evil dragon to be such a gigantic earth dragon-like creature. Its size is so immense that it seems incomparable to even Granif Fortress. The reason is unclear, but the evil dragon is heading toward Granif Fortress. Fortunately, its progress is slow, but it is clear that it will eventually reach the fortress. Kefil, who is usually calm and composed, twisted his serious expression. It must be a crisis of that magnitude. I feel the same way. It seems that ordinary strength will not be effective against that evil dragon. I became certain of this after witnessing it through the long-range telescope from the fortress's observation tower. Fighting that creature with just the strength of Granif Fortress seems rather disadvantageous. But if this fortress falls, a massive number of monsters will surge into the nearby towns and cities, including the evil dragon. It is unimaginable how much damage it would cause. We have no choice but to stop them here. The D-player monsters and that earth-devouring evil dragon. A quiet moment passes. In the command room of Granif Fortress, several knights, including Kefil, were present, but no one spoke. It is only natural. Everyone is probably thinking in the back of their minds that we are likely to die here. I am prepared. For the people of the Empire, for His Majesty the Emperor, we are already ready to face death. The struggle with monsters is always a matter of life and death. Granif Fortress, which monitors the Forest of Seals teeming with powerful monsters, has seen many casualties each year. Each time, the knights drink toasts and offer prayers to their fallen comrades. Death is close at hand. However, I understand the hesitation when faced with such a crisis. It's only natural for the young and those with a future. That's why, as the commander here, entrusted with the fortress, I must encourage them. No matter how cruel and heartless it may be. Everyone, listen to me. We are likely to die here. What is that? The knights become suddenly agitated, but I cut through their dismay. However, I do not intend to die easily. I will not accept death without a fight. How formidable the evil dragon is remains unknown. But remember this. Behind us are those we must protect. We have the power to save them. And knights, give me your lives. Let us defeat the enemy threatening the Empire together. Do not fear. You have the Stormcrest Knight by your side. We are the sword and shield of the Empire. Protecting the Empire is our mission, one we have imposed upon ourselves. Yes, Lord Bardner. Now rise, knights. From here on, it is an all-out battle. As I look at the resolute gazes of the knights, I think, we are prepared to become the foundation of the Empire. Even so, Princess, please, just please. Do not come to this fortress to offer help. Kind-hearted princess, please, please. As the roar of the evil dragon shakes the fortress, I, accompanied by the knights, head to the front lines of the battle against the monsters, thinking such thoughts. Chapter 93, Knight's Elegy. My name is. Well, names aren't really that important. I'm just an ordinary knight stationed at Granif Fortress. I'm a man in his 30s, worn out and lacking the sharpness I used to have. Why did I become a knight? Just because. It was a dream from childhood, or maybe not. Of course, there was also the option of becoming an adventurer, considering that my sword skills were decent and I was undefeated in my hometown. In fact, by that time, my childhood friend was already active as an adventurer, and I received offers to join various parties, including those who heard rumors from acquaintances. However, I didn't quite fit the adventurer lifestyle. Even if you're told that you can do whatever you want and go wherever you please, I prefer to stay in one place, put down roots, live, and work. Also, it's easier for me to take instructions from others rather than think and act on my own. Living in a group isn't exactly unpleasant for me. Fortunately, I have enough social skills to get along with others. Strict discipline? Not a problem at all. I don't break rules that are set for me, and I've never had any issues with being criticized by others. Being a knight suits me. That's the only reason why I became a knight. Unlike other knights who are fervent about the Empire, my motives are far from pure. But somehow, having served as a knight at Granif Fortress for many years, I was eventually recommended to be the squad leader. It really doesn't suit me at all. Being a squad leader sounds impressive, but managing subordinates brings its own set of difficulties. Those guys, especially the younger ones, often talk back to me, and while they're fine in battle, they show no inclination to listen to me otherwise. However, I can understand their feelings. This is a remote area even within the Empire's territory. It's underdeveloped for an imperial domain, with important facilities limited to the imperial family's private hot springs, and while there are nearby towns, there's no large city like the capital. Though it's said to be a place for training and healing, the number of visiting royalty is few, and they usually bring their own royal guards. The knights assigned to our fortress rarely get a chance to serve. Even so, the enemies we face are usually just monsters that wander out of the forest or the occasional intruders who trespass into the woods. Even that happens only a few times a year. Even the top fighters at Granif Fortress might be called upon for deep-level investigations, but such requests are rare. Given that I became a knight only to be assigned here, it's not surprising that some might feel resentful, thinking they've been relegated to a lesser position. Personally, I don't mind. The work is basically the same everywhere, and the simpler the tasks, the easier they are for me. Still, that doesn't mean I can accept it easily. Even if I scold them harshly, they'll respond with well-reasoned arguments. Are all young people like this? Is it a generational thing? Every time they speak, it's complaints about things being boring or inefficient, and it's really annoying. Seriously, and yet their abilities are annoyingly high. Just when I think they've finished their work faster than expected, they take breaks on their own. And if they get caught, I'm the one who gets blamed. So, I spend my days frustrated and struggling to figure out how to deal with my younger subordinates' attitudes. Today should have been just another ordinary day. One of those everyday routines. But today I and we were in a death trap. Wait, don't go that way. Simon, stop. I shout, knowing my voice won't reach them. Ah. Simon, hey, damn it, that guy. Ah, my leg. Captain, there's no way we can defeat all these monsters. They keep coming. Bartz, the youngest member of my squad and a cat beastman, reports with a panicked face. Usually arrogant and quick to talk back whenever he sees me, this young man was now completely lost and frantic. It was that serious. I know, but we can't just leave Simon suffering over there. I charged forward recklessly with my sword in hand. A black garm was pinning down Simon, who was groaning in pain, while two more black garms were intimidating the area. These creatures, which usually don't group together, had gathered to attack. This was an abnormal situation, but right now, that doesn't matter. Get those filthy paws off my subordinate. With a flash, I sliced through the front legs of the black garm, holding Simon down with the sword I gripped tightly. It was a shallow wound, but that was enough. Gah! Huh! With another swing, despite the sharp pain, the beast tried to bite me. I crouched to dodge and slashed upwards, cutting through its throat. Now, to finish this. The two remaining black garms, disoriented by the sudden death of their comrade, instinctively slashed at me with their sharp claws. Huh! I used my magically enhanced physical abilities to cut through their claws and sever their flesh. Then, I quickly moved into their range and took off their heads. That's it. Still, damn it, I've definitely lost my edge. In the past, I could have defeated these enemies with a single strike. Bartz. Hi. What are you standing there staring for? I managed to buy some time to rescue Simon before the next monster arrives. Stop freezing and come on. You and Yan work together to get the injured Simon to the medical room. But Captain, there are still monsters. Forget about them and just take him there. Move quickly. Why yes, thank you, Captain. What? Is there something else? Ah, thank you. I didn't know the Captain was this strong. He stop with the extra talk and just go already. Damn it, Simon's going to hold a grudge. Now go. Yes. Damn it, it was still manageable at first. The monsters in the Forest of Seals are powerful. However, if we're dealing with the surface-level monsters, we're somewhat accustomed to fighting them. We should have been able to hold our ground. But gradually, the situation began to change. It was a wave. Amidst the surface-level monsters, the deep-level ones began to appear, and soon they mixed together, pushing towards Granif Fortress like a wave. The trees in the forest have been cut down to provide a clear view from the forest to the fortress, creating a plain with low-growing plants. A deep moat surrounds the fortress to block the monster's advance, and there are ballistae on the walls for large creatures. But even that wasn't enough. The number of monsters pouring in was overwhelmingly greater than we could deal with. Angry shouts from fellow knights echoed everywhere. A gigant boa, watch out for its charge, its fangs strike from below, keep your shield low. That blood-stained dark club, it's a dread troll, this is bad. An armored owlbear. It's a deep-level monster. Why is it here? No, could it be the evil dragon's doing? How long will this continue? Fall back for now, we'll switch with the reserves. We were exhausted. Yet the wave of monsters showed no sign of abating. Another knight fell. A fatal wound, he was hit in the heart and couldn't move anymore. Again, a knight lay there, his stomach ripped open, arms severed. His face was unrecognizable. A knight who had lost everything in the raging tide. Again, this time it was a mutual kill. Both had dealt fatal wounds to each other, dying while still entangled. Death began to overflow, death that I didn't want to see, at that moment. A waterfall. What is this? Countless large beads of water fell upon a group of monsters. It was as if they were being struck from above, causing a shockwave through the monsters. Single stream waterfall. A single stream of water from far above pierced through the stopped gigant boa's skull. Two stream waterfalls. Next, water streams from the left and right closed in like massive arms. Crushed. The gigant boa and multiple monsters in the area were smashed by the converging waterfalls. That magic is. Commander Bardner. Macarin Bardner, the Knight of the Rapid Falls. He wore custom-made, heavily armored blue knight armor. In his hands were a massive shield that covered his entire body and a large axe with a curved blade. He is the highest-ranking officer of Granif Fortress and a veteran knight with experience serving as a personal guard to the Emperor. Knights, you fought well. From here on, I will join the battle. Let's push these monsters back together. Oh. The appearance of the seasoned veteran briefly turned the tide of battle. Many of the surface and deep-level monsters had been defeated. Although skirmishes still occurred here and there, the overall conflict was beginning to die down. Even so, the visible casualties were numerous. There were countless injuries. Some members of my squad had also become casualties. Yet it wasn't over, it wasn't finished, the creature had appeared. Jaya. Damn that accursed dragon, roaring uselessly. The evil dragon approached the boundary, between the forest of seals and the plains. Even though it was several hundred meters away, its roar felt as though it could rupture eardrums. What was worse was, damn it, is that really a tamed beast? The evil dragon wore a conspicuous collar around its impossibly thick neck. Though it was barely recognizable, it was undoubtedly a tamed beast collar. To control and use such a monster, this is no joke. Hey, Eclipse Dragon, enough with the intimidation. Stop for a moment. Moreover, there were 3 mysterious figures not mentioned in the reports. A man with a suspicious smile, riding a disgusting giant centipede. Next to him was a woman dressed in gaudy, eye-searing colors, completely out of place in the forest, and a taciturn man in ragged clothes. I could feel a cold sweat running down my spine. Among them, the most formidable was the man in the ragged robe. Persistent, aren't you, old knight? You've already figured out that attacks don't affect the Eclipse Dragon, right? How about you give up already? Oh, ahaha, struggling desperately when it's already hopeless. Isn't it fun? There's no need to protect such a small fortress, is there? Just give up already. Oh. The suspicious man and the garish woman mocked the commander, who looked so battered that it was a wonder he was still standing. The once magnificent knight armor was now covered in mud and blood, with parts missing. Blood flowed from his forehead. His left arm, which should have supported the large shield, hung limply, and the shield itself was nowhere to be seen. The commander had exhausted most of his strength fighting the deep-level monsters. Then the evil dragon appeared. To block the breath attack unleashed on the first strike, the commander had poured all his energy into it. He had no choice but to use his strength to protect us. Even so, it wasn't completely prevented. He was clearly battered and bruised. It was obvious even from a distance that he was standing only through sheer willpower. No one could go to his aid. The deep-level monsters, further incited by the appearance of the evil dragon, were rampaging even more. The fortress was half destroyed by the breath attack, and the number of knights still standing was less than half, no, even less than a third compared to the beginning. As for me, I've messed up too. Bah, Bartz. Use the potion now. Bartz, I'm fine. Aaron is in worse shape. Use the remaining emergency potion on him. But there's only one left. I don't want to hear, but just follow the order for once. I forced my immobile body to shout out. I advised the young knight, whose cheeky face was smeared with tears and blood, to prioritize someone else over me. Because, you like Aaron, don't you? Use the potion on the woman you love, not on this old man. I watched as Bartz, shaking off his tears and resolving himself, went toward Aaron. But then a monster blocked his path. Had it wandered out of the forest? At a time like this, it was a raging ogre. A brutal humanoid monster nearly 3 meters tall. A monster whose strength changes with its anger, making it a troublesome foe depending on the situation. Normally, Bartz in peak condition could barely manage to defeat such an opponent. But after depleting his strength in the previous battles, it was a harsh opponent for him. Someone, isn't there anyone? I'm just a mediocre, uninspiring knight. I'm not well liked by my subordinates, and if asked whether I'm a distinguished knight, I couldn't say it with pride. But this is different. Bartz desperately tried to avoid the raging ogre's attacks, but his movements lacked precision. Hey, God, you're watching, right? Don't you care about this hellish scene? There's no way young lives should be lost here. It's not just Bartz. Many lives on the battlefield are in danger right now. The deep-level monsters are still active. Everyone is fighting. They're burning their lives to protect others. God, if you're watching this, say something. Tell us that there's still hope for them. Bartz. The raging ogre's massive arm came crashing down on the staggering Bartz. I tried to muster what little strength I had left to move my blood-soaked limbs. Let's go, Vanitas. Align with me. Double grasp. Hi. Whoever responded to that voice, whether it was from far away or startlingly close, I couldn't tell now. But it was undoubtedly a voice of salvation. Catastrophic dragonbone breath. Ultimate grip cannon impact. In my fading consciousness, I witnessed it, an overwhelming power that cleared the monsters threatening the knights. Chapter 94, Live. It was just in time that I, along with Raizelia, managed to wipe out the monsters attacking the knights. However, her expression remained troubled as she stood beside me. It seems we were a bit late. It was understandable. We had rushed here as quickly as possible. However, the result was that Granif Fortress, which had appeared to be quite sturdy, was now tragically half destroyed, and the surrounding area was littered with the corpses of both knights and monsters, piled up in a gruesome manner. We couldn't exactly say we made it in time, but we're not completely too late. The knights haven't given up yet, right? Vanitas, are you trying to encourage me? No. I'm just saying there are still things we need to do. You're not very straightforward, but thank you. Yes, there are still things to do. Those guys, I suppose. Both of us looked ahead. In the direction we were gazing, there was a dragon of overwhelming presence that could not be described with the word giant alone, standing at the boundary between the sealed forest and the plains. Its massive body, towering like a rugged mountain, and its spiked back. Scales shimmering like layers of accumulated ore, and its 4 thick legs pressing into the earth, causing it to sink and be buried. The sheer mass was beyond imagination. As we approached, I could feel that every movement of the dragon caused the ground to tremble significantly. Moreover, the path it had passed through was marked by deep ruts, exposing the bare earth. A dragon that could alter the terrain merely by moving. However, one thing that concerned me was the collar around the dragon's neck. If my memory serves me right, that was a tamed monster collar, a kind of identification tag for controlled monsters. Typically, a tamed monster collar is given to monsters that are controlled and are to be used as allies or means of transport, in order to prove they will not harm others. It serves as proof of ownership in places with many people, such as cities or towns. Could it be that such a massive being is under someone's control? If so, the situation is far worse than I imagined. And yet, to think that a malevolent dragon truly exists in the sealed forest, there are other issues as well. Standing beside the dragon were 3 figures. Though I couldn't identify the owner of the collar, their relaxed demeanor and position suggest that they are likely the cause of this commotion. One of them was a man sitting on a large, many-legged centipede, watching us with a look of amusement. The man grinned with a twisted smile, watching us with a sickeningly unpleasant gaze as he looked at me and Raizelia, who had just defeated the monsters attacking the knights. The malice in his eyes and the dubious smile made it clear that he was not a decent person, even though we had just met. The second person was a man draped in a reddish-brown robe, standing silently. His entire body was covered in tattered cloth, and he had even wrapped his face in it, making it impossible to discern any expression or emotion. Or maybe this is normal, given the way the other two had caused such havoc, and yet seemed to reveal their faces with no concern. I began to doubt my own perception. However, I felt no sense of battle intent or emotional fluctuation from him. It was as if he had no interest in what was happening around him, completely indifferent. In a way, he was the most eerie figure, alongside the dragon. And lastly, there was a woman I recognized. The same woman I had met in the hot springs late at night. Though our interaction had been limited to sharing the bath, I recalled her name was Alimes. She seemed to notice me just recently, stopping her idle fiddling with her hair and discreetly waving her hand toward me. But the expression on her face was far from friendly. It was more of a delighted grin, as if she had just found a new toy. None of the three spoke a word. However, with the exception of the man in tattered rags, the other two observed us as if watching a spectacle, their eyes filled with a condescending curiosity about how we would struggle. It was infuriating. Her Highness, why are you here? Macarin, who was severely injured to the point it was surprising he was still standing, could hardly believe that Rayzelia was here. He was conflicted and puzzled, unable to comprehend why Rayzelia was in such a dangerous place. Though Macarin knew her well enough to reach an answer, his mind was rejecting it. Why? Of course, I am the Imperial Princess. I will never abandon the loyal knights who dedicate themselves to the Empire. Your Highness, Macarin, you've held out well. I'm sorry I'm late to witness your bravery with my own eyes. I apologize. What are you saying? For the princess to apologize. Macarin, staggering suddenly due to blood loss, was quickly noticed by Rayzelia, who gently supported him and helped him sit on the ground. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Here, take this. This is a high-grade recovery potion meant for royalty. Why for someone like me? This is something for the princess alone, not for me. Macarin, I would be sad if you died. That is, I anticipated that you would be angry about me coming here. But Macarin, I am who I am. I am the princess, Rayzelia Luendor. Let me do what I can for what I hold dear. Live, Macarin, I still need you to witness my achievements. Your Highness, such undeserved words. Call me Rayzelia. Rayzelia Sama. Macarin, of course, probably did not want Princess Rayzelia to be here. But I could see that his frustration was melting away. He must have remembered how stubborn and unpredictable she could be. He realized anew how foolish it was to oppose Rayzelia's decisions. I too am often at her mercy. But well, this time it's different. As I listened to the conversation between Rayzelia and Macarin, I had my own tasks to attend to. The mysterious trio, including the dragon, showed no signs of moving. This was something I had already discussed with Rayzelia on the way here. I needed to take care of what I had to do. Oh yes, what is it? I called out to a young knight, likely a cat beastman, who was struggling against a raging ogre. Though he was still quite flustered by my sudden approach, he had a job to do now, so I hoped he would pull himself together. Here, take this. What are you doing? A magic bag. Yes, it contains recovery potions. It looks like there are still many who are alive. This magic bag has a considerable number of recovery potions. Use them. But why hesitate? People are dying while you stand here. Look, the knights are desperately helping each other to cling to life. A knight was helping a comrade trapped under rubble, unable to move. Another knight, sweating and looking about to collapse, was applying what seemed to be recovery magic on his forehead. A third knight, while heavily injured himself, was wiping blood and applying first aid to an injured comrade. The monsters are dead. There is no one now to hinder the rescue efforts. If you understand, act quickly. Time waits for no one. Thank you. The cat beastman knight, holding the magic bag, ran towards the injured knights. For now, this should suffice. The training in the sealed forest and the preparation of additional recovery potions proved to be beneficial. In reality, it was Christina who suggested this out of concern for me. I had said that such a large quantity wasn't necessary, but I'm always being helped by her. Well, even if the situation here becomes more chaotic, it's highly likely that many lives will still be saved. Additionally, the other members, including Christina, who went to the temporary base should soon arrive here with the knights stationed at the base. Once they arrive, rescuing, evacuating, and dealing with any new monsters emerging from the forest will be manageable. Yes, for now, it's just me, Raizelia, and Hildegard. Strictly speaking, there is one more person, but she doesn't count in the numbers. We had been heading to the deepest part of the sealed forest. Upon hearing a deafening roar that we presumed came from the dragon, and realizing that our destination was Granif Fortress, we split into two groups. One group, led by me, headed straight towards the dragon's destination, while Christina and the others temporarily returned to the base to gather supplies and reinforcements. As we followed the dragon, the closer we got to the deepest part, the more numerous and stronger the monsters became. It was impossible to pass through without engaging them, and we were further delayed by monsters fleeing in fear of the dragon, which obstructed our path. Seeing the state of the fortress and Raizelia's shocked reaction, I wished we could have arrived sooner. But there was no time for regrets now. We had to do what we could. I surveyed the surroundings. The remaining issue was the observers who were standing by. Hildegard, how are you? Can you fight? Yes, master, I'm fine. I spoke to Hildegard, who was noticeably different from usual. She was staring fixedly at a single point. Her gaze reflected nothing but the dragon. Her lifeless, dull silver eyes were fixed on the ground, focused solely on the dragon. This happened just a few minutes ago. We were still in the sealed forest, discussing how to deal with the dragon. Hildegard, what's wrong? That monster. I should have realized it sooner. I should have been more suspicious when she fell weakly from the tree after climbing up for reconnaissance, especially after hearing the dragons roar on our way to the deepest part. I should have paid more attention to her unusual behavior. She was acting strangely. She was trembling. The usually carefree Hildegard was frightened by something. Hilda. What's wrong? Hildany, did you get hurt from earlier? I caught her properly, but injuries, Hildegard, does anything hurt? The concern from everyone didn't reach Hildegard. She murmured as if she had lost her mind. That's not the same, but similar. No way. Hildegard. That's Mother's enemy. As if overwhelmed by unbearable fear, she hugged herself tightly with both hands and stared into the empty void. He, who was reborn as Vanitas, did not know. The lower-class monster under the Eclipse Dragon, the Moon Eclipse Dragon, was the one that had destroyed Hildegard's homeland and killed her mother. This was the fundamental reason why Hildegard had become a slave. She was now facing that very enemy on this day, a being that resembled her archenemy. Chapter 95, I Know Your Names. Hildegard is from the Lepite tribe, a small group living south of the Luendor Empire. They reside in a sturdy settlement carved out of natural rock formations that serve as natural fortifications. However, one day, their settlement was destroyed along with the rock mountains by a monster that devours earth and sand. Many of the Lepite warriors perished after a fierce battle. As a result, the Lepite tribe was pursued by slave traders who had long had their sights set on them, and she was captured and enslaved. That's as much as I know. Even though Vanitas bought her, he can also retrieve memories from when I first met her. When we first met, she was at the lowest point of despair. She had lost her mother, her tribe, and was alone in an unfamiliar land, her eyes filled with sadness. Yes, even when tracing the faint and tenuous memories of the novel, Hildegard's enslavement followed the same path. But is it possible for such coincidences to occur? In this vast world, is it really possible to encounter a monster that bears a striking resemblance to the one that destroyed her settlement and killed her mother, especially if it closely resembles the evil dragon? It's not impossible. However, such an occurrence would indeed be an extremely low-probability event. If so, this encounter must be a significant part of the story. An important event in a novel I am not familiar with, just as Mayurika faced her aversion to her innate attribute through the protagonist's actions. Just as protagonist-like, Anhul faced off in a duel over Christina's liberation from slavery. Hildegard, too, must be destined to confront the evil dragon. Perhaps this is in the latter part of the story. I haven't read the parts where Vanitas meets a lonely death, or there might be gaps in my memory. To think that the haziness of my memory would be so troublesome, especially concerning something as important to me as Hildegard. Hildegard, if it's too much, you don't have to fight. We're up against 3 enemies of unknown identity, the evil dragon. It will be a tough battle, if you become a hindrance. No, master, I will fight, let me fight. Understood. I won't test your resolve with my words anymore. Thank you, master. It was clear that Hildegard was putting on a brave face. Her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, and her gaze at the evil dragon wavered. Nevertheless, I believed in her. She stood determinedly before an enemy resembling her archenemy. Even with a dark expression, she didn't flee. She was confronting a past she didn't want to face. As her master, I should respect her resolve. After all, I had vowed to be worthy of her as her master. Then, the shady man who had been observing us turned his gaze toward me. Sitting on a giant centipede, he spoke to me with interest. A slave, huh? Hey, kid over there. Vanitas, was it? Is that girl your slave? Quite an expensive collar she's wearing, scarlet or whatever it is. Yes, she is mine. Is there a problem? No, it doesn't matter whose slave she is. But you must be a noble son, right? So what? Even from just looking at you, I can tell a lot about a person's background. You're reckless for a noble brat, though. HMPH, maybe that's how nobles are, full of idiots. Anyway, your magic earlier had quite a bit of power. But perhaps it's due to your noble pride? Or are you just lacking in thought? Sorry to say, but it seems you've made a mistake by encountering us. A mistake? Yes, encountering us. And to top it off, you're unlucky enough to run into the prototype of the eclipsed dragon. The man chuckled, trying to stifle his laughter. At that moment, Raizelia, who had evacuated Machelm to a position away from the battlefield after treating him with a potion, returned. The eclipsed dragon? Is that the name of that dragon? Raizelia, with a stern expression, pressed on. So the dragon has a name, but how do you know about it? Where did you learn about it? Oh, it's the Imperial Princess. I didn't expect to run into her in such a remote place. The Raging Dragon Princess, Raizelia Lewandor, I've heard the rumors, didn't your guard stop you? It's clear why the knights can't relax with your rampage. It's as the rumors said. Enough idle chatter. More importantly, that collar on the evil dragon. It looks like a tamer's collar, but are you its master then? Interested in this? As you guessed, this collar is indeed a tamer's collar. However, it's been modified accordingly. Modified? I haven't seen such a large collar before. An ordinary tamer's collar is merely a proof of control, but this one is different. It doesn't have a name, but it allows the person who equipped it to control the monster at will. It removes the monster's consciousness and forces compliance, just like with that girl there. It makes the monster obey commands as if it were a slave, even if the monster's power far surpasses its master. Forced control. Even slave collars require a consensual contract, so this one's performance is exceptional. Moreover, if it can control even more powerful opponents, it's a perfect tool for committing crimes with monsters. Troublesome. It's quite convenient, isn't it? Honestly, I was skeptical about whether it would work, but seeing the eclipsed dragon like this, the control is almost perfect. Occasionally, its instincts might interfere, causing it to disobey, but it still can't defy its master. It would be even more interesting if this collar worked on humans. It's a shame it's not that simple. But if it's a beast like the princess, maybe it could be controlled. It's frustrating that there's only one like this for the eclipsed dragon. Ha. The man's unsettling, high laughter was infuriating. It was clear why he was so chatty. He was eager to boast about the power he had gained, far surpassing his own. A princess, huh? You keep saying that, but is it really true? A woman who was familiar to me interrupted. Elimes. I never expected to encounter her as an enemy again. A princess with such a large build, isn't that a bit presumptuous? I think a slender, delicate girl like me is more suited to be a princess. What do you think, Vanitas? Elimes, you're short and don't fit the princess image either. Why are you competing about this? I'm asking Vanitas. You're not needed, so just stay out of it. That's quite something to say. Well, fine. By the way, do you know this kid? Not really. It's none of your business. It seems like they aren't on very good terms despite appearing to be allies. However, the shady man, after being chided by Elimes, shrugged and backed off with a yeah. Vanitas, is she an acquaintance of yours? Raizelia, why the stern face? I told you, right? I met a strange woman in the hot springs. Oh, the perverted woman you mentioned this morning. But soon, Raizelia's stern expression eased. Still, It's quite something that Raizelia can make such a remark while being so self-righteous. Huh, I'm not a pervert. You entered the men's bath, didn't you? That's indecent. You're basically a pervert. Well, it's true that Raizelia just entered the mixed bath. It's not entirely incorrect. What are you talking about? Vanitas was happy to be with me. Was Vanitas happy? He wasn't happy. Really? That can't be true, right? He should have been happy to bathe with a beautiful girl like me. Don't be so stubborn. HMPH, Vanitas apparently doesn't even notice you. How unfortunate. Raizelia's triumphant smile. Is it just my imagination, or does Alimes seem somewhat frustrated? Why is there this rivalry between them even though they are enemies? I don't know. Alimes, enough already. What's the point in teasing people who are about to die? Well, that's true. But it's fine to have a little fun, right? Seriously, it's because you suggested destroying that annoying fortress that we're in this mess. Hey, Moritz, don't blame me for this. I just made a suggestion, and you were the one who said, that's a good idea, with that serious face. Just so you know, it was lame. I didn't have a serious face. Did I really seem lame? Why didn't you say anything at that time? Moritz is that shady man named Moritz. Moritz, you say. Vanitas. What's up? Have you finally lost it? Wait, has Vanitas really broken down? How boring. I couldn't help but laugh. Moritz, is this really the time to be discussing the memory of the story? You said Moritz, right? Why did you and your group release the evil dragon, the eclipse dragon as you call it, from its seal? Who would answer that honestly when asked? I could tell you as a parting gift, but actually forget it. Kid, you'll die without knowing. Moritz's serious expression changed, perhaps due to the sudden shift in my demeanor. But I remembered. Moritz, I remember your name. And I also remember the organization you belong to. The Society of Idleness and Chaos. What? W8 is that? That surprised expression. What's wrong? Your previous composure is gone. So, that's the name of your organization. Where did you hear that name? What's with the sudden change in attitude? Don't get flustered now. Even if you don't say it, it's clear that it's the truth. Do you want to know? No, I already know. I know the name of your organization. Moritz, you were the one who tried to recruit me. Recruit? This is our first meeting, isn't it? What nonsense. What's this? Aren't you in charge of recruitment for the organization? Your role is to gather useful pieces for the sect, right? Ugh. The mask is slipping, Moritz. The shady smile is gone, replaced by a sharp, murderous intent directed at me. Vanitas, I don't usually go out of my way to kill people. It complicates things. But you are the exception. You are dangerously so. Well, unexpectedly recalling some knowledge of the story might have bought me some time and diverted their hostility. The knights should have been treated and evacuated by now, and Christina and the others should be rushing here. They should arrive soon. I subtly signal to Raizelia, who is brimming with murderous intent, to take action. We've been living together for over a week now. Our coordination is already well established. Both Raizelia and I are at our limit. It's time to make our move. Double grip. Hey, what is this? Moritz quickly defended himself with the Great Centipede. But it doesn't matter much. This magic binds and crushes even the Great Centipede, but Moritz was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Despite being restrained, the Great Centipede struggles wildly. This, quite the greeting. But this is nothing. The rigidity is only momentary. Moritz breaks free from the restraint and roars, but there's more to come. Dragonbone Feather Dart. Raizelia's Dragonbone magic. Wings made of dragon bones sprout from her back and flap, shooting bone projectiles like bullets toward Moritz and the other two. These trivial tricks won't work. Geological Great Centipede. Hey, what about me too? Ugh. Moritz summons a new Great Centipede to act as a shield. Alimes leaps quickly to hide behind the Eclipse dragon's legs. The ragged man skillfully dodges the countless dragonbone projectiles, twisting his body. He deflects only those projectiles that seem to be heading toward him with a pair of long, thin swords he retrieves from somewhere. Alimes, who had opted for a retreat, is different. Using only physical techniques, does that mean he doesn't need magic? He's definitely one to watch out for. I provide a distraction while Raizelia focuses on the main attack. But the reverse is also true. Right now, Raizelia's magic is obstructing vision and hindering movement, a distraction. Heavy grip. Heavy grip, This is a magic concentration technique performed with both hands. You bring your right and left hands together so that they overlap. The motion is slow and both hands are occupied, but the magic concentration is far superior to that of a single hand. Scarecrow Big Man. 3 scarecrows, each 3 meters tall. The ragged man casts a spell. A shield perhaps, but it's too late. Vanitas, what the hell are you? Leaving Moritz's astonished expression visible through the gaps between the great centipedes, I activate the spell with the massive concentrated magic. Ultimate Grip Cannon Impact. I thrust my hands forward, unleashing a wide area destructive shockwave. It blows away even the gigantic Eclipse Dragon. Giga. Eek. Damn it. Don't mess around. Ugh. The Eclipse Dragon and the Society of Idleness and Chaos, you who have saddened my precious Hildegard and Rayzelia, are in the way. Chapter 96. The Society of Idleness and Chaos. This is a secret society formed to spread chaos throughout the world. It does not belong to any specific nation. Instead, it hides in the shadows, growing its influence in the dark without drawing attention, planting its followers in the core of various nations like a cancer spreading through the human body, eroding and attempting to destroy from within. Moritz Abacia, Elimes Lakorofi, and the Scarecrow Man are among the most powerful executives within the Society of Idleness and Chaos. Among them, Moritz, as Vanitas pointed out, is the one responsible for contacting and skillfully recruiting those with potential, bringing them into their ranks. Although Vanitas has named the society, he does not know its true objectives. Furthermore, he cannot recall details about the trio's innate attributes, their motives for resurrecting the dragon, or their roles and fates in the story. In the original story, it was inconceivable that Vanitas, a student, would visit the sealed forest at this time. Even more improbable was being favored and taken by the princess, Rayzelia Luendor. In the story, Granite Fortress was completely destroyed, and Makern Bardner died in battle. Although the monsters were defeated and the damage was minimized, they could not overcome the subsequent assault by the dragon and the trio's rampage. The dragon, having exterminated the knights and completed its test run, hid from the Empire and subsequently destroyed a small nation near the Empire. Thus, the Eclipse Dragon stood before the protagonist, Anhul, as a key force and vanguard of the Society of Idleness and Chaos. Vanitas's memory is fragmented, with many gaps rendering it unreliable. While he is resigned to the fact that he cannot recall certain things and has some idea of the reasons, he has not reached certainty. However, this missing memory does not concern Vanitas, the nameless reincarnate, at this moment. The story has already diverged from its original path. Vanitas's actions have led the story in a completely different direction, following a route that bears no resemblance to the original. Therefore, it is irrelevant. He will not hesitate or retreat even if the opponent is clearly a formidable enemy. What occupies his thoughts is simply to beat down those he despises. Damn it, stop fooling around, he cursed inwardly. After the strange motion of overlapping his hands, Vanitas, the kid, unleashed a sudden and fierce shockwave. Although the centipedes had quickly fortified their defenses, he was thrown through the air by the force. What is this? He should just be a noble brat, right? Just some self-important fool who came here thinking he's a savior. Sure, the magic he used to kill the monsters attacking the knights had considerable power, but it's just a noble's pastime. Even with somewhat superior magic, it should be something that could be blocked by his centipede magic. Yet he casts a spell with such a wide-ranging effect. The damage is minor, but the internal shock far exceeds that. Not yet. It's not a big problem. He can recover easily. And no matter how incredible the shockwave, it hasn't affected the Eclipse Dragon. After all, with such a massive body. The Eclipse Dragon's weight is beyond normal. It merely made its feet lift slightly. So what if it was pushed back a bit from its original position? Even considering that it was weakened by being released from its seal, an ancient dragon of this caliber wouldn't be defeated so easily. It shouldn't be. Moreover, if he's using such a large-scale spell, even if he's running low on magic. Heavy grips. That bastard again. Ultimate Impact Cannon. The body creaked under the renewed shock. Is he firing another spell immediately? A spell of this magnitude? It's unbelievable. Goo. Hey, Eclipse Dragon, you're an ancient sealed evil dragon, aren't you? Hold your ground a bit longer. Heavy grip. I won't let you do that so many times. Rainbow Hoop. Ahem. The magic of a limes, whose innate attribute is rainbow band. A rainbow formed into a ring flies towards the standing kid. Elimes may be a sassy girl who hardly listens to the organization's orders, but as one with a light magic-derived innate attribute, she wields the fastest magic among us. However, grasp. What? No way. Why is my magic? It was deflected. I can't afford to forget either. Piercing dragonbone lance. A surprise spear throw. The princess is targeting me. The white bone spear slices through the centipedes and grazes my cheek. This is the rumored dragonbone magic. Its hardness due to the bone is one of the reasons why the raging dragon princess is said to be so formidable. Scarecrow sentry. A decoy. How crafty. The spear thrown again was blocked by the magic of Scarecrow, a scarecrow-like man. Unlike the Scarecrow's massive body that had withstood Vanitas's shockwave, this Scarecrow was equipped with a shabby sword and simple armor. Well done, Scarecrow, you lot are getting too full of yourselves. Go, Eclipse Dragon, sweep away those pesky insects. Gala. An order relayed to the Eclipse Dragon through a collar. It sweeps with its forelimbs, gouging the ground and even changing the terrain. A thunderous noise engulfs the area. Damn, they're retreating fast. In no time, they've pulled back. And now, as if nothing happened, the collapsing ground is being rushed and assaulted. What the hell are these guys? Aren't they scared? This is an Eclipse Dragon. Did you see the terrifying power it has now? Just by moving its front legs, it cracked the ground and mowed down the trees in the forest like sticks. The scenery in front of us completely changed. And even I, when I first saw this dragon released from its seal, instinctively sensed that I didn't want to fight it. Yet, slashing Dragon Bone's deathclaw, oh, it's hard, it's not just hard. My Dragon Bone can't seem to make a dent. Double grip, ultimate grip cannon full impact, certainly hard. The cannon shots aren't getting through. Then how about this? Deflecting Dragon Bone's sword tail. Oh, and this doesn't work either. Evil dragon, you must be an overwhelming superior. Haha, I'm delighted, truly delighted. Double grip, extreme grip, attack full impact. Even this can only manage to scratch a scale. My training should have increased its power, but heth, I'll keep hitting it no matter how many times it takes. They're laughing, no, they're smiling. They're challenging the Eclipse Dragon as if it's nothing, laughing all the while. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I stopped attacking and had to ask them. I had no choice but to question them. Are you guys insane? Ahem. What an odd thing to say. Wasn't this all started by you? Ah, Moritz, you were the one who did this. You attacked the fortress and opposed us. Did you not expect someone to stand up against you in such a grand scheme? I didn't anticipate maniacs like you. Where did things go wrong? Everything was going smoothly until the seal of the evil dragon, the Eclipse Dragon, was broken. We had attacked the fortress and almost succeeded. We had wiped out the knights and were just about to leave, having eliminated all witnesses. That was supposed to be the end, but what the hell are these guys? The princess is fine. I had heard rumors about her exceptional abilities, but Vanitas. Knowing our organization's name, the way he unleashes magic with such intensity without even showing signs of magical exhaustion and never taking his eyes off the Eclipse Dragon for a moment. That guy isn't just some noble brat, he's something else entirely. He's too dangerous, I have to take him down here. Mud bullet. What's that weak magic? Rainbow circle. What's this? Are you, a slave, actually daring to oppose me? And using mud magic, how disgusting. If you're going to use magic, you should use something as beautiful and splendid as mine. Rainbow trifoam. Turning my gaze to Elimes, I saw that she was engaged in battle with Vanitas's slave, a little distance away from us. It seems that the slave girl isn't as crazy as the master, though. It's a good thing, but she's clearly weaker than the two of us here and is visibly frightened by the Eclipse Dragon. Her movements are sluggish, and I can occasionally see her glancing in our direction. Elimes. What? I'm currently teaching this filthy mud girl the beauty of my magic. Ah, you deal with that slave, Scarecrow Man. Oh, take care of the princess. The Scarecrow Man, as expressionless and emotionally detached as ever, nodded slightly. This is fine, now the rest. So, it seems I'm your opponent. Ah, the princess can wait. Vanitas, I'll kill you first. Damn, look away for once. Chapter 97, Christina rushes to her lord. Master, are you really going to take Hilda with you? Yes, she herself wishes to do so. But the demon dragon, it resembles the one who killed Hilda's mother. Yes, but she would have had to face this fact sooner or later. So, it might be better that she encounters it while I can support her. Besides, I want to respect her wishes. I don't want to take away her will to confront it. Master, we joined up with the knights of Lady Ryselia's personal guard, and the knights we had taken from Granif Fortress at the makeshift base. We hurried with them toward the forward Granif Fortress, where our master and others had already gone. The road from the makeshift base to the fortress was not well maintained. The carriage jolted violently, but it wasn't moving as fast as we wanted. It was frustrating. Faster, faster. Master. Chris, you should sit down. Just as Lapana says, it won't help to fret here. The carriage is moving at its maximum speed. I understand you're worried about the three who went ahead to Granif Fortress, but Christina, now is the time to endure. Seeing my restlessness despite the fortress still being out of sight, Lapana and Mayurelica were concerned for me. Huff, as they said, I need to calm down more. But thinking about our master, Lady Ryselia, and especially the strangely behaving Hilda, I couldn't help but be anxious. To force myself to calm down, I gently took a seat on the bench in the carriage's cargo area. Thank you, Lapana and Mayurelica. I was a bit too anxious. By the way, Lapana is one thing, but Mayurelica, were you okay with coming? Master and Lady Ryselia said it wasn't necessary for you to come to Granif Fortress. Well, I've been fighting alongside everyone up to today. It would be too impersonal to leave me behind. Even if I can't be of help in the fight against the demon dragon, I'm sure I can be of assistance to the fortress's knights. More importantly, it's my duty to protect Lapana. If Lapana is going into danger, I have to go as well. Yes, thank you. Lapana, you're being too formal. Oh, thank you, Mayurelica. Yes, that's the spirit. We are comrades in arms, after all. Lapana and Mayurelica get along well. Their interactions are often quite heartwarming. While Lapana might seem to avoid Mayurelica, calling her a bit too much and steering clear of her, it's clear she doesn't dislike her that much. If she truly disliked it, she would have come to me or Hilda for advice, but she hasn't once. Of course, I've subtly asked Lapana about her relationship with Mayurelica, and while she's embarrassed, her response isn't negative. Though their relationship started with misunderstandings, it's clear they are now connecting well. Our master seems not too eager to clear up Mayurelica's misunderstanding, but I guess he is waiting for Lapana to confess that the figure she saw was actually Ashburn's sense in disguise. Master is waiting for the timid Lapana to muster up the courage. He must believe that she needs that one step to move forward. Now, leaving the matter of the two of them to time and keeping an eye on it, the issue is. By the way, Havels, you look quite pale. Are you all right? I spoke to Havel, who was hunched over in the corner of the carriage, looking green. Until just a moment ago, he had been complaining about being left behind because the carriage was moving too slowly, but now he was strangely quiet. I feel nauseous. Could it be that you're motion sick? I feel like I'm going to throw up. The shaking is probably causing it. It can't be helped. Really, is that so? I'm sorry, Havel, but I don't have any anti-nausea medication with me right now. I believe Lyrica would have some, but she is stationed at the makeshift base. Mayurelica gently rubbed Havel's back. However, it seemed like that might make things worse. As expected, Havel struggled to suppress the rising nausea, holding his mouth tightly. I can't, I'm going to throw up. I am sorry. I too, unfortunately don't have any medicine at the moment. And Lapana doesn't have any either. But Havel, I'm sorry, but we can't slow down the carriage. Yeah, it's fine not to slow down. I feel terrible and might throw up any moment, but we need to hurry to Vanitas and the others as soon as possible. Havel, forcing a weak smile, showed concern for the master even more than for himself. This was a far cry from the person I first met. Havel, too, may have changed somewhat through this training journey. It's quite moving. Changing the subject, normally you call Vanitas master, but today is different. No way, I never said that. Mayurelica, you must be mistaken. No, Havel, you always refer to our master as master. Really, Christina, too. That's not true. I would never refer to Vanitas as a partner. Right, Lapana, you'll say I didn't say that. Right. Havel, don't scare Lapana. She's frightened by your outburst. Hey. Havel, you always call our master master, but don't you realize? No way. Havel's sudden burst of energy was a stark contrast to the earlier signs of illness. Well, this relaxed demeanor is typical of Havel, but it's somewhat disconcerting. As I marveled at Havel's quick recovery, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the area. Then came the jolt that rocked the carriage. The sudden shaking of the ground startled the horses, making them whinny in alarm. What was that? It was an enormous roar and vibration. That was. It came from the direction of Granif Fortress. Could it be the demon dragon's doing? It sounded and shook as if something was slammed into the ground. Is it the demon dragon or Vanitas? Either way, it seems we need to reach Granif Fortress as soon as possible. I prayed for the safety of our master, Lady Rayzelia, and Hildegard while we rushed in the carriage. Hilda, though older than me, feels like a sister. Her bright and cheerful demeanor has always been a source of comfort for me. So, despite knowing her resolve to fight, I can't help but wish she stays unharmed. It's only natural to worry more when I can't be there myself. Faster, faster. Master, Lady Rayzelia, and Hildegard, Christina is on her way. Please stay safe. Chapter 98, Rayzelia Lewandor vs. Scarecrow Man. It's hard to fight. This was the feeling I had just a few minutes after parting from Vanitas and beginning my battle with the man in ragged clothes. Dragonbone Lance, the piercing Dragonbone Spear. Charging forward with the great sword, Kokume Maru, in my right hand and the Dragonbone Spear in my left. Scarecrow Sentry. Damn it, get out of the way. Again, every attack I make is intercepted by a scarecrow, preventing it from reaching the real target. The Scarecrow Man, Scarecrow Sentry, has a peculiar name that accurately describes the magic he uses. The scarecrows are created with magic from wooden crosses and resemble dirty, human-like figures with heads wrapped in rags, similar to the caster. Their strength is not particularly high. My magic could easily shatter them if it hits. However, destroying them takes time. During that time, the Scarecrow Man distances himself again, forcing me to start over. The scarecrows are excellent as a wall, more importantly. Scarecrow Farmer. The numbers are different. The latest spell is another wall-type decoy. But unlike the Sentry, which is equipped with simple armor and a dirty sword and attacks with a crude weapon, the Farmer appears unarmed and doesn't attack, yet produces a considerable number of scarecrows almost instantly. 12 in total. The scarecrows swarm and obstruct my path, blocking my progress. Dragonbone Feather Dart. Seeing the wall of scarecrows, I chose an area of effect spell to attack all at once. As Dragonbone shards hit, the scarecrows crumble and scatter debris around. Compared to the Sentry, which wears armor, their strength is lower. One by one, they fall to the ground, powerless. However, Scarecrow Farmer. Again, once more, the defensive line is being rebuilt. It's an obvious delay tactic. While Vanitas is engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon and the suspicious man, Moritz, and Hildegard is fighting with the noisy woman, Reims, I am forced to stay here and be held back. I wanted to quickly go support Vanitas and Hildegard. This man is not to be underestimated. What's the matter? Aren't you going to attack? All you do is fortify your defense like a turtle. At this rate, you'll never win against me. Are those rapiers you hold just for show? Even with my sarcastic remarks, the Scarecrow Man remains unmoved, holding his rapiers limply in both hands. He won't rise to the provocation. Well, even if I use the area of effect Feather Dart spell again, the scarecrows would simply block it as decoys. There's no helping it. This will be my second spell of the day, and while it will consume more magic power, it's a necessary expense. That spell should be able to bypass both the scarecrows and the rapiers. First, I destroy the scarecrows with all my strength. I shatter, pierce, and slice them with the Kokume Maru and Dragonbone Spear, driving them into the ground. Numerous wooden fragments scatter through the air as the sound of destruction echoes around. Ignoring the Scarecrow Man as he creates additional decoys, I continue to destroy relentlessly. Occasionally, the sentries mix in and swing their swords at me, but I destroy them with single-minded focus. How many have I destroyed? When counting became too bothersome, the moment finally came. A blind spot. The Scarecrow man is skillful at controlling the scarecrows, but with this many, there are times when the scarecrows overlap and obstruct the view. Moreover, now that I've closed in before the Scarecrow man could distance himself, I approach the scarecrows closely on purpose, intending to pierce through the entire wall of scarecrows with my spear. Take this. Scarecrow Sentry, Giant Big Man. What appeared was a giant scarecrow magic that serves as both wall and shield for its caster. The spear, which had easily destroyed the scarecrow farmer, was absorbed by the immense size of the new scarecrow. The spear penetrated halfway into the scarecrow's torso before losing its momentum completely. Heh, this is what I've been waiting for. This magic, which blocked Vanitas's spell, is likely the cornerstone of your defense. I had anticipated you would use this magic, knowing that in emergencies you would rely on a scarecrow of nearly 3 meters tall as a wall. And with my spell, even your most formidable scarecrow will turn to dust. Hidden behind this giant form, you wouldn't see the trajectory of my spell. Disappear. Dragonbone Catastrophe Breath. Catastrophe Breath is a spell that releases dragonbone particles as a breath attack. Dragonbone is hard. Even in particle form, it remains so. This spell, mimicking the dragon's unique breath, grinds and turns whatever it touches into literal dust. The giant scarecrow, with the spear embedded halfway, turned to dust effortlessly, erasing even the ground as it was absorbed toward the scarecrow man. A dodge. What, you dodged that. Though it was through the scarecrow, the trajectory was definitely on target. Had things gone on as they were, it should have hit and inflicted a fatal wound. Even if it had been dodged, I had planned to follow up with a thrown Kokume Maru to pin him to the ground. But that was not merely a dodge. What kind of magic is that? It was clearly beyond mere body movement. It was as if an invisible force had forcibly moved his body with an unnaturalness to it. Could it be a dodging magic? Scarecrow Sentry Dancer. Quick, 3 scarecrows, still with stick-like legs, spun around and approached me with a rapid sideways rotation. In both hands, the scarecrow wields rusted curved swords, and its attire is a dress of better quality than the scarecrow farmer, almost like a dancer's costume. So, he's going on the offensive now. The crude curved swords held by the dancer-like scarecrow make shallow cuts on my skin. Damn it, Dragonbone Lance. I sweep the area with the Dragonbone Spear. However, the dancer scarecrows quickly scatter in response to my attack, like scattering spiders. These precise movements. The scarecrow man must be controlling them, but they are clearly more agile and sharp than before. Could it be that he was merely biding his time? Was he intentionally slowing down to make it seem like his skills were inferior? Was he operating such a large number of scarecrows with ease? Damn, I knew he was formidable, but this is more troublesome than expected. Scarecrow Sentry, Tall Man. What, this? The scarecrow man's next move. A towering scarecrow appears, high enough to block out the sun and cast a large shadow. Crush them, Tall Man. Vanitas, Hildegard, I'm sorry. It looks like this will take a bit more time. Chapter 99, Vanitas vs. Moritz plus Eclipse Dragon. Hey, Vanitas, what happened to the initial bravado? Now that you realize your attacks aren't working on the Eclipse Dragon, are you just running away? What a pitiful sight. Oh, not even a word in reply, or are you too busy fleeing to even respond? Huh. It's a cheap taunt, but it hits the mark. Moritz, clinging to the centipede sitting on the neck of the evil dragon, threw these words at me with the confidence he had regained from the early days. Though it's clear he's no longer letting his guard down in the slightest. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, his eyes glinted as he kept a close watch on even my slightest movements. I guess I'll have to make the first move. Go Eclipse Dragon. Ugraza. Grip, Converged Magic Power Enhancement. In response, I was indeed using magical power to enhance my body and running around the ground. Even with my magic, which boasts quite high firepower, the extreme grip full impact attack barely chips away at the evil dragon's rock-like scales. That being the case, straightforward physical attacks are quite limited in effectiveness. To break through, I would need the heavy grip layered grasp, which, however, is not something I can use easily given the current situation. Subterranean Centipede. Moritz cast a spell from atop the evil dragon's neck. It's probably a spell related to the innate attributes of the centipede, which is another reason I can't afford to be careless in my attack. The centipede's limbs, extended sideways by Moritz, slithered and fell to the ground, writhing as they burrowed into the earth, approaching me from below. Grip, impact, strike. Jilly. Though I rarely let the centipede's limbs reach my feet while moving at high speed, they succeeded in restricting my actions and diverting my attention by preemptively positioning themselves in my path. Crushing the ground itself becomes an obstacle to my actions as well. Double grip. Useless, great centipede body. Extreme grip cannon wave. The direct cannon attacks aimed at Moritz, who controls the evil dragon Eclipse Dragon, are easily blocked. The distance is part of the issue, but the centipedes, especially the giant ones, are covered with armor-like shells that my magic can't inflict fatal damage upon. Useless. Go, Eclipse Dragon, sweep them away. The person giving instructions to the overwhelmingly massive evil dragon, Eclipse Dragon, is quite powerful himself. With their strengths being utilized, there is no opening for a counterattack. So, what to do from here? First, the specially designed collar on the subordinate demon. Destroying it is an option, but it would likely be counterproductive. Although the evil dragon Eclipse Dragon is currently controlled and not rampaging, if it were to act independently after the collar's destruction, its actions are unpredictable. There's a high risk of the people fighting around the evil dragon Eclipse Dragon, such as Hildegard and the Knights of Granif Fortress, being put in danger. It could be said that the evil dragon Eclipse Dragon, controlled as it is now, might not be displaying its true power. Destroying the collar is not an option. One of my trump cards, the magic nullifying void space anti-mana vanity space, also has limited effectiveness. Given the opponent's enormous size, the magic nullifying space cannot encompass its entire body, and considering its biological strength, the effect is minimal. So if that's the case, Vanitas, what do you think will happen if you keep running away like this? Give up already. Moritz, maintaining a calm tone, speaks to me while I ponder. A surrender offer at this stage feels nauseating. Despite this, the evil dragon Eclipse Dragon continues its attacks. Is it aiming to provoke me? Don't you think you can't win if you keep fighting? The Eclipse Dragon is an ancient monster, one of the oldest in the Empire's history. I've heard that many of the powerful figures of the past challenged it, only to be defeated each time. A dragon disaster that devours the land and even alters the terrain. Do you think you can defeat such a monster on your own? From here, I can also see the battle situation between the princess and your subordinate. The Scarecrow man, despite appearances, is stronger than me. The princess seems to be struggling quite a bit. It's clear to see how that wild woman is being handled effortlessly. The Scarecrow man has innate attributes beyond just Scarecrow. Considering that, the princess has a bad matchup. Vanitas, it's unfortunate, but you have no chance of winning. Ugh. The shockwaves from the evil dragon's attacks and the flying rock fragments injure my body. About your subordinate and Arimes, why did you bring such a subordinate? It's pitiful. Alimes is being completely toyed with by the rainbow band magic. Clearly, that subordinate is unfit for this situation. It's only a matter of time before a conclusion is reached. Blood from my forehead drips into my eyes. As my vision turns red, I desperately move my legs. The crushing sounds caused by the evil dragon, Eclipse Dragon, reverberate nearby. Vanitas, if you would just quietly die, I might consider sparing the princess and your subordinate. Although it's not ideal to make such unilateral decisions, I am an executive member. I'll make sure to cover it up with the organization. What do you say? I'm offering to spare 2 people for just your life. It's not such a bad deal, is it? It's a lie. Even if I were to be disposed of, the 2 would still be killed. Moreover, Moritz would not hesitate to kill the surviving Knights of Granif Fortress who witnessed this event. He's a man who only speaks empty words. He has no intention of keeping his promises. Hey, Vanitas, you're covered in wounds, and your healing potions are running out, aren't they? Shut up. It's risky, but it's time to attack a little. I use my enhanced physical abilities to climb up the evil dragon's descending front leg. You intend to climb up here. It won't be that easy. Eclipse Dragon, shake him off. Moritz reacts quickly. He immediately gives instructions to the evil dragon, Eclipse Dragon, to shake me off. But Double grip, void grip vanity impact. WH what? It's pointless if the body being moved doesn't have the strength to do so. I use void magic's impact to slow down the movement of the evil dragon's front leg and buy some time. What's this? What's wrong, Eclipse Dragon? Shake him off quickly. Double grip. Damn it, great centipede body. Extreme grip strike. I felt the impact. I obliterated most of the centipedes that had wrapped around Moritz's spherical defense. However, just one shot, this is nothing. Great centipede advance. It did have an effect. Blood flowed from the gap in Moritz's torn clothes from his left shoulder, but he immediately counterattacked. A massive centipede, propelled by his right hand held aloft, surged toward me, aiming to bite and kill. Grip, void bullet. Damn again, what's happening? Why is the momentum decreasing? The void bullet magic. This spell also nullifies the movement power of the target it hits. I managed to distance myself from the evil dragon, eclipse dragon, and land safely. But it's true that I lost a chance at victory. Though Moritz is not satisfied with the series of events, he mocks me for losing my chance. Ha, what a pity, Vanitas. Your desperate attack didn't work. That was your only chance to win. It seems you were only capable of reaching that point. Ha, it's over. It's over, Vanitas. Moritz laughs loudly, as if trying to shake off any remaining anxiety. But it's not over. What? It's about time for the time buying to come to an end. Time buying? What are you talking about? You're saying time buying? You were the one who was cornered. You were overwhelmed and on the brink of death. What are you saying now? Stop with the bravado. I was waiting. Waiting for whom? Who are you waiting for? No help is coming for you here, not for that subordinate or the princess. The knights are on their last breaths. No one can come to your aid. They're here. On what grounds can you say that so confidently? Look closely. The eclipse dragon even changes the terrain, the forest of seals. There's no trace of the forest left here. All that remains is an endlessly trampled wasteland. This monster is a disaster. No tiny human can defeat a disaster alone. Especially in this dire situation, only someone as mad as you would dare challenge it. Who else is there? She's here for me. She is someone very important to me. I believe from the bottom of my heart that she will definitely come to my side. Master. Christina. A subordinate, you say. What use can just one subordinate be in this situation? Moritz, you wouldn't understand. To someone like you, who has used people as mere pawns, it might seem strange that I trust my subordinate. Christina, thank you for coming. Yes, because where you are is where I must be. Ah, I knew it. I believed you would come to this dangerous place of the dragon disaster. I give Christina a specific instruction. It's not an order to directly confront the evil dragon Eclipse Dragon, but it's crucial for our situation. From here, we will go on the offensive. Chapter 100, Christina versus Alimes. Haha, look at you struggling like that after coming at me. This is what slaves are like, huh? You're nothing but weak. Rainbow trifoam of the rainbow belt. I'll go with mud-hard continuous strike. Haha, that's not going to work. You know by now that such weak magic can't block my spell. When I arrived at the scene on the master's orders, Hilda appeared to be in quite a bad spot. A woman dressed in a brightly colored outfit with red hair tipped in yellow, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors, was unleashing the magic of rainbow from her outstretched hands. Hilda's mud magic dissipated the moment it touched the rainbow, losing its power unnaturally and breaking apart. Hilda. What is it? A new arrival? And another slave, huh? Are you also one of Vanitas's slaves? Hilda. Are you all right, Hilda? Chris, Tina, what are you doing here? It's only natural for a sister to come and help her sibling. Sister, Christina. Hey, haha, I'm the older sister here. No, you're not. Oh, you've been hurt so badly. I'll use a healing potion now. Please don't ignore me. What's with this? I'm really unlucky to be ignored by a slave today. A woman named Alimes, who according to the master is extravagantly dressed, gave me a puzzled look as I suddenly intruded. However, my priority is to attend to Hilda's injuries. I continued the treatment while remaining cautious. Fortunately, Hilda's injuries were minor, just surface cuts with minimal bleeding. While her lost stamina wouldn't be restored, a single healing potion should be enough to address the injuries without issue. Christina, the master, is he all right? The master is safe. He was injured, but he managed to hold off the wicked dragon and the troublesome individual named Moritz who seems to be controlling it. The wicked dragon, is it? Unfortunately, it's still alive. I've seen it up close and can confirm that it's an extraordinary existence. It's questionable whether you can even call it a monster. Even the master's magic isn't very effective against it. Yeah, the wicked dragon is strong. Hey, I'm getting bored here. Is it over yet? Not yet. Oh, I see. So, Hilda, there's a message from the master for you. A message? From the master? Yes, he wants you to come to him on my behalf. To the master. To fight the wicked dragon Eclipse Dragon, we need your power, Hildegard, is what the master says. I am needed. The master, while evading the attacks of the wicked dragon and Moritz with his injured body, ordered me to call Hilda, even refusing to use a healing potion for his own injuries due to the lack of time, and wiping the blood from his forehead with his arm. Really? Even though you couldn't fight properly against me, you seriously think you could take on the wicked dragon? That's impossible. A weakling who can only make dirty mud would just die uselessly. Ah, I get it now, haha. Vanitas is really cruel, isn't he? He's calling you just to be his shield. Because dirty mud girl, you're a slave, right? I know that too. Slaves are expendable. Ha 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 ha. This woman lets out a truly unpleasant, really unpleasant laugh. But right now, there's no time to listen to such malevolent voices. Even at this moment, the master is desperately fighting against that extraordinary creature, the wicked dragon. He's doing so by drawing the enemy's hostility towards himself to prevent it from affecting those around him. External voices don't matter. The master needs your help, Hilda. I know that the wicked dragon resembles the enemy of your mother. The master is aware of this, yet he still needs your power. Your strength is absolutely necessary to defeat the wicked dragon. I cannot do it. Christina, your injuries should be healed now, right? You can move now. Yes. I took Hilda's hand and helped her to her feet. Her hands were calloused and hard from daily training. They were the hands of a fighter. But I know that this is the essence of Hildegard. She is a strong woman who chooses to fight even in the face of adversity. Hilda, you can fight even against the enemy. Both the master and I believe that. Stand up. You have a strong heart capable of facing the wicked dragon. Yes, yeah. Hilda's eyes. I could see her wavering eyes slowly starting to light up in response to my words. The light of courage and determination. Yes, look forward. You're suited to pushing forward. I will take over here. Go. Christina, thank you. I'm going. Yes, go and be safe. I watched Hilda's back as she firmly stepped onto the ground and ran towards the master. There's no need to worry anymore. If Hilda hesitates again, the master will help her recover. He understands Hilda better than I do. How melodramatic, to call her over just to face the wicked dragon. It's like sending her to her death. Moritz, with his nasty personality, would probably enjoy seeing this, but I don't really care. Haha, in fact, it might even annoy me. I see, however, thank you. Why are you thanking me? We're enemies, right? What's the point of thanking someone you're about to fight to the death? Do you think I might show mercy? No, not at all. I just wanted to express my gratitude for allowing me to see Hilda off to the master. But even if you had interfered, I would have definitely stopped you. You're quite cheeky. Is this how all slaves are? I thought they would be more submissive and despairing about their fate. Seeing you makes me feel like I'm mistaken. You're not mistaken. We are the master's slaves. There's a bond between us that you cannot fathom. That's all there is to it. Well, whatever. I can't see the dirty mud girl's back anymore, so now it's your turn to face me, if I recall correctly. Christina, Vanitas' slave. You're an eyesore, so die. Elimes's hateful eyes pierced through me, but do you think there is a sister who wouldn't be furious if her younger sister was harmed? Elimes, I will defeat you here. Oh, so you're just protecting again. Rainbow trifoam of the rainbow belt. A Purity Aqua Lotus shield. It's strange, I felt something was off right after the battle began. That shield is useless. No one can withstand my magic. The water shield I activated to protect myself. The magic, composed of flowing water reminiscent of lotus flowers, was meant to absorb and disperse the impact. However, it was easily sliced through by the 3 interconnected rainbow rings of Elimes's magic. The spinning rainbow rings. This magic, which moves through the air, slashes anything it touches along the outer circumference. While rolling on the ground to evade it, I thought, it's strange. Even though our magic collided head-on, only my magic was being sliced through without resistance. A difference in strength. Even so, there was no resistance when the magic clashed. It was as if the water shield were avoiding the rainbow rings. Purity Aqua Eagle. I'm already familiar with that water eagle. Rainbow belts ring rainbow hoop. Haha, your target is way too big. Such a weakling. Even Purity Aqua Eagle was easily bisected without resistance. Then, Purity Aqua Slicer, take this. I slashed at the approaching rainbow rings with a sword enhanced by water currents. A slight resistance. This is. The rainbow rings were bisected and dispersed by the sword, which had lost its water current. Could it be, are you erasing magic itself with your spell? Ahaha, you're partially right, but not quite. My magic is Rainbow Belt. Rainbows cannot be touched by anyone. No one can reach the source of a rainbow. That's right, my magic rejects other people's magical power, so no one's magic can touch mine. I was surprised when Vanitas's magic was repelled, though that was a mystery. But you can't pull off such a feat, can you? So, Christina, you can never beat me. That is. How are you in despair? Do you understand now that someone like you, a slave, can never defeat me? From then on, I was forced into an even more defensive position. I couldn't get close. Despite enhancing my physical abilities with magic, the constantly unleashed rainbow spells slashed through my magic, preventing me from approaching. As time went on, the wounds inflicted by Alimes's magic continued to increase. She's strong. Even though I knew she was the one who had cornered Hildegard, I felt it anew. Heth, you're still not in despair, even though the outcome is already decided. You're so stubborn. Well then, let me show you the true essence of my magic. 7 rainbow wings. What is this in the sky? 2 dazzling rainbows appeared behind Alimes. 7 colored auroras illuminated the surroundings as if covering the heavens. Ahaha, yes, I can fly freely in the sky where you can't reach me. Now how are you going to win against me? Show me your sisterly pride. Chapter 101. The Rainbow of Longing is far away. Wings of the rainbow soaring through the sky. Their form, moving freely through the air under a single will, was as soft and graceful as a butterfly swaying in the wind. The shimmering, multicolored light overflowing from Alime's back. A dazzling sight that would make one's eyes involuntarily be drawn to it. To someone like me, who can only crawl on the ground, those wings, which seemed as natural as could be, were even more dazzling. Even if the one bearing them was an enemy to be defeated, I couldn't help but feel a kind of admiration. They were so free. But come on, hurry up and try to defeat me, Christina. Do you think a slave, like you can prove that you can beat me? A shadow, running high above, bathed in the dazzling sunlight from above. The battlefield shifted from the barren wasteland, trampled by the dragon, to a forest still holding onto some of its trees. To hide from the rainbow magic of Alimes released from above, I was fleeing behind large trees, using them as shields. Running into the forest is such a nuisance, but fine, whatever. This little obstacle isn't a big deal. I'll pierce your pathetic little body now. Rainbow band beam laser. Down poured beams of multicolored light. The magic, with the power to scorch and gouge the ground, was capable of causing craters. If hit directly, as she said, a large hole would likely form in the center of my body. I narrowly dodged the beams, which rained down again and again. This magic, too, had the characteristic of rejecting magic power. I can't afford to recklessly counterattack with magic. You're dodging so much, then how about this? Rainbow band beam laser. That one was. Ahaha, did I catch you off guard? This beam can change its trajectory by my will. No matter where you run, it's useless. As Alimes moved her hands, the beam changed direction at a right angle. It came at me, skimming just above the ground. Water lily lotus shield. See, it's pointless. Don't you get it? The water shield, resembling a lotus, was merely a magic that bought me a little time. Even so, it was precious time for me. I held my sword at an angle, bracing for the incoming threat, then, with a shout, deflected it backward. Jaha. Well, aren't you skilled? To deflect it with a sword covered in magic power. But even that magic will be rejected by my rainbow magic. Magic enhancement. a technique of manipulating magic power to increase the strength and sharpness of weapons and armor, different from the body enhancement that increases physical strength. A new power I gained during my training journey. But the moment my magic touched Alime's rainbow magic, it dispersed and lost its power. Water Lily Eagle. That's all you've got, rainbow band hoop. That was just a diversion. Still, it seemed to annoy Alimes, who wanted to corner me even further. She visibly showed her frustration, then cast a spell toward the trees that were obstructing her view. Seriously, so annoying. Rainbow band triple hoop. My 7-colored wings consume too much magic, so I had been avoiding using them, but I should have just cut down these trees from the start. One after another, the large trees were felled. The forest disappeared, and an open space in the sky was quickly revealed. There was nowhere left to escape. Finally, I can see you properly. What's wrong, Christina? Why are you so covered in wounds? Did someone bully you? Why are you ignoring me? At least answer me. In the end, you can't defeat me. You thought you saved that muddy girl from me, but it was all in vain. The dragon is one thing, but Moritz is one of the cruelest people in the order. That girl will soon die in vain just like you. I see. What is with that calmness? You're just a slave, aren't you? A pitiful existence with no free will, unable to go against your master's orders. You were talking earlier about being her older sister or whatever, but in the end, you're fighting me because Vanitas ordered you to, right? Vanitas called that muddy girl, Hildegard, to his side. In your place, you were abandoned, you were discarded, so why are you so calm? You have your own beliefs, I suppose. Indeed, we slaves cannot go against our master's orders. No matter how unreasonable the command is, we cannot defy it, as the right to command is absolute. Right then. But my master said, Christina, I can entrust this to you. I believe in my master. Above all, I believe in the power my master entrusted to me. Elimes, you said I can't defeat you. Well, you can't. Christina, your magic can't reach me. That's wrong. I will defeat you. This is not something forced on me by anyone. It is my own will. If it doesn't reach, I will make it reach. That is the resolution I have made for myself. Elimes, I will defeat you, not for anyone else, for myself. This is strange, isn't it? You and I are nothing alike. Our thoughts, our actions, everything is different. And yet, we think of similar things. Your magic has been very helpful to me. Yes, it's been like the last piece of the puzzle that's fallen into place. Similar things, helpful. Christina, what the hell are you talking about? Thank you for coming this close to me. Beautiful water lily wings, pulchra floss aqua era. Even after seeing Alime's rainbow wings, this magic was still incomplete. It was difficult to control, and more importantly, it couldn't fly freely like Alime's wings, which made her expression full of surprise. It could only fly in a straight line. There was no way to change speed or course along the way. All it could do was fly in a straight line and maintain altitude for a short while. And yet, this inefficient magic was taxing, and the acceleration caused my body to ache painfully. Still, for me now, it was the only weapon that could oppose Alime's, the rainbow in the sky. What? You're flying too. But there was no need to explain everything to her. What was needed right now was to silence her. Alimes, even if your freedom in the sky made me feel admiration, I will not hesitate to defeat you. You are not an unreachable illusion like a true rainbow. Water lily pursuit eagle, pulchra aqua pursuit eagle. Just I can't shake it off. A tracking type magic. A magic that tracks and follows the magic power, previously recognized and designated as a target. Unlike before when I was fleeing through the sky, this magic was now meant to corner Alimes, who was evading and fleeing. Ha! And you're challenging me to an aerial battle. If my magic is repelled and rejected, then I have no choice but to attack without relying on magic. Alimes, this is something you taught me, and swordsmanship is my strongest skill. Even in the unfamiliar sky, there are few problems for me. But this is something I can easily defend against. Rainbow band ring, rainbow circle. A rainbow shield formed in a disc shape. Indeed, the magic's defense, combined with the rejection of the rainbow, was solid. But what about from behind? Water lily thin blade, pulchra aqua slicer. Using the water lily pursuit eagle as a decoy, I swung my sword to cut through the pair of rainbow wings formed on Alime's back. But What is this? Ahaha, my rainbow wings are my magic, so of course they reject magic. The magic surrounding my sword disappeared. The slash was narrowly avoided. Rainbow band beam laser. The beam's trajectory changed with Alime's will. But even this requires her to control it, because the rainbow beam only moves in sync with her hand movements and doesn't act beyond that. Aqua era. He. You're accelerating here. I shook off the curved beams. My body screamed from the repeated accelerations. I can't keep accelerating like this, I'm at my limit. Elimes. I poured all the magic I had into this single strike. Leaping high into the sky, I attacked from above. Here, I'll finish this. Water lily beak blue blade, pulchra aqua bluish sword. Such an attack. Rainbow band ring, rainbow circle. The clash, the rainbow shield and the thrust of my blue, glowing sword, filled with an immense amount of magic, collided. Why won't you give up? I pierced through. Elimes, I will defeat you. She fell to the ground. The shining rainbow wings were no longer on Elime's back. Cough, wi did I lose. The trajectory of the sword had changed at the last moment. The strike that was meant for her chest ended up piercing her side. Blood spilled out, flowing like a river. It was close, very close. I could barely muster any strength in my body now. My magic was nearly depleted. However, the choice she made here was completely unexpected for me. 7 rainbow wings. You still have the strength to get up. Elimes, could it be you're trying to run away? Of course I'm running away. I'm not ending here. I won't let it end like this. Elimes. I chased after Elimes, who was flying through the sky. My magic was almost entirely used up. I had no more strength left to move after continuously using the Reika Mesui Wings Plucura Froze Aqua era. I arrived at the front of Granif Fortress, where knights had fallen to the ground. A bad feeling washed over me. Lapana and Lady Mayurelica were supposed to be here, rescuing the knights. I knew I made the right call. See, I figured if I ran toward the fortress, there would be plenty of people to shield me. Sorry, Christina-san. I'm sorry, Lapana was suddenly attacked by that woman. Taking hostages. Elimes had Lapana in a chokehold. Blood was dripping from Lapana's side, her mouth stained with the blood she'd coughed up. Her pale face showed the effects of the blood loss, but still, she refused to give up on life. I could tell from the sky, you're wearing the same collar, and a weak rabbit beastman like you. You're practically offering yourself up as a shield. Lapana. Cough, Christina, and the woman beside you. If you do anything stupid, I'll kill this rabbit beastman. If you don't want that, just let me go. I'll spare this girl's life. I'll forget all about that battle, in exchange for the life of one slave. See, it's a fair deal, right? The determination of someone who has been cornered. But, Lapana. Christina. Yeah, black bondage noir restriction. What is this? Elimes, you underestimated Lapana. You don't know how hard she has worked in the shadows. How much she pushed herself, never resting, trying to catch up with us. Even if you look down on her as a slave, her worth hasn't changed. Lapana's magic, black, is her innate attribute. Color type innate attribute. That rare attribute. That's right, but it's the perfect innate attribute for her. The magic black bound Elimes, rendering her immobile as I took a step closer. In that brief moment, she must have realized the fate she was about to face. She looked at me desperately, pleading with her eyes. Wait, I'll surrender. No need to hurt me more, right? I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you about our organization. I'll even tell you how many high-ranking members there are and what our leader is like. Indeed, the information you hold is valuable. My master would be pleased to hear about the 3 of you. Then, however, that doesn't change the fact that I will neutralize you here. If I slit your throat, you won't be able to cast magic unless it's an incantationless spell. If I sever the tendons in your legs, you won't be able to move. You wouldn't do something so cruel, right? Hey, Christina. No, what scares me more is if you resist. Prepare yourself. I'm going to neutralize you. Shouting is useless. There are no allies for you here. Don't worry. Once it's over, I might even use a healing potion. There's a chance you'll recover, you know. Chapter 102. Hildegard's Desire. A dragon so huge it could be looked up to. It was far larger than the earth dragon enemy I had seen that day, yet it resembled it so closely. Scales like rocks, a back spiked like a jagged mountain, a tail like a spiked flail. The jagged fangs growing from its jaw made it painfully clear that it could easily swallow and crush the earth and people. An overwhelming sense of suffocation struck me. The entity that killed my mother, destroyed my clan, and brought devastation to the village. Even though this monster was just a likeness, my body froze and my legs stopped moving. The moment of my mother's honorable death flashed through my mind. Hilda, you must live. Live, don't let the blood of the warrior die. I remember the feeling of her blood-stained hand, gently brushing my cheek. Every time she called out to me, I felt the hand I held growing colder. The dark, stagnant air, the grief over the deaths of many warriors, I felt as though I had fallen into a deep pit and wanted to think of nothing. And so, before I knew it, I had transformed into one without freedom, a slave. Master. You've come, Hildegard. Vanitas Lindblum, my master. Not long ago, he was the one I was meant to protect. Reincarnation, I don't fully understand the meaning, but the master, now a different person, had become stronger. Stronger than me. Yet now, he was wounded and bleeding. The evil dragon had done this. Christina seems to have safely arrived there. There don't seem to be any visible injuries. She used a healing potion while moving. Master, you too. No, I'm fine. More importantly, from here on, we'll be in a full-scale battle with the evil dragon Eclipse Dragon. Can you still move? My master was as calm as ever. He greeted my arrival as if it were the most natural thing. Even though he knew I had struggled to act normally when facing the familiar and overly friendly Alimes, he did not blame me. He didn't doubt for a second that I could fight alongside him, even though, like Christina, I froze just from seeing the evil dragon. Vanitas, I thought reinforcements had arrived, but they immediately retreated. In the end, the next one to come was just another slave. Is that your trump card? What use will a little girl slave like that be now? The man who controls the evil dragon. The one who opposes my master and us. The man who controls the giant centipede as if it were his limbs, shouted with a grinning face from the dragon's neck. Eclipse Dragon. Kill him along with the girl. Good grief can't even hold a proper conversation. Grip, focus, magic enhancement. My master lifted me in his arms and ran across the barren ground, trying to escape the evil dragon's fierce attacks. Yeah, we've managed to lead it far away from the fortress. This should be fine, even if we make a little noise. Now, Hildegard, just listen without moving. Okay. I want to borrow your strength. Vanitas, I'm telling you, a little girl like her who struggles against Alimes won't be able to win. Not against me and the Eclipse Dragon. Ha, you're loud. You've already used a healing potion to treat your left shoulder, yet you're still barking. No, are you anxious? That's why you keep talking on and on. Well, whatever, back to the point. Hildegard, you have that magic. The Eclipse Dragon is tough and resilient. From here on, I can't do this alone. We need firepower equal to or greater than mine. Otherwise, Habermesia, who should be waiting after getting in touch with Christina, won't be able to give it her all either. Wah, but that magic. My master must have known as well that I couldn't control that magic. No, I couldn't even use it properly. You want to say it's been nothing but failures, right? I understand. But right now, this moment is when that magic is needed. I know you've been training since the day you were defeated by Rezelia. I've seen how you've worked hard, knowing your own weakness, striving to become stronger. Hildegard, now is the time to lend me your power. With you, I can defeat even an opponent I couldn't face alone. I believe that. At that time, my master had believed in me. When I lost in the mock battle with Princess Rezelia, my master had said, I could still grow stronger. Tears overflowed, trailing down my cheeks and wetting the ground. I roughly wiped away the tears that flowed endlessly. I could only crouch in defeat. I lost. Despite being held back, none of my magic or martial arts had worked. I couldn't even break her dragon bone magic. No, I couldn't even put a crack in it. Hildegard. My master gently supported my shoulders as I crouched. Master, I'm sorry. Why apologize? Hildegard, you fought with all your strength, didn't you? I fought, but I couldn't win. I stared at my hands, tightly clenched into fists. I couldn't reach it. I was never supposed to lose, but I couldn't win. I wanted to win. I wanted to win and prove it. Master, that we are your people too. Ugh. Master, you told me to show it that I exist, but I couldn't. You did show it. Princess Razelia surely understood that too. She knows that you, a precious existence, are here with me. But I lost. Hildegard. Habermesia, she's fine. She's the one who took the prize. But Princess, no, that's not it. Ugh. Master, I don't want to lose you, I can't. Ooh, Master. I want to be strong, so strong, stronger. My master embraced me tightly as I broke down. I buried my face in his chest and could do nothing but cry over my own helplessness. Hildegard. Master, I don't want to lose what's important. I don't want to lose it. I feel the same. I don't want to lose you or anything important to me. My master held me back, tightly embracing me as I clung to him. It hurt so much, my chest felt like it was about to burst. Hildegard, do you want to be stronger? Yeah, I want to be. Strong enough to never lose to anyone. Ah, you can become even stronger. Really? Ah, of course, you have a thirst, a desire for strength, a burning heat. You have it. A thirst to become stronger. Listen, this magic was prepared for you. I saw your potential, and it was the magic I had planned for you someday. Now, extend your hand. Hands overlapped. My master's hand was small, but it was warm. The heat, so intense, forced my heart, wounded by my frustration and sadness, to look forward. The name of this magic is, this is a magic only you can use. I'll teach it to you now. You have more talent than I do. You will master it, I guarantee it. Is running away all you know how to do in battle, Vanitas? Even as the land continued to tremble, the evil dragon, under the direction of Moritz, the centipede man, destroyed everything in its path. Yet my master remained unfazed. He simply read the trajectory and range of the attacks with calm precision and moved accordingly. A focus so cold and calculating. And so, we faced the evil dragon, maintaining the proper distance. Now take my hand, I'll support you at first. Okay, master. At that time, too, my master had taken my hand. It was warm. The warmth slowly erased the lingering anxiety within me. I've already taught you the basics. From here, just believe in your own strength. Okay. I looked at the evil dragon, at its lifeless, silver-lit eyes glowing with a dull gleam. You are different from the dragon that attacked our village. But still, I will defeat you. I extended my right hand forward and spread my fingers. At this moment, when Hildegard resolved to defeat an opponent strikingly similar to her own archenemy, she felt a new power surge from within herself. This power was a magical affinity different from the innate attributes, called acquired attributes, which manifest under different conditions than the inherent, natural ones. The conditions for the manifestation of acquired attributes are unknown. The difference in how individuals acquire them is stark, and it's not something that can be generalized. However, what is certain is that, at this moment, Hildegard gained a new power. What Hildegard had internalized was the affinity of a hunting dog. In addition to her original innate attribute of mud, she had now gained another attribute that she excelled in. Yet, she deliberately chose to ignore it. Instead of relying on the convenient, sudden power that had surged from within, she chose the strength she had trained and cultivated up until now. It was the strength of her will, her trust in her master. I placed my left hand on top of my right hand, which was extended toward the evil dragon with fingers spread wide. Then, my master supported my right hand, guiding it to align with his open palm. Here we go, Hildegard. Okay, master. The magic I was about to use was something my master had prepared just for me. It was mine, my own, a magic of control. Evil dragon, I will defeat you. A mighty grasp. I clenched tightly, harder and harder. This was to ensure that my thirst, my desire for strength would not slip away. Chapter 103, The Battle to Destroy the Evil Dragon. What the hell are they doing? The moment Hildegard wielded the new power of Master Grip magic, Moritz felt a chilling sense of foreboding run down his spine. According to Moritz, the overwhelming aura emanating from this mere slave girl was unnatural. The two, who had been fleeing from the Moon-Eclipse Dragon's attacks, now froze in place, standing closely together. This is the perfect opportunity. They wouldn't flee or hide. In fact, there was nowhere to escape in this cursed forest, which had been largely turned into a barren wasteland. But if they were going to stop moving, this was the ideal chance to take down both of these dangerous individuals at once. He should have understood that, yet Moritz's heart was still in turmoil. This is bad. His instincts, honed through years of living as a secret operative within the chaotic organization, a Sansokirita, screamed that he should flee immediately. His instincts were right. The mighty grip spell that Hildegard had activated was a magic of terrifying potential. Ah, it converges. The vast amount of magic power in the air surrounding them began to concentrate. Like a forceful pull, all the magic in the area was being drawn toward Hildegard's right hand, drawn to it as though it were being forcibly gathered. This was due to the unique nature of Hildegard's magic. Possessing the inherent attribute of mud, her magic had a slight adhesive quality. That characteristic caused the magic to strongly bind together, gathering every bit of magic in the atmosphere as though stripping it all away. Ugh! The strain of gathering so much magic caused Hildegard to suffer. The skin of her right arm tore, blood seeping from the wounds, but still, she didn't give up. Only for one purpose: to defeat the evil dragon-like beast that killed her mother. Eclipse Dragon, breath attack now. In a moment of panic, Moritz chose to command the dragon to unleash its powerful breath attack. In ancient times, this attack had been called Ground Epicenter by the Imperial forces who faced the Moon Eclipse Dragon, as it was a large-scale destructive move. It had caused numerous night casualties and even forced the Knight of the Rushing Falls, Makern Birdner, into a half-dead state, while partially destroying the Granif Fortress, an attack of overwhelming power. Guea! What the hell are you barking about? Shoot, do it quickly. Moritz was too hasty. The breath attack, which required no charge-up, was far from its full power, lacking in both range and destructive potential. Though it should still be enough to trample the two of them, these weren't ordinary opponents. At the unsettling movement of the Eclipse Dragon, Vanitas quickly prepared to gather magic with one hand, ready to defend. But there was no need to worry. Immediately to the side, an overwhelming amount of magic was converging. Shoot! Igaria! The Eclipse Dragon unleashed its breath attack from its jaw, a torrent of destruction like a mudslide, tearing through the earth, forcing the air aside, and obliterating everything in its path. But Hildegard, a mighty grip. She knocked it away. Though not the full force of the attack, she neutralized the Moon Eclipse Dragon's breath attack head-on. Don't mess with me. What did she do? What just happened? What am I witnessing? Moritz's shock didn't last long. He had more pressing matters to attend to now. The counterattack against the Moon Eclipse Dragon began. Master Grip, Mighty Grip. This was a new magic, where Hildegard infused excessive magic power into the basic magic she had learned, the Mud Raiden. Igua! The Moon Eclipse Dragon's rock-like scales cracked upon impact. Astonishingly, due to the magic concentration from the Master Grip, Mighty Grip, the power of the attack had been significantly amplified. It had been forcibly raised to the level of Vanitas's ultimate grip cannon impact. Having grasped the technique of Master Grip magic with Vanitas's assistance, Hildegard wasn't about to stop. Sticky Mud Dash. Hildegard ran up the massive body of the Moon Eclipse Dragon, her feet coated in the adhesive mud. Despite the dragon's attempts to shake her off, she remained unmoved. Master Grip, Mighty Grip. Ha! Igua! Ga! The hard, smooth mud enveloped Hildegard's arms like armor, allowing her to deliver powerful successive blows. The Moon Eclipse Dragon, relentlessly pummeled in the side, could only endure the attacks. It was a one-sided onslaught, but naturally, the Master Grip, Mighty Grip had its flaws. Though the concentration of magic was high, it required Hildegard to stand still while gathering it, and with her current skill, she could only use the collected magic for attacking. High single-hit power magic had its advantages, but it also left her vulnerable. However, Hildegard wasn't alone here. Her master, Vanitas, was present, but Vanitas couldn't immediately follow Hildegard's lead. Well, I guess it's time for me to join in, but I've pushed myself a bit too hard. I've lost too much blood. Between Hildegard's attacks, Vanitas used a healing potion to mend his wounds, but his lost stamina hadn't returned. But Vanitas had a spell prepared for moments like this. Even if he were injured, unable to move from excruciating pain, or had no strength left to move, the magic would allow him to act with sheer willpower. Double Grip, Self-Manipulate. As he gathered magic from the air, he simultaneously used the magic within his own body to control himself. This spell, which enhanced his physical abilities through magic, could be considered an advanced form of the magic that concentrated energy. Moreover, the duration was far longer, and the degree of physical enhancement was much higher. This should be enough. Don't forget about me. Heavy grip, layer grip, extreme grip, destruction, impact, full impact, disruption. Gah! Damn it, you bastards. A little while earlier. This was a vantage point, about 3 kilometers away from the battlefield, between the moon eclipse dragon and Vanitas and his group, and approximately 1 kilometer from Granif Fortress. I should have made sure I could use body enhancement magic. Panting as she climbed the steep slope was Habermesia, the second-ranking court mage, who was now temporarily serving as Vanitas's slave. Even though he said he'd signal when the time comes, my lord really is asking the impossible, telling me to attack the evil dragon from this far away. Though the moon eclipse dragon's attacks likely wouldn't reach her here, the position Habermesia was climbing to was far outside the effective range of magic. However, Vanitas had instructed through Christina that she should wait here, at this vantage point, where she could observe the entire moon eclipse dragon. Well, true, the target dragon is huge, but still. Even though I'm the second-ranking court mage, this kind of impossible request, but my lord is so sly. No, sly isn't quite the word, I don't know, What exactly was sly about it? She knew the truth. She was, in fact, a little flattered by the fact that Vanitas was relying on her strength, while also keeping her at a safe distance from danger, which was gently stoking her pride. He really needs my power, after saying I was too slow and not bringing me along. Now he needs me, my lord. Despite her slow pace, Habermesia eventually reached the top of the hill. After recognizing the location of the evil dragon, she caught her breath, and after a while she saw a magic shot into the sky. A seemingly pointless magical cannonball shot into the air. This was the signal. It's here, infinite magic furnace. A spell that generates infinite magical power. Habermesia, with her hands clasped in prayer, conjured a miniature floating furnace in front of her. This all started with Vanitas's words. Habermesia, you have no creativity at all. In truth, most of the magic Habermesia had learned was general-purpose magic, and she had only a handful of unique spells. Nonetheless, she had been able to remain a court mage because of the infinite magic furnace, which generated boundless magical power. This power allowed her to unleash limitless spells and incredibly high destructive force. However, due to the nature of general-purpose magic, she didn't have many ways to apply it in battle other than casting it directly. Vanitas had pointed this out and made a suggestion. Habermesia, if you're only good for a stationary turret, then snipe. Bind the breeze. This wasn't a chant-based spell. However, the words Habermesia spoke held power. Her image sharpened, and she manipulated the magic as she envisioned. Her actions resembled a sacred ritual, as though no one else could approach, and with her appearance, it almost seemed divine. She wove the magic for the sake of others, for her comrades, and most importantly, for something she held dear. The projectile is radiant stone. The fuel is lamplight. Inside, I will house a furnace and cool it perfectly with water droplets. The furnace contained within the radiant green radiant stone was filled with high-density magical power. The magical energy stored in the furnace was on the verge of going out of control, an extremely dangerous substance that could easily explode at any moment. The control is tough, but I can do it. This was a spell that combined the 5 innate attributes. Such a spell would typically be difficult to even activate, and would usually fail as a magic, wasting magical power without achieving anything. However, she had developed her own magic that generates infinite magical power. She had the foundation. What had been missing was simply a catalyst requiring strength and the desire to protect something precious. Moreover, in this situation, there was infinite magical power that could be wasted without consequence. Habermesia, with a pained expression and sweat beading like pearls on her face, manipulated the magic. And then, it bore fruit. The magic that embodied the infinite as it raced through the heavens, flying endlessly. Endless radiant green star core, arc rise, drellite meteor. It was a meteor streaking across the sky, glowing in fresh grass green. In the blink of an eye, the magical meteor reached the moon eclipse dragon, and then, due to the incomprehensible compression of the magic contained within, triggered a massive explosion. The moon eclipse dragon's scream shook the earth beneath it, which had been trampled and ravaged. Chapter 104, The Dragon's Fury Does Not Reach the Moon. Not dead yet, how persistent aren't you? Vanitas observed the scene with a cool-headed analysis, though a faint bitterness lingered in his expression. The eclipse dragon, a lunar-devouring beast, had taken a direct hit to its torso from Habermesia's magic, a meteor glowing with emerald brilliance. Yet, despite rolling over and shrieking in agony from the searing pain, it had not yet reached the point of death. Its rock-hard dragon scales shattered, its skin glowed red-hot, and the stench of charred flesh filled the air. Ear-piercing roars echoed across the surroundings. There was no doubt that the magical meteor had been an effective strike, but that was all it amounted to. The battle was far from over. Habermesia's magical meteor couldn't finish it off. Just how much endurance does that thing have? I can keep it at bay with magic for now, but Hildegard's stamina is nearly spent. We need to end this soon. As Vanitas feared, Hildegard's physical reserves were indeed at their breaking point. Dodging attacks that could prove fatal with a single blow, all while wielding unfamiliar grasping magic to manipulate vast amounts of mana. Her ability to stand was fueled solely by willpower. She had long surpassed her limits. Huff. Her breathings ragged, and her right hand is a wreck from repeated use of mighty grip. If this fight drags on any longer, her focus will slip somewhere along the line, and she'll make a fatal mistake. While Vanitas disregarded his own safety to fret over Hildegard Moritz, who should have been clinging to the eclipse dragon's neck with his centipedes, had been violently slammed into the ground by the explosion from Habermesia's magical meteor. God damn, that hurts. What the hell was that magic just now? Magic, right? I saw something green flash, and then it exploded right in the eclipse dragon's gut. That wasn't Vanitas or the little girl. A new player, I couldn't even tell where it came from or what it looked like. Damn it, I don't even know what's happening anymore. What the hell is going on? Moritz could just barely discern the direction of the attack. However, even he couldn't deduce that it was the result of a single half-elf's transcendent magic. As pain coursed through his battered body, mitigated somewhat by the centipedes he'd conjured with mana, Moritz reflected on his actions thus far. I shouldn't have gotten involved. Sure, the eclipse dragon was weakened enough for us to capture it, to slap a collar on it. But that thing, that calamity beast, isn't something a handful of people can handle just because it's debilitated. And yet Vanitas and that little girl are completely toying with it. Why did I think I could take them out so easily? Moritz bitterly regretted underestimating Vanitas and his allies. As he'd said, the eclipse dragon had indeed been in a weakened state. When they'd undone its seal, the eclipse dragon's first act wasn't to attack those who'd freed it. Instead, it voraciously devoured the earth, seeking to restore itself. The sealing magic that had bound the eclipse dragon had locked it in time, preserving its ancient form and pinning it to this land. Thus, its immediate need was to consume the earth for recovery. Moritz's group had seized that opportunity to fasten a specially crafted beast-taming collar around its neck. Now, though still weakened, the eclipse dragon was cornered by a mere handful of foes despite showing no openings, a crisis threatening its very life. And Moritz, witnessing this up close, came to a single conclusion: surrender. It wasn't too late, not entirely. Few could have foreseen that Vanitas and his group possessed such overwhelming strength. His decision was understandable. Abandoning his primary objective and shifting to a goal of total destruction wouldn't have been unreasonable. Enough. I don't care anymore. The boss ordered me to bring this thing back, but screw that. Do it, Eclipse Dragon. Take off the collar. The collar was a shackle, the only thing capable of restraining the immense power of the Eclipse Dragon, and Moritz had just ordered it removed. The Eclipse Dragon, wounded and sprawled on the ground, rose to its feet and tensed its entire body. With that alone, the collar binding it shattered into dust. A spark of life returned to its dull, inorganic silver eyes. Its sealed consciousness surfaced once more. G-A-I-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. A triumphant roar of liberation. And then, slowly, the Eclipse Dragon began to move. The final battle between dragon and humans had begun. The Eclipse Dragon struck first. Its thoughts were simple: eliminate the threats and kill those who had exploited and controlled it. What were the threats? The explosive meteor that had come from somewhere unknown. The Eclipse Dragon had seen it, a threat equal to or greater than itself, lurking several kilometers away on a high ridge. That was a higher priority than the 2 buzzing insects flitting around it. Leaving that unchecked would spell danger. Thus, Hildegard, it's Habermesia. That thing's targeting Habermesia. Got it. But Vanitas and Hildegard weren't about to let the Eclipse Dragon's focus on Habermesia go unchallenged. They moved instantly to intercept, cutting into its line of sight. However, the Eclipse Dragon raised its foreleg to its utmost limit, a motion unlike anything it had done before. Vanitas felt every hair on his body stand on end. A visceral sense of dread. Gah! Below. Grand quake. With a single slam of its foreleg, the earth trembled violently, splitting apart and rising in jagged upheaval. Gah! The scale of it spanned the Eclipse Dragon's entire radius, roughly a kilometer. In an instant, the flat, trampled wasteland transformed into a treacherous landscape of valleys, peaks, and countless sharp protrusions, a weaponized terrain. A short-charged, small-scale breath. Its target, naturally, was the high ridge where Habermesia lay hidden. No you don't, double grip, full impact buster. Hildegard's hastily fired blast managed to slightly redirect the breath, but its power remained undiminished. The deflected breath struck just beside the ridge, erupting with a deafening boom and effortlessly blowing away most of the elevated ground. Ha! Look at that. This is the Eclipse Dragon's true power. It's over. You're all finished. Vanitas ignored Moritz's distant cheers, as if the man were celebrating the Eclipse Dragon's might. He had no time for that. Freed from its collar, the Eclipse Dragon moved with vigor, as if its wounds were forgotten. No, it was precisely because it was wounded, precisely because it saw Vanitas and his allies as threats, that it acted so fiercely. But Vanitas had neither the time nor the composure to realize this. Habermesia, from this distance, it looked like she activated a defensive earth wall in the nick of time. She's safe, right? She has to be safe. Shaking off grim thoughts, Vanitas dashed across the now perilous, uneven terrain. Hildegard, too, struggled against the drastically altered footing but pressed forward, closing the distance to the Eclipse Dragon. Their thoughts aligned. If they let that thing run free, everything would be lost. Even from a position of weakness, the Eclipse Dragon possessed the strength to turn the tides with ease. Sensing Vanitas and Hildegard's approach, the Eclipse Dragon coiled its massive body, bristling its thick, rock-like scales. Gah! The tips of those stony scales shot outward like cannon fire, scattering across the area. Let's hit it with mud barrage. They're tough. Hildegard's damn. There's so many, each one's heavy too. And the scales aren't even thinning out, they're regenerating endlessly. Even so, the pair breached the barrage, drawing closer to the Eclipse Dragon. Twisting its body, what's it? Vanitas frowned at the Eclipse Dragon's puzzling maneuver. And with good reason, it had turned its back on them. Master, look, its tail. Something massive barreled toward them at terrifying speed, gouging the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. A tail adorned with countless thick, spiked barbs, like a flail with chained links, filled their vision like a wall. The range is too wide. I can't dodge it. Vanitas and Hildegard braced to counter it. But then, Hildegard suddenly dropped to one knee, as if her strength had vanished. Her limit, now of all times. Vanitas scooped her up to evade the oncoming tail. Grip. A one-handed focus. With this amount of mana, he couldn't block it. Even so, if he could at least protect Hildegard. As Vanitas steeled himself to take the blow, a meteor blazed across the sky once more. Another one. Habermesia, that reckless. A second ultra-long-range sniper spell. Firing even one was a feat of mastery, two was beyond reason. What toll must such transcendent magic take on Habermesia? In truth, she lay collapsed atop the ridge, her body pushed past its limits by the continuous casting of such high-level spells. Breathing heavily, she entrusted the rest to her comrades, Vanitas and Hildegard, while watching the Eclipse Dragon writhe in the aftermath of the explosion. Vanitas saw it, Habermesia's sacrifice. That was why he played his trump card, to prove himself a master worthy of her devotion. What did it matter if Moritz, the next threat, still loomed? He couldn't lose. He had to answer her resolve. Hildegard, cradled in his arms, nodded. She felt the same. Habermesia's wordless support had saved her, spurred her on. Lost strength welled up from within, urging her exhausted body into motion. Fall. Mighty grip. Using the mana gathered through her grasping magic, Hildegard unleashed a mud spell. A massive swamp swallowed one of the Eclipse Dragon's 4 legs, its front left, whole, restricting its movement. For a wingless terrestrial dragon like the Eclipse Dragon, escaping this bind would take time. Layer grip. In that window, Vanitas prepared. Clasping both hands, he drew mana from the air around him, and channeled it all into his right arm. This spell was a gamble. A technique harboring power beyond even full impact. But the sheer volume of densely compressed mana far exceeded Vanitas's control, and focusing it into his right arm would leave it grievously damaged. I don't care if it shuts that thing up. How could he deliver a fatal blow? This spell was the culmination of that pursuit. Most of Vanitas's magic inflicted external damage, but this one infiltrated the enemy's insides with concentrated mana, detonating within. A spell of ruin and collapse, honed for lethality, it promised irreversible destruction to his foe. The Eclipse Dragon thrashed, struggling to free itself from the murky swamp reminiscent of Naraku itself. Fear glinted in its silver eyes. It understood. If it took that head-on, it didn't know what would become of it. Yet trapped in the mire, it couldn't even flee. The time had come to pay the price for opposing Vanitas Lindblum. Vanitas raced across the ground like a shadow. Reaching the Eclipse Dragon's underbelly, he looked up at its scale-clad chest. There lay its weakness, the heart, the organ pumping fresh blood through its colossal frame. Vanitas aimed his spell at that vital point. Everything rode on this strike. You end here, fatal impact. No scream rang out. A single blow obliterated the Eclipse Dragon's heart from within. NGH. The spell's recoil ravaged Vanitas's right arm, tearing it apart as blood poured forth. Yet, astonishingly, the Eclipse Dragon still moved. Its heart destroyed, its breathing faltered, its body crumbling, yet the final flicker of life drove it onward. It opened its jaws, aiming to crush Vanitas below. Damn, I leave the rest to you, Hildegard. Yes, master. Mighty grip. But their assault wasn't finished. The spotlight shifted from Vanitas to Hildegard. She had prepared a final blow to seal the deal. Not because they'd anticipated the Eclipse Dragon's last struggle. No, both Vanitas and Hildegard simply never doubted that she, Hildegard, would be the one to end it. Leaping before the Eclipse Dragon's eyes, Hildegard readied her final spell. But then, an intruder barged into her line of sight. Vanitas, impressive, truly, destroying the Eclipse Dragon's heart like that. But it's not over yet, not by a long shot. Steel shell great centipede body. Moritz, who'd been biding his time in the shadows, forced his way between Hildegard and the Eclipse Dragon. But he was 2 steps too late. Why hadn't he targeted Vanitas, bleeding and immobilized from the spell's backlash? Why hadn't he intervened sooner to fight alongside the dragon? He'd simply been afraid. He'd clung to hope. He'd wanted to believe the Eclipse Dragon could defeat even a madman like Vanitas. Even now, with it clear his crutch was crumbling, he couldn't let go, desperately trying to protect it. He failed to grasp that his actions were meaningless. Kill the girl, then you're next. Paper-cutting great centipede advance. Hildegard paid no heed to the bladed-jawed centipedes streaking through the air. Her target lay beyond. The noisy man and his insects weren't worth her attention. Doesn't matter, pierce mud spiral blindness. It was like a spiraling spear, a lance coated in mud, yet Hildegard's muddy SB gear would never break. Blasting through the swarm of insects and Moritz's right arm alike, Hildegard reached the evil dragon's right eye and delivered the final strike. A cry of demise. The dragon that yearned for the moon fell to the earth, never to rise again. Chapter 105, The Magic That Incites Rebellion. With Hildegard's decisive blow piercing the Eclipse Dragon's right eye, the evil beast met its end. Now, only one enemy remained in this battlefield. Well then, Moritz. You're next. At the end of my gaze stood a man who had once been so aloof and elusive. Now, faint traces of fear flickered in his eyes. He tightly bound the stump where his right arm had been, now reduced to nothing, with a cord pulled from his magic bag, staunching the flow of blood. Though streaks of crimson still stained his face from the splatter, that oily, suspicious grin he once wore was nowhere to be found. Damn it! Why did the Eclipse dragon die? That thing wasn't some monster humans could just deal with. A living calamity from ancient times, responsible for countless victims. That's why the Syndicate needed it, wasn't it? And my arm. Even so, a missing limb, huh? It's his own fault for jumping into Hildegard's final strike. But if I recall correctly, a missing body part isn't something ordinary potions can heal. Even a high-grade potion of superior quality wouldn't regrow a lost arm. At best, it might reattach it, but whether it'd function properly afterward would be a gamble. An elixir, the fabled panacea said to cure any injury, would be a different story. But those are so rare that even the great nations of the continent might only possess a handful. They're not something you can just stumble across. TCH. My right hand, where I'd focused mana for fatal impact, throbbed painfully. I'd treated it with the potions I had on hand, but the wound was too deep. It hadn't fully healed. Still, I wanted to finish Moritz off while he was rattled. It's just me and Hildegard now, both injured, and she's so drained she can barely move. Gathering mana with my relatively unscathed left hand, I unleashed a spell. Grip Impact Cannon. Gah! He dodged at the last second, rolling across the ground. Guess it won't be that easy. But then, why are you panicking? Moritz, caked in blood and dirt before me, wore a wretched expression. His hair was disheveled, cold sweat dripped from the agony, and his face was pallid from blood loss. The composure he'd exuded when we first met was long gone. Losing one arm isn't a big deal, is it? Vanitas, you bastard. This is your fault, yours and hers. A high-ranking member of a secret syndicate, and this shakes him? Hasn't he spent years doing shady work for their cause? This was a life-or-death battle. Shouldn't he have expected something like this? Or maybe he didn't have the resolve, or perhaps he overestimated the Eclipse Dragon as his own strength. Attacking Granif Fortress themselves, only to complain about a little injury. That's awfully convenient logic. HMPH. Potions might not cut it, but a skilled healer with advanced recovery magic could fix a missing limb, right? Why are you so shaken? Go what? Didn't the neighboring Janis Holy Kingdom, right next to the Lundor Empire, have someone called the Saintess? With her unique innate attribute, she could probably regrow your lost arm without issue. Or rather, restore it perfectly, to be precise. Doesn't matter, why not go grovel at her feet? A merciful Saintess might even take pity on a wretch like you and grant you her grace. You, how much do you know about the Syndicate? What's that? I was just offering a general suggestion. It's common knowledge that the Saintess is a healer capable of mending missing limbs, isn't it? Damn it, playing dumb, huh? Mid-conversation, Moritz suddenly grew agitated. What's wrong? I'd only given an example of how to heal a missing limb. In truth, a practitioner of unique recovery magic could indeed mend such damage. It'd take someone exceptionally skilled, nearly impossible for most. But the Saintess from the neighboring kingdom, whose reputation I'd heard rumors of, could supposedly restore even a completely lost arm to its original state. That story's famous even across the Empire's borders. I hadn't meant anything by it, but Moritz's reaction suggests there's more to this. Could it be a gap in my fragmented story memories? Maybe I should organize them once things settle down. Not that I've had much luck recalling them so far. I shouldn't get my hopes up. Anyway, I've got other priorities right now. Ideally, I'd capture him and extract Syndicate intel, but in terms of injury, Moritz is still better off than us despite his missing arm. How to approach this? Don't come near me. Stay back. In a panic, Moritz yanked a whip from his magic bag with clumsy hands. Losing his right arm must have thrown off his balance. He swung it awkwardly, taking a step, then another, trying to intimidate me as I closed in, watching for an opening. What's the point of resisting now? Surrender quietly, and I might guarantee you some decent treatment. I know that's a lie even without you saying it. Payback for when I demanded your surrender? Too bad, I'm not getting caught. I won't get caught, take this, rebellion sorcery. A sharp flick of the whip, imbued with some kind of magic. I dodged twice, 3 times, but the tip moved so fast I could barely track it. With a range of about 5 meters, my injured body couldn't evade it forever. Fine then. If I can't dodge it, I'll step forward, catching the whip with my left hand, letting it coil around it. Haha. Idiot. The pain wasn't as bad as I'd expected. The whip unraveled easily. But what was the magic it carried? Even as the question crossed my mind, I pressed toward Moritz. First, a close-range impact. The moment I thought that, gah, I was hit by my own left fist. Haha, that's the effect of my second innate attribute, rebellion. Gah. Hurts, doesn't it? How's it feel to have your own body turn against you? It did hurt, caught off guard. The blow split my lip, filling my mouth with the thick taste of iron. This is my trump card, a magic that forces rebellion against your will. Your body, your supposed ally, betrays you. Heh heh heh, fun, right? Can you trust limbs that have turned on you even once? A twisted magic just like you. Say what you want. I'll have you torment yourself to death with your own hands. Rebellion sorcery. The whip struck my legs instantly. The foot I'd stepped forward with ignored my intent and retreated. It hit the arm I'd raised to guard. My clenched fist unclenched, leaving me defenseless. It struck my side. My lungs, meant to draw breath, faltered. My breathing, if you'd had a knife, it'd be over already. Same for that slave girl of yours. Too bad you're bare-handed. Oh, wait, making your slave rebel would have been great too. A master killed by her own slave. Peak tragedy. No, comedy. Though her collar'd probably choke her to death first. That'd be a sight too. The whip lashed relentlessly. Long reach, blinding speed. With a body I couldn't control, I couldn't dodge it all. My breathing grew ragged, wounds piling up. This was right after the Eclipse Dragon fight. I was already injured. I was undeniably cornered. But, my missing right arm's throbbing. Guess I'll let my centipedes finish you off. No chances this time. Vanitas, I'll watch your end closely. And that slave of yours who blew off my arm. I'll see hers too. Pretty. What? Pretty underwhelming. A magic that forces rebellion against will? Not impressive. You couldn't handle it well enough to use it until now, could you? And even then, this rebellion only lasts a short time while your magic lingers in the body. Some trump card. Vanitas. Double grip. I won't let you. Rebellion sorcery. I said it casually, but Moritz's magic was a real pain. Actions to attack, defend, or even retreat to regroup, all were at its mercy. In the right hands, it could completely shut me down. Good thing it's not a Wideria spell instead of being tied to that whip. And I hadn't just been taking hits, I'd been planning a counter. Originally developed for another purpose, but still. Self-manipulation. I just struck your heart, Vanitas. Now it'll stop pumping blood, your consciousness? Why? Why aren't you affected? Self-manipulation. A spell that harnesses ambient mana to seize control of the mana within my body, enhancing my physical form. Its greatest strength. It lets me move my body solely by my will, regardless of injury. That's right. The mana I've mastered repels foreign magic, leaving no room for intrusion. Even if some slipped through, as long as it's within me, this spell subjugates it too. Moritz, your whims won't control me anymore. My body answers only to my will. Who knows? Guess it just didn't work. Now, Moritz, I'm not like you. I won't spoon-feed answers to my enemies. That'd be pointless. Time to settle this. Moritz, I'm ending it. I advanced step by step toward him. The whip, laced with rebellion mana, struck me repeatedly, but aside from slight pain, its effects never took hold. Useless. Unless his magic surpasses the mana I used to cast this spell, self-manipulation's cleansing effect won't break. Not yet. I can still do this. Not here. Double grip. Knock him out, or kill him if I must. With that resolve, ignoring the pain in my right hand, I prepared to cast. When suddenly, Scarecrow fanatic. An intruder, a scarecrow clad in countless wooden fragments shaped into crosses. Gah. An explosion. Sharp wooden shards pierced my right palm at point-blank range. Gah, scarecrow man, you hit me too. The blast reached Moritz too, but the rag-clad man ignored it, charging straight at us. A dangerous foe, I'd been tracking his movements carefully, or so I thought. Grip impact. Phantom dodge. Why? What was that magic? He slipped through my attack. I felt the hit connect in my hand, yet he ran past at full speed as if nothing happened. Using bizarre magic, the rag-clad man grabbed Moritz by the neck and leapt away. Escaping, huh? Scarecrow fanatic. As a parting gift, he conjured multiple exploding scarecrows with his magic. Pursuit's going to be tough now. But leave a bit more behind. Double grip, full impact buster. Ignoring my hand's pain and the approaching scarecrows, I fired. Moritz, you still owe us a debt. Pay the price for crossing us. GYIH. A beam of destruction wove through the scarecrows, blasting off Moritz's right leg. Looks like that odd movement magic can't activate on reflex. Vanitas. You'll pay for this. From the ravaged wasteland left by the eclipse dragon, I heard the distant screams of a man now missing both his right arm and leg. With scarecrows closing in, I could only let his words fade into the air. Scarecrow man, got me at the last second. Chapter 106. Why did you think you could escape? It was a night of a full moon. Tens of kilometers away from the sealed forest, nestled within a grove, stood a grimy, isolated shack hidden from prying eyes. Originally built as a temporary outpost by the land's overseer to harvest nearby forest resources, its broken windows and walls overgrown with ivy spoke of years of neglect, an easily deduced fact. Situated off the main road, far from any neighboring towns, and beyond the protective outer walls meant to fend off magical beasts, the shack was perpetually exposed to their threats. Yet for travelers, castaways, or adventurers roaming the continent freely, it was a welcome refuge, if only briefly, from the wind and rain. And there they hid. Oi, Scarecrow man, grab that for me. Water. Get me the cup of water. From the outside, the shack looked like nothing more than a dilapidated ruin. But surprisingly, much of its furnished interior remained intact. Among the items, scarred with dirt, stains, and scratches but largely undamaged, was a bed where a man lay. Just hours ago, this man had wielded the Eclipse dragon under the power of a collar, inflicting devastating damage on Granif Fortress and the knights stationed there. His name was Moritz Abasha. Cursing under his breath at the rag-clad scarecrow man who ignored his repeated requests, Moritz reached for the water-filled cup with his left hand. His movements were awkward, understandably so. His right arm and right foot were gone, one sliced clean off by Hildegard, the other blasted away by Vanitas's mana cannon. Though the bleeding had been staunched by some treatment, Moritz stared bitterly at his missing limbs before managing to grasp the cup and bring it to his lips. Phew, damn it. Why do I have to struggle this much just to drink a damn cup of water? And this rundown shack, was this really the best you could manage? If we'd just taken over some random house in a town, we'd be living way more comfortably than this. That Kakia Limes isn't here either. And we didn't even recover the Eclipse dragon in the end. This mission's a bust. All because of him. Whatever, I won't have to deal with that lunatic brat again. Plus, there's a Syndicate collaborator in the city of Lieb up ahead. The Lord, there's one of our pawns. They've got potions far better than this crap, enough to ease the throbbing in my hand and foot. In the quiet night, only Moritz's muttering filled the air, like a monologue to himself. The hollow whistle of wind slipping through the broken windows echoed faintly. After a brief silence, Scarecrow Man abruptly stood, as if struck by a sudden thought. I'll check outside. Do whatever. I can't move without my centipede magic anyway. Oh, while you're at it, hunt something for food. This dried jerky's too bland. Say something, damn it. The shack's door, warped and creaking, groaned as Scarecrow Man pushed it open and stepped outside without a sound. He didn't look back, he simply vanished into the dark night as if it were natural. Ow. Moritz grimaced at the pain in his absent arm and leg, the ache of limbs that were no longer there. He was tormented by phantom pain. Amid that dull throbbing, his mind couldn't shake the memory of the one responsible for his current state, the boy he'd faced earlier that day, Vanitas. Vanitas? Just who the hell was that guy? No doubt some noble's pampered son. But he knew our organization's name. He even acted like he knew about me, someone who rarely steps into the spotlight. And above all, he killed that calamity, the Eclipse dragon. I was this close to no. Don't think about it, it's over. Done. For now, I need to focus on recovering. Still, missing a hand and a leg is a damn hassle. Wait, what about asking him, the guy who made the Eclipse dragon's collar? That crazy magic tool researcher, the mad scientist. He could whip up some replacements for my limbs, right? The night was eerily calm, a stark contrast to the fierce battle near Granif Fortress earlier that day. Moritz's gaze drifted to the broken window, settling on the full moon hanging in a cloudless sky. The moonlight felt unnervingly bright. He had let his guard down. He'd mistaken this place for a safe haven. He'd convinced himself he'd escaped that life-threatening ordeal. Until he heard that voice, layer grip. Why? A voice that shouldn't be here, a voice that couldn't be here. A boy's high-pitched tone, jarringly out of place in the midnight grove. A sound he'd heard countless times just hours ago. Full impact disruption. The shack turned to rubble in an instant. The roof and pillars collapsed like an avalanche, the sudden impact tearing skin and drawing blood. Whoa. Buried in a panic, Moritz triggered his magic. Earthcrust Great Centipede. A reflexive act to protect himself. His mana had recovered considerably since the day's ordeal. Casting posed no issue, but more than the fear of suffocation or being crushed alive, a far more terrifying reality gripped him, refusing to let go. He can't be here. There's no way he's here. I escaped. I got away from him. He repeated it to himself desperately. Even in his frenzy, his practiced magic activated flawlessly. An armored great centipede shoved aside the falling debris enveloping Moritz, dragging him up to the moonlit surface. And there he saw it, a reality he didn't want to face. Why are you here? A shadow stood illuminated by the moonlight against the night sky. Looking up desperately from the ground, Moritz saw him standing there, alone. Eyes blacker than the darkness, silver-white hair faintly glowing in the gloom, a right hand wrapped thickly in white bandages, a gaze as cold as ice. Vanitas. All Moritz could do was scream his name into the reality before him. Why? Well, who knows? Scarecrow Man, where the hell are you? Get over here and help me now. He called for his escape partner, but no reply came. His scream-like cries faded uselessly into the dark. Then another figure emerged from the shadows, a tall woman with lithe, muscular limbs and a full chest swaying as she moved. Looks like that man's already fled. Raizelia Luendor, even the Imperial Princess, Scarecrow Man fled. Left me behind. Quite the opponent, refusing to fight head-on like this. I came eager to clear my tarnished name, but what a shame. Slipped away again. Don't take it too hard. It was less a fight and more a brief clash, but that man's on another level. Far beyond this wretch groveling here, at least. Vanitas, your encouragement warms me greatly, but it's made me realize I need to grow even more. A journey of training alone isn't enough. I still lack so much. Perhaps I need a way of fighting that isn't just brute force, though it doesn't suit me. That's my challenge. Ignoring Moritz's wild agitation, Vanitas and Raizelia carried on their light banter. Yet their eyes never strayed from the man crawling on the ground. They had no intention of letting him escape again. He abandoned me. Less abandoned and more used as bait, I'd say. He withdrew too quickly. Didn't even try to protect you. By the time we got here, he was already gone. What do you do? Getting ditched in that state means someone really hates you. No way, that's insane, me abandoned, by Scarecrow Man. He's not supposed to defy the Syndicate, us. Not supposed to defy. Damn it, no, forget that. Vanitas, why are you here? You were a wreck back there, your injuries, and how'd you even find this place? I escaped you. That's a strange thing to say. Let me ask you instead, why did you think you could escape? You know full well what you've done. Did you really think you could slip away from the sins you've committed? Gah. Well, enough about sins. Just as you acted freely, I'm no different from you in the end. 2 peas in a pod, right? But here's the thing, you turned against me. You hurt what's precious to me. So why would you think you could get away? Did you think I'd let a dangerous nuisance like you roam free? Even if my body's battered and barely moving, I won't ease up on pursuing those who oppose me. Oh, and you left me with a parting shot, didn't you? I'll make you pay for this. How could I not chase you after that? I'd lose sleep over the anxiety. I'm delicate, you see. What's wrong? Breathing hard there. Calm down. Here, I'll be nice and explain. There are 2 big reasons I'm here. Under the moonlight, Vanitas raised 2 fingers. Not a careless gesture born of overconfidence, but a deliberate act to drive further despair into Moritz, already immobilized by the surprise full-impact disruption. 1, I've got skilled allies, or rather subordinates. Someone adept at surveillance and tracking. I had her tail you, though I wasn't the one who gave the order. Tailing, no way, we're not that sloppy. HMPH. My bodyguard, you see, she's remarkably capable. I asked her for a favor, pushed her a bit. A royal shadow guard. She's probably tracking Scarecrow Man now, Oh, lost him midway, huh? He's trickier than ever. I'd hoped she'd lead us to their base. Sorry. If she strays too far from me, you'll catch hell for it. The unseen figure whispering to Rayzelia from the dark was Siska, the royal shadow guard. Initially reluctant to act on Rayzelia's pursuit orders, bound by a direct imperial decree to protect her, she'd grudgingly agreed to assist after a stern word from the princess. The second reason you know well. We made good use of something you left behind. She told us everything, where you'd take shelter, the routes you'd use to escape. No Elimes, she's alive, and she spilled our info, that wench. Elimes Lakarofi. Beaten by Christina and captured. When I let Moritz slip and returned to Granif Fortress, I went straight to question her. She spilled it all so easily, where you'd resupply, which paths you'd take, how you'd hide. In meticulous detail. Elimes Lakarofi, a woman with little loyalty to her group. When Vanitas interrogated her, she'd opened her mouth without hesitation. Her tongue was unbelievably loose for someone selling out her comrades. Now your questions are answered, Moritz. I'm here to collect what you couldn't pay back. The price, your life should do. W8, is it really okay to kill me? I'm a Syndicate executive. I've got info, multiple secrets about the Syndicate of Aimless Chaos, a Sinskrita, a dark organization scheming across nations. You want my intel, don't you? The Empire's tangled in their plots too. Kill me, and you'll lose those details. Moritz was desperate. If he missed this chance, his fate was sealed. He had no choice but to beg, however pathetic it looked, as if such bargaining nonsense would sway Vanitas Lindblum. I see, but sorry, I can't trust your info. Even if you spilled it under torture, it wouldn't be worth believing. And no way. Besides, I've got other sources. Elimes will talk, so I don't need you. She's a bit unreliable, but I'll make excuses to His Majesty when I report this. I'll say I killed the other source because his attitude pissed me off. That's it for chit-chat. Time to end this. Civ grip. Vanitas clenched his left hand, a motion to focus mana through grasping magic, but it was different. A sight unlike anything before unfolded. What is that? That fire. Flames. From Vanitas's left hand, centered on his clenched fist, fierce fire roared to life, racing up his arm and tearing through the darkness with brilliant light. This may be a control issue on my part. For some reason, this spell does this. The mana leaks out and manifests unexpectedly. It's supposed to compress inside my palm, but, well, it doesn't burn me, and it's pretty clear this way, so it works. Something like that. You didn't use it against the Eclipse Dragon. You save your trump cards for the end, right? Plus, it's not that powerful yet. Vanitas wielding fire mana. How could he, with an innate attribute of void, manipulate fire? The trick, naturally, lay in Civ Grip. Civ Grip, a spell of selection and extraction. An arrogant, insolent magic that sifts through ambient mana, choosing and gathering only specific types. For now, Vanitas could only handle a limited range of mana types. But the power he now held was more than enough to incinerate a weakened man crawling on the ground. With that fire, what are you planning? Moritz asked, trembling. He already knew. Those flames were prepared to burn him to ash. What else? Fire's the best way to exterminate bugs, isn't it? Stop it, stop. This is goodbye for real. See ya, Moritz. Fire diffuse. A torrent of swirling flames erupted from Vanitas's outstretched left hand. A wave of spreading fire. GAH hot, GAH. A death scream rang out. A writhing shadow flickered within the raging blaze. Not quite hellfire, but decent power, huh? Enjoy it. Guess he can't hear me anymore. Moritz Abasha, an executive of the Syndicate of Aimless Chaos, a Sinskrita. On a full moon night, he turned to ash and vanished. Few in the world would know of his death. Fewer still would mourn him. Chapter 107, The Dungeon and Indifference. Granif Fortress housed an underground dungeon for detaining criminals. Though the fortress had been half destroyed by the Eclipse Dragon's breath, the devastation, thanks to Makeln's efforts, had been concentrated in the upper levels. This subterranean space had escaped relatively unscathed. I had no idea Granif Fortress had such a facility, Rayzelia remarked. Master, Lady Razelia, please watch your step. It's a bit slippery, Christina cautioned. Guided by Christina, I walked alongside Razelia through the damp, humid underground. This place was rarely used. Among the knights, it served only to briefly confine rule breakers or occasionally detain those who trespassed into the sealed forest without permission, an unremarkable holding cell. The narrow space was dim, visibility poor. Only the faint glow of magic tools embedded along the passage walls offered a sliver of light ahead. No issue here, it's just my right hand that's injured, I said. Yes, but Master, you haven't received proper healing magic, and your wounds haven't fully recovered. Please don't push yourself too hard, Christina replied, her eyes dropping sadly to my bandaged right hand. 2 days had passed since the battle with the Eclipse Dragon and my finishing blow to Moritz. Yet my right hand's injury remained unhealed. Part of that stemmed from the scarcity of knights capable of healing magic, known as rescue knights. But more pressingly, treatment was being prioritized for knights in far worse condition than me. Even with natural recovery over time, mana reserves were finite. While healing magic could be layered, expending precious mana on someone not at death's door posed its own problems. That said, Christina and Hildegard's care had been somewhat prioritized. Even Machelm, who'd been half dead, had received only the bare minimum treatment beyond Razelia's potion, yet he was tirelessly spearheading the fortress's reconstruction. Machelm had pleaded multiple times, saying, "I cannot allow such disrespect toward the benefactor who saved Granif Fortress and my subordinates." But knowing my stance wouldn't budge, he now settled for a silent bow each time we crossed paths. His faintly frustrated, dissatisfied expression likely stemmed from his rigid sense of honor. Truly a knight worthy of Razelia's trust. Now, navigating the underground with Christina's slightly overprotective concern, we pressed on. "Here we are," I said. The air was thick with stagnant moisture. Before an iron grate glinting eerily in the light stood 2 armed knights. They were the guards of this cell-like chamber, but upon spotting us approaching, they straightened up, visibly flustered. Their immediate words were ones of gratitude, understandable, given their appreciation, but I wished they'd keep their voices down in such a cramped space. One of the guards was the Cat Beastman knight I'd given a magic bag full of potions to some time ago. Apparently, those potions had saved many of his comrades and their captain, which left him overjoyed. He gripped both my hands tightly in thanks. Ow, that still stings a bit. In an instant, Christina swatted his hands away, scolding him fiercely. The knight, cowed by her fiery wrath, dropped to his knees in a deep bow, apologizing profusely. Oh, a full-on dojza. Guess in this novel-inspired world, dojza is a well-established form of apology. A rare sight indeed. It's an act born of gratitude, Vanitas. Forgive them, won't you? Razelia interjected. I'm not that petty. Besides, I'd rather get this over with quickly, I replied. True. I, too, want to hear her story in detail, Razelia agreed. I offered a brief word of encouragement to the knight, still pressing his forehead to the ground, urging him to stand. Then I turned my gaze to the figure inside the grate, bound hand and foot. The person in question was one of the central figures in this uproar. Hey, she squeaked. Again, I'd hoped she'd gotten somewhat used to me by now, Christina muttered, frowning slightly. Though it's convenient for now, it does sting a little. Am I really that frightening? I reassured the unusually pouty Christina that she wasn't, while observing the trembling woman. This was Elimes Lakorofi, a member of the Syndicate of Aimless Chaos, a Sinskrita, captured by Christina. Detained here in Granif Fortress's underground, she seemed to have developed a trauma from her capture. Every glimpse of Christina's face triggered a flashback. When we'd questioned her about Moritz's escape route 2 days ago, she'd coughed up a clot of blood in agony, struggling even to breathe. It's no wonder she'd be traumatized by Christina, the cause of it all. CCH, Christina, Elimes stammered. Yes, it seems your voice has returned to normal since then. I was worried that raspy tone from before would complicate things, so this is a relief, Christina replied coolly. Our raspy? That's your fault, Elimes snapped. Is there a problem? Christina asked, unfazed. Hey, Elimes yelped again. Christina, enough now, Elimes, been a while, huh? I cut in. Vanitas, she gasped. Perhaps distracted by Christina, she hadn't noticed me until now. Her expression shifted to shock. She's looking a lot worse than when we met 2 days ago. Well, being locked up here would do that. Given what she's done, I felt no sympathy. Her talking was all I needed. We got a lot out of you last time, but I was too busy then. I'm here to hear more, I said. Vanitas, yeah, it's been a bit. Hey, could you get that woman away from me? She pleaded. Christina, give it up, I dismissed. She groaned. She really can't stand her. Fine by me makes interrogation easier. So, what do you want from me? Alimes asked. Everything you know about the Syndicate of Aimless Chaos, a Sinscrita. Their goals, their nature, their scale. Spill it all, I demanded. The Eclipse Dragon revival had caused deaths. This mess had grown too big. As an unwilling participant, I'd likely need to report to His Majesty, so getting details from Alimes was essential. You knew the Syndicate's name already, so don't you know plenty? She countered. Not really, and you're an executive, right? You'd know more, I pressed. Truth is, I hadn't recalled much since then. I could piece together that Moritz had tried recruiting Vanitas into the Syndicate as a pawn in the story, but beyond that, nothing came to mind. A trigger might jog more memories, but the gaps in my original knowledge were inconvenient. I wasn't keen on obsessing over what I couldn't recall. It's exhausting. The goal, simple, plunge the world into chaos and create one free from the grip of power. That's it, she said. Free from power? I echoed. I don't get it either, but maybe they're aiming for some equal world thing? They work behind the scenes to stop noble tyranny and oppression. It's not just the Empire, they're freeing slaves in other countries too. We've got supporters everywhere, even tons in the Empire. Hidden, of course, so no one knows, she explained. Freeing slaves? I thought you despised them, Christina interjected. Yeah, I do. Slaves are just bottom feeders, right? Pathetic things that can only obey orders meekly. They don't even have the brains to do anything for themselves, just give up. Christina, you're a bit different from the usual slave, but me doing something for them. Too much hassle, Alimes replied. But doesn't that clash with the Syndicate's goals? You're an executive, your personal beliefs don't matter? Raizelia questioned. The princess, yeah, I guess. But the leader and other executives never really said anything about it. I follow orders when they come up sometimes. I slack off too, though. Being an executive just means we all do our own thing. There's this unspoken rule. No prying or meddling too much with each other, Alimes shrugged. Raizelia mused. So executives were chosen purely for ability, each with their own ideologies then. Yet someone like Moritz had a specific role, like recruitment. Got it. Since you brought it up, tell me about the executives, I said. Executives, as far as I know, there's 7, she answered. Oh, I nodded. 7, Scarecrow Man, Alimes, and the late Moritz. That leaves 4 unknowns. The Lord Killer Knight, Frida. A muscle-brained idiot who only solves things with force, Diglatio. A woman with the innate attribute, modification. She's the one who made the collar for the Eclipse Dragon. Moritz called her a mad magic tool researcher. Then there's a quiet, sadistic woman who hides her mouth with an iron fan. She's so gloomy I never bothered learning her name, Alimes listed. Frida, a female knight, somewhere, Raizelia murmured. What, you know her? Alimes asked. Could it be her, the knight of the Shubelhi Marquis family? But she's supposed to be dead, Raizelia wondered aloud. According to Raizelia, this Frida was a knight serving an imperial Marquis family, skilled with the innate attributes Dark Blade and Frost. A former imperial affiliate in a secret syndicate. Alimes calling her a Lord Killer suggests either dire circumstances or an ideology aligned with the Syndicate from the start. Frida Artem. 5 years ago, I heard rumors that shortly after her death, the head of the Shubelhi family died mysteriously, Raizelia recalled. Oh yeah, that might have been her family name, Alimes said vaguely. To think a name I know would come up, Raizelia said. For now, enough about executives. What about the leader who commands them? The leader, he's kinda a mystery to me too, Alimes admitted. Bound hand and foot, she tilted her head awkwardly upward, pondering. I haven't met him that often. The Syndicate doesn't really do big meetings with everyone. As for the leader, how do I put it? He's not particularly impressive or anything. Just a pretty guy with long purple hair and silver eyes, but... What's wrong? I pressed. Sometimes when I talk to him, I lose track of who I am. I don't know how to explain it, like I'm not myself. A weird feeling, she struggled. What's that supposed to mean? I asked. How should I know? I don't get it either, she snapped. Some kind of magical effect, or maybe a magic item he possesses. But Alimes didn't know the leader's innate attribute or magic. His appearance was slightly clearer now, yet he remained shrouded in mystery. Even an executive barely knew him, typical for a secret syndicate head cautious about leaks. So, what was the syndicate of aimless chaos planning next? What were you going to do with the Eclipse Dragon? I asked. Don't know. I was just bored, so they dragged me into unsealing the Eclipse Dragon. It was supposed to be just Moritz and Scarecrow Man coming here. I've got no clue why the syndicate ordered it, she trailed off. HMPH, so their aim's still unclear. Would Moritz have given more if I'd kept him alive? No, a shady guy like that, leaving him alive would have caused trouble later. If I hadn't killed him then, who knows what that grudge-bearing bastard might have pulled. Hey, what happened to Moritz and Scarecrow Man? Alimes ventured. Scarecrow Man got away, Moritz dead, I answered. Oh, she said flatly. Not shocked, they were your comrades, weren't they? I prodded. Not really, we were just in the same group. Not friends, no camaraderie, just coworkers at best, she replied breezily. Alimes brushed off Moritz's fate with indifference. Yet she seemed subtly shaken by the death of someone she'd worked with days ago. Her voice trembled faintly. Above all, she was afraid of the fate awaiting her. So, what happens to me? She asked. Happens to what? I responded. Don't play dumb, I told you everything, right? Moritz's location, syndicate stuff, everything I know, I spilled as best I could, she pleaded. And, I said, I did what you, Vanitas, told me to, so you'll forgive me, right? You'll let me go, undo these restraints, yeah? She begged. Her face twisted as she pleaded with me. If her hands and feet weren't bound, she'd probably be clinging to my legs, an act born of dread for her future. The once arrogant, self-centered woman now groveled pathetically, but my answer was set. No. Of course not. Does she even realize what she's done? Razelia and Christina watched her plea with icy gazes. So did I. But we bathed together, didn't we? Back then, we didn't know each other's identities. We got along, right? Please, Vanitas, I can't stay like this, she cried. Yeah, sure, I said. A flicker of that moment crossed my mind. Hey, you some night's sun or something? Pretty cute face you've got there. Guess I've got no choice. I'll let you share the bath. I'm in a good mood today, finally done with forest life. Though if you were some grimy old geezer, that'd be a hard pass. Today's a special treat. Vanitas, huh? I'm Alimes. Short acquaintance but nice to meet ya. Haha, what's with the freeze? Smitten by my beauty already. She'd chattered at me one-sidedly, and I just nodded or replied curtly. Back then, she wasn't an enemy. Late at night, I'd assumed she was tied to the night somehow. Yeah. We talked so much in that hot spring, we didn't know each other but we got along. So, she pressed. So what? I cut in. We shared a naked bond, didn't we? She faltered. She seemed to realize her argument was crumbling. Her expression darkened visibly. Under the dim glow of the magic tool's light, she looked on the verge of tears. Sorry, but I don't think anything of you. I don't care, I said flatly. Then, slave, I'll be your Enno, Lord Vanitas's slave. You like slaves, right? Christina, that muddy girl the rabbit beastman got 3 already, so, she scrambled. Didn't you hate slaves? Don't be so obvious, I shot back. Why yeah, but if I stay like this, she stammered. If you stay like this, you'll face the consequences of reviving the Eclipse Dragon. After squeezing out all the info you've got, you'll either be executed or locked away for life in a lightless hole, I stated. Then, if you know that, she gasped. But I don't want you as a slave, Alimes. You're not necessary to me, I concluded. She choked. At my words, Alimes could only groan. Her mouth opened and closed soundlessly. With that, I turned on my heel. No more business here. Well, I've heard what I needed. This is goodbye, I said. Wait a sec, Vanitas, you're leaving me like this? Please, Vanitas, she cried. I'll arrange an escort to the capital, so technically, we've got a little more time together. Until the carriage is ready, stay quiet down here where no one comes, I replied. Vanitas, Vanitas, please, please, she screamed. Her desperate, shrieking pleas echoed through the underground as I left Granif Fortress's dungeon behind. Even after we vanished from her sight, Alimes's cries reverberated endlessly below. Two people never meant to meet. In the story, Elimes Lakorofi and Vanitas Lindblum were never supposed to cross paths. Without that encounter, no emotions should have arisen between them. Yet now, one bared everything in a frantic bid for mercy, while the other gazed upon her with utter apathy. Their fates, briefly entwined by chance in a hot spring, diverged here. Whether their paths would ever cross again, no one could say. What was certain? Even if Elimes Lakorofi reached the imperial capital, lead-lied, unscathed, a brutal interrogation awaited her. Vanitas, Vanitas, please don't abandon me. Chapter 108, Hildegard and the Carriage. Ugh, I feel awful. Why isn't the medicine working? That's strange. I had Macarin prepare a remedy that's supposed to work wonders for motion sickness. On a carriage gently rolling along the highway, Habermesia, her already pale face now an even ghastlier shade, was having her back rubbed by Reincarnated. 3 hours had passed since their departure from Granif Fortress. During that time, Habermesia had kept a bucket poised in front of her face, groaning miserably the entire way. For the medicine to be this ineffective, could it be, has motion sickness become a habit? No way, new. You mean I'll feel like this every time I ride a carriage? I've never gotten sick in a carriage before. Feeling awful every time is the worst. Do something. There's little to be done about this for now. Let's open the window. Look, a pleasant breeze is blowing. It should help somewhat, right? And well, just hold on with sheer willpower. So it's just a matter of mental toughness. I feel so sick. Our journey to the sealed forest had been aboard a swift dragon carriage. The return trip, by comparison, was far more leisurely. Reincarnated, tirelessly rubbing the back of Habermesia, who seemed on the verge of vomiting at any moment, glanced toward the rear of our carriage. That said, I feel bad for Christina. Even though she's restrained to be in the same carriage as the culprit who attacked Elimes, she probably wanted to stay with Vanitas Armatail. Perhaps I should have ridden in that carriage instead. Christina, Rapana, and Mayurelica were not riding in the same carriage. They were aboard the carriage escorting the noisy woman, Elimes, who had fought me, to the imperial capital. Initially, only Christina was meant to oversee the escort, but when Rapana insisted on joining her, Chrisni, Mayurelica naturally followed along. Christina herself proposed it. Besides, with Christina there, that Elimes woman can't do anything. Even with her magic sealed by the magic sealing shackles, we can't afford her scheming anything troublesome during the journey. Having Christina watch her puts my mind at ease. The magic sealing shackles. Not only are they rare, but because Granif Fortress is in such a remote area rarely visited by people, they didn't have any on hand. Thankfully, a nearby city had spares in storage, which helped. That woman, regardless of her personality, is undeniably skilled. It'd be a problem if she acted recklessly without regard for herself. Still, I know it makes sense, but Christina can handle it. If you're worried, go check on her later and thank her. She might get nervous around you, Rasilia, but she'll be happy to be praised. Is that so? Rasilia-sama still seemed slightly unconvinced, but as if suddenly recalling something, she changed the topic. By the way, regarding the achievement of slaying the evil dragon. And so, Rasilia-sama began speaking about Vanitas-sama, Habermesia, and me, the ones who defeated the evil dragon. Achievement. I'd never even thought about such a thing. I was just fighting desperately. The evil dragon, according to the now-deceased Moritz, it was called the Eclipse Dragon. If that dragon had rampaged across Imperial territory, the damage would have been unimaginable. We still don't know much about the motives of the three who called themselves the Order of Chaos, Isinscrita, but considering the possibility of a calamity-level monster running amok, the fact that Vanitas and the others stopped it at the border is a tremendous achievement. But if we're talking about that, you too, Rasilia. Don't say it. I'm glad you're concerned for me, Vanitas, but I know best. In the battle against the evil dragon, I was utterly useless. Fighting that scarecrow man? No, it wasn't even a fight. I was just stalled the entire time, played right into their hands. How can I proudly claim I fought the evil dragon or protected the Empire and its people with all my strength? But I also know I can't just wallow in self-pity. More than anything, if I face that man again, I'm burning to become strong enough to take my revenge. I have to repay him for shattering my pride. I need to become even stronger than I am now. If I can't protect the Empire otherwise, all the more reason. Raizelia. Her expression was filled with resolve. Raizelia-sama was seeking even greater strength. Then, mid-conversation, her gaze turned to me. I heard about it. Or rather, I saw it myself, albeit from a distance. Hildegard, it seems that in our next battle, I might not even be sure of victory, no, I'd likely be the challenger. Hi. It's only natural, the same magic as Vanitas. The legendary grip magic. It gathers magic from the atmosphere, right? Against an opponent who can use magic almost infinitely, regardless of mana capacity, I'm at a disadvantage. But even against a clearly superior opponent, I won't give up on becoming stronger. Just like you, Hildegard. To surpass you, I'll grow stronger. I even have ideas for new magic. Raizelia-sama teased playfully, but her golden eyes were utterly serious. To surpass me? My mighty grip is still unstable. Even so, Raizelia-sama was burning with fighting spirit toward me, just as I had made surpassing her my goal after that defeat. Now, she was aiming to surpass me. A strange feeling, but it wasn't bad. We've gone off topic. My feelings aren't important right now. Let's get back to the point. Naturally, the three of you Vanitas who defeated the Eclipse Dragon deserve rewards from His Majesty the Emperor. Rewards? I didn't fight for rewards though. True, but if I may be so bold. It was for myself. Ah yes. Of course I understand. Half a lie. It was for you too, Raizelia. I didn't want to see you sad. Thank you. I'm happy Vanitas. Raizelia-sama is dangerous. Even now, as she casually closes the distance with Vanitas-sama, she gently takes his hand and looks up at him with gratitude. Her large frame tries to make itself as small as possible, pressing incredibly close to him. So sly, Your Highness, so sly. About the rewards, you should take what's offered. But this is an unprecedented situation for the Empire. I reported it myself via the communication magic tool, but they don't seem to grasp the gravity and importance of the situation yet. They've promised to send personnel to investigate, but they won't even arrive in time for our departure. Well, it's hard to believe just from words that an ancient evil dragon revived, half-destroyed Granif Fortress, caused numerous casualties among the knights, and turned a third of the Emperor's sealed forest into a wasteland. Even I wouldn't believe it immediately, so I can understand their stance of needing to see it for themselves. But this incident was a hair's breadth from causing catastrophic damage to the Empire. I get that they need to gather accurate information to report to His Majesty, but I won't stand for Vanitas and the others' achievements being undervalued. Can you leave this to me? To you, Raizelia. Of course, you'll need to explain things yourself too, Vanitas, but I'm also a witness. I'll make sure they understand your contributions clearly. That said, I'm sorry, but the formal rewards will likely come after the investigation is complete. A month or two, perhaps. It won't happen immediately. I see. Raizelia-sama was enthusiastic about ensuring Vanitas-sama's deeds were properly conveyed. Fortunately, the evil dragon's corpse, left largely untouched, would serve as undeniable evidence. Apparently, the dragon would later be dismantled, and its valuable materials sent to us. Dragon materials are precious, and those from an ancient evil dragon are of incalculable worth. However, it seems that selling some of the materials to the Empire, even in small amounts, would help silence any complainers. Complainers? What complaints could there be about killing a dangerous monster? I don't understand nobles, but there are apparently complex power dynamics and adjustments involved. Still, Vanitas-sama seemed to anticipate such complications. He mentioned leaving the matter to Raizelia-sama, who could maneuver relatively freely. Now my head's starting to hurt too. This nausea won't stop. This is the worst. Sigh, no helping it. Vanitas will continue this talk later. But honestly, this state, it's hard to believe she's the same person who dealt a devastating blow to the Eclipse Dragon. Even I, during the battle, was nearly captivated by the meteor streaking through the sky. Come on, lie down over there. Okay, Led by Raizelia-sama, Habermesia lay down on the back seat of the carriage. Indeed, she looked nothing like the person who had unleashed the magic that saved us in that crisis. Sheesh, Habermesia is always causing a commotion wherever she goes. But to Vanitas-sama, that seemed just like her. The faint smile on his face made the exhaustion of the past few days seem like a lie. Vanitas Sama is tired. Even I can tell, and no wonder. After that fierce battle, he pursued the mastermind and even launched a surprise attack. Fighting so intensely during the day, then marching through the night, exhaustion was only natural. But the truth is a bit different. After the battle with the evil dragon, Vanitas Sama didn't wake for days. The reason is simple. He had pushed himself beyond his limits. His magic, self-manipulate, allows him to move normally even when exhausted or injured. He called it a convenient magic that uses mana to control his body, but it's not without flaws. Forcing his body to move when stamina is depleted only accumulates more fatigue. Naturally, he'd have to pay the price for exceeding his body's limits later. Even after the dragon battle, he was utterly exhausted, yet he pursued the enemy. He was so fatigued he couldn't rise from his bed, and he said it was all a consequence of his own choices, the result of actions taken for his own sake. That's why I suggested it. It was a little embarrassing, but more than that, Master, wanna rest a bit? A lap pillow, huh? Hess, alright, I'll take you up on that. Vanitas Sama slowly lay down, NN. A slight weight on my lap, so light. This light body. I glanced at his right hand, still wrapped in bandages, not fully healed. Vanitas Sama didn't prioritize his own treatment. Saying it was a waste of mana, he instructed that Christina, the fortress knights, and I be treated first. Beneath the thick bandages, it's still stained with blood. He says that battle was for himself, but I know. As he mentioned earlier, it was partly for Raizelia Sama, but also for me. Only the sound of his breathing could be heard. Master. I gently held his wounded right hand. Even knowing the evil dragon resembled my mother's killer, he respected my will. Even when I faltered before an enemy resembling my nemesis, he believed in me to the end. I stroked his hair, glossy white hair, smoother to the touch than mine. The master I was supposed to protect had, at some point, surged far ahead of me. I thought using the same magic as him in this battle had let me catch up a little. But as expected, he's strong, not just physically but in spirit too. Master, I love you. The words that slipped out were my true feelings. The master, peacefully asleep on my lap, was unbearably dear to me. Yeah, I know. Weren't you asleep, master? The cool breeze soothing my flushed cheeks felt comforting. End of Volume 2.